Hunter Killer by Chris Ryan. Read by Michael Fenner. In the words of the Japanese proverb, if you have to kill a snake, kill it once and for all. Prologue. They drove a Mercedes. Nothing flash, a 30-year-old W123 that had once served as a minicab and which still had marks on the roof where the sign had been. Nobody was likely to stop and search an old Merc, carefully driven through the pouring rain. The driver's name was Jamal. He wore plain brown trousers and a neatly pressed check shirt open at the collar. He was clean-shaven, and his hair had been cut just 2 days ago. He had a pair of Ray-Bans aviator shades hooked over the top of his shirt. He kept glancing at himself in the rear-view mirror, as though he was still a curiosity to himself. There were beads of sweat on his forehead. They had the heating on full. "Sarim," Jamal said finally, "stop doing that! You're making me nervous, innit?" Sarim looked down. There was a paper wallet on his lap with the words National Rail printed on the front. He had been slapping it against his left palm. Now he stopped. "Turn left up here," he said. I know. Been here enough times before." Jamal indicated left and checked his rear-view mirror, then swung the Mercedes into a street lined with terraced houses. The street sign said Heath Road, and in smaller letters, London Borough of Sutton. Heath Road was a dump. At least a quarter of the houses looked like they'd been condemned. Steel sheets boarded up their windows and doors in an attempt to deter squatters. But the squatters had moved in anyway. The signs were there, a door slightly ajar, smoke emerging from the occasional chimney. The house they stopped outside, however, was not condemned or boarded up, just messy. The bins were overflowing, and the small, scrubby front garden hadn't been tended for months. Jamal killed the engine and turned to Sarim. Rain hammered against the car, so heavy that they couldn't see out. "You go get him," he said. "He likes you best. Make sure he's packed his bag, yeah?" "What am I?" Sarim said as he opened the passenger door. "Stupid." He didn't wait for the answer. As he stepped out of the car, he caught sight of himself in the side mirror. He wore an Abercrombie & Fitch hooded top. Now he pulled it up to protect his head from the driving rain. And there were 2 nicks on his chin where he had cut himself shaving. He wasn't used to shaving. He stepped out into the road, ran to the pavement, and up to the front door. He knew the bell didn't work, so he knocked. The door opened almost immediately. The face of the young man who appeared in the doorway was like sunshine. It glowed with an excitement that was apparent even though he had the characteristic features of Down syndrome. Or maybe, Sarim thought to himself, it was because he had Down syndrome that he looked so excited. A child's excitement on the face of a man. Sarim grinned. "Alfie," he said. "Mate." Alfie grinned back. A strand of greasy black hair fell across his face, which was podgy through lack of exercise. He blew it upwards, then giggled. "You gonna invite me in, buddy?" Sarim asked. "I'm getting wet here." Alfie's grin grew broader as he stepped to one side. "Come on in," he said, his voice sounding slightly clumsy, as it always did. Sarim squeezed past. He knew to expect the musty smell of unwashed clothes and neglected rubbish bins, and managed to stop his distaste registering on his face. He walked down the dark hallway and into the bedsit beyond. To his left-hand side, a small kitchenette. To his right, a bedroom area with an unmade double bed, a 2-seater IKEA sofa, and a TV in one corner. A suitcase was open on the bed, but it was empty. Piles of half-folded clothes littered the room. "Packing," Alfie said as he walked over to the bed. He bent down awkwardly, picked up a pile of clothes, seemingly at random, and crammed them into the suitcase. Sarim wandered over to the kitchen area. The floor tiles were stained with drops of tea, and one of the units was open, revealing the waste bin. Sarim glanced inside. It was brimful of empty crisp wrappers, blue, Walker's cheese and onion. Sarim had the impression that Alfie seldom ate anything else. "We need to hurry, mate," he said. "Train won't wait for us, you know." He looked over at Alfie. He had bent down again, but this time, instead of picking up a pile of clothes, he retrieved a rolled-up poster from the floor and started cramming it into the suitcase. "What's that, mate?" Sarim asked lightly. Alfie looked up at him and gave Sarim one of his innocent, trusting grins. He unrolled the poster to reveal a picture of Miley Cyrus, not wearing much at all, and with her hair draped coquettishly round her neck. "I'm going to marry her," Alfie said, quite sincerely. Sarim nodded. "Course you are, mate. Come on, I hope you finish packing. We're going to be late." 2 minutes later, the suitcase was full, the poster of Miley Cyrus neatly smoothed out on the top. Sarim did up the zips and lifted it off the bed. "Wait," Alfie said. Sarim took a deep, calm breath. "I need my cagoule." "Go get it then, mate." A minute later, Alfie had put on his navy blue waterproof and tied the hood tightly around his face. He and Alfie left the flat. It took the young man a full minute to lock the door, while Sarim stood patiently in the rain. Alfie turned to face the road, then stopped. "Wait!" he said, a terrible frown creasing his forehead. He was a young man who couldn't help every emotion showing on his face. "I can't go!" he shouted over the rain. Sarim closed his eyes. "Why not, Alfie?" he asked, his voice quiet but steady. "My social worker's coming to see me on Monday." "You'll be back home by Monday, mate. We talked about it, remember? We agreed you weren't going to tell him anything about this, so he wouldn't stop you coming. You'll see him on Monday, and it'll all be fine." "Oh, okay." Alfie shrugged, and the frown fell away. He followed Sarim to the Mercedes. Sarim opened the boot. There were 2 smaller suitcases in here, both identical, each with a small padlock holding the zippers together. Alfie clumsily started to lift his own suitcase into the boot, but Sarim stopped him. "I'll do that, mate, no problems." He was rewarded with another trusting smile from Alfie. Sarim carefully lifted the larger suitcase and slotted it in next to the others. He shut the boot, then turned back to Alfie, who had rain dripping down his face, but looked no less excited for that. "Ready to go on holiday?" he asked. Jamal was much chattier now that Alfie was in the car. As he weaved his way through the stop-start traffic of South London, he and Sarim kept the young man talking. "You like the beach, mate?" Yes, Alfie liked the beach. "You like ice creams, mate?" Alfie loved ice creams. "We're going to get some buckets and spades, innit?" Alfie was quite sure his sand castles would be much bigger than those of his 2 friends. He drew a picture of them on his steamed-up window. And so the journey to Paddington Station passed in pleasant conversation. By 11:30 they were driving along the Westway, and at 11:40 Jamal drove the Mercedes into an NCP car park just off the Edgware Road. They parked up. Sarim opened the boot again, removed Alfie's suitcase, and handed it to him. He and Jamal took one of the remaining suitcases each, then locked the car. Sarim checked his watch. 11:43. "Train leaves in 25 minutes, he said, casting a sidelong glance at Jamal, who nodded. "Come on, Alfie, mate. Let's get moving." It took 5 minutes to reach the station. Sarim checked the departure board. "Platform 7, he told the others, and they walked towards it, trundling their suitcases behind them. There were ticket barriers at the platform, but they were lodged permanently open, so a friendly man in a British Rail uniform stopped them to check their tickets. "Off somewhere nice, fellas?" he asked them. "Haverfordwest," Sarim said immediately. "A short holiday." "Hope the weather improves." The guard looked at Alfie and winked. "You have a good time, sunshine." Alfie was busy watching the pigeons high in the station roof, so the guard turned back to Sarim and Jamal. "The wife's sister has a Down syndrome boy. Lovely little lad. Very trusting, if you know what I mean. Shame, really, but good on you for looking after him, fellas. Good on you." Sarim gave a sincere look as he took back the tickets. "Community, mate. It's what it's all about, innit? That's your train, said the guard, pointing down the platform. Unreserved seat in coach G. You want to book a seat next time, mate? Don't cost nothing. Yeah, Sarim said quietly. He pulled his hood up over his head. Next time. The platform was busy, 100 people, maybe more. As they dragged their suitcases alongside the train, it felt as though Alfie was saying hello to every single one of them in turn. When they arrived at coach G, however, he stopped and pointed at it. Sarim wondered if Alfie had ever actually been on a train. He seemed excited by the whole prospect. They stopped 5 meters from the carriage door. "Give me a minute, guys," Jamal said. He looked meaningfully back towards the station concourse. "I need to take a slash." Alfie looked confused. "What's a slash?" "Need the toilet, mate. Can't stand going on a train all stinky. Won't be long, innit?" "We'll wait here," Sarim said. Alfie looked alarmed. "What if the train goes?" "Plenty of time, mate," he said, and when Alfie continued to look worried, he added, "We have to wait for Jamal, Alfie. That's what friends do for each other." Alfie nodded. He looked disappointed in himself. "We'll wait here," he agreed. Jamal walked away. Sarim checked his watch. 11:55. He turned to Alfie. "Why don't I go and get some snacks for the journey?" he said. Alfie looked alarmed again. He glanced at the train, then back at Sarim. "It's getting full," he said. "You hungry?" Sarim persisted. Alfie shook his head. "Long journey, though, mate. What's your favourite?" His eyes narrowed slightly. "Cheese and onion crisps? The blue ones? I'll get a big bag, shall I?" Alfie's face was a picture of indecision, but after a few seconds he nodded. Sarim put a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "I'll only be a couple of minutes," he said. He stepped away from Alfie and the little cluster of suitcases. "Don't go wandering off, will ya?" he added. "We'll be in trouble if we leave our bags unattended. They'll tell us off." The thought of being told off made Alfie look even more anxious. He stepped closer to the suitcases and clutched the handles of 2 of them. Sarim winked at him just as the platform guard had done, then strode quickly back towards the concourse. As he left the platform, he looked back over his shoulder. He only just caught a glimpse of Alfie through the crowds, his face still tightly framed by the hood of his cagoule. It was enough to tell him that the young man was guarding the suitcases diligently. Sarim and Jamal met at their pre-arranged spot outside W.H. Smith at 11:59. Only when they were out on the street and walking swiftly through the torrential rain away from Paddington did Jamal speak. "Fucking hate that geezer," he spat. "Looks so weird. Gives me the creeps, innit?" They turned into a little cobbled mews where there were no pedestrians but a couple of flash cars, an Aston Martin and a BMW parked up. "Have you got it?" Sarim asked. He had to speak loudly over the rain. Jamal put one wet hand in his pocket and pulled out a mobile phone. "Speed dial 1, Sarim shouted. "That's what he told us. It'll do them both." Jamal licked his lips nervously. "You trust him?" Sarim nodded. "With my life," he said. "Not that I'm afraid to lose it." "How can he be so sure we won't be caught?" Jamal asked. "There were cameras everywhere in that station. I know we look different to usual, but—" A pause. "You scared to do it, Jamal?" Sarim asked. There was an edge to his voice. "You not what we thought you were?" Jamal looked uncertain. He didn't reply. Sarim grabbed his upper arm. With his free hand he pointed up into the sky. "Look!" he shouted. "Look up there! Tell me what you see!" With a perplexed expression, Jamal looked up. He blinked as the rain fell directly onto his face. "What do you see?" Sarim insisted. I don't know," Jamal said. "Nothing. Rain and clouds." Sarim nodded fiercely. "Clouds," he said. "That's right. Do you like clouds? You like it when it's cloudy?" Jamal shook his head. "You prefer the sun, yes?" "Of course." Sarim made a soft hissing sound. "In your country, in Pakistan, your country, they pray for clouds. They pray for them. Do you know why?" Once more Jamal shook his head. "Because when there are clouds, the drones do not come." A moment of silence. "They think they are our judge, our jury, and our executioner, these British and Americans." Sarim was loud now, but his voice was almost drowned out by the downpour. "They think they can kill our innocent women and children, and that we will be too weak to fight back. Well, are you, Jamal? Are you too weak to fight back?" Jamal drew a deep breath. "I'm not weak," he said. "Innit?" His sopping wet face frowned, and the hand that held the phone trembled. "Then do it!" Sarim shouted. "Now! The idiot won't wait forever, and if the bags are unattended, someone will raise the alarm." Jamal gritted his teeth. His finger hovered above the 1 button on the phone. "Do it!" Jamal pressed his thumb onto the button and held it down. Alfie knew nothing of the explosion. He didn't hear the noise like thunder that echoed in the vaults of Paddington Station, and which was audible in the West End and Shepherd's Bush and at the top of Primrose Hill and anywhere else within a 2-mile radius. He didn't hear the shattering of the train windows, or the metallic drilling of shrapnel peppering its chassis, or the sound of Coach G crunching in on itself from the violent shockwave, turning into a hot, twisted coffin that crushed everybody inside, or the buckling of a second train that was pulling into the opposite platform at the moment of the explosion. He didn't hear the strange, ghostly silence that lasted for only a few seconds, or the screams that followed. Some were screams of pain, some were screams of horror. The horror that only someone who has witnessed such atrocities can know, the horror of men and women forced to look upon those parts of the human body that nobody should ever see, the horror of mothers cradling their dead children. And Alfie, of course, didn't see these atrocities. He didn't see the body parts, grotesquely separated and mutilated, that flew to the concourse and as high as the roof, and up the stairs at the far end of the platform that led to the tube station. He didn't see the blood that coagulated with hot dust and sprayed like thick paint over concrete and iron and mangled human bodies. He didn't see the corpses, some of them a full 100 meters away, that had been killed by shockwaves, if not by debris. He didn't see the faces, their skin burned away to reveal damaged networks of capillaries, or the shower of dead birds that rained down from their roosting places in the ceiling and spattered as they hit solid ground, or the rain that leaked in from the devastated ceiling, creating pools of watery pink-red blood all over the platforms. Alfie saw none of this. At the moment of the explosion, he had been waiting patiently for his friends, who had promised him such a lovely weekend away, and whom he had trusted implicitly, just as he trusted anybody who showed him the slightest kindness. Like good friends should, he had been clutching their suitcases, quite unaware that each one contained 25 kilos of military-grade explosive, and plastic bags filled to bursting with hard, anodized 5-inch nails. And, as he was at the very centre of the explosion, he had, of course, been the first to die. Part 1. Hammerstone. Chapter 1. South London, Monday, 2300 hours. "What the fuck do they think we are?" Spud Glover muttered. 24-hour locksmiths. Danny Black grunted, then looked left and right up Horseferry Mews. The name made this little side street, 100 metres end to end and lined with railway arches, sound a lot posher than it actually was. Some of the arches were cavernous, full of litter, plastered with fat, colourful graffiti and stinking of piss. Others had been turned into lock-ups and mechanics' workshops. Danny and Spud were standing alongside the central arch. The frontage was painted grey with a red roll-top grate for vehicles to get in and out, and a steel door to one side, both locked. The adjacent arches were empty with no frontage. Over the sound of the hammering rain, Danny could hear larger drops echoing as they fell from the top of the arch on the right to the concrete floor. Between the two arches was a corroded metal downpipe reaching all the way to the ground from the railway above. The torrential rain was too much for it. Water sluiced down its sides and belched up from the grate at its mouth. Danny was as soaked as the drainpipe, and pissed off. Ordinarily theirs was a life of aircraft carriers, forward operating bases, and active missions behind enemy lines. But this was donkey work. He and Spud had been entrusted with nothing else since they got back from Syria 6 months previously. Their 2 regiment mates, Ripley and Barker, were at either end of the street. Danny could just make out the glowing end of Ripley's cigarette as his mate leaned against the 10-foot-high wall, topped with razor wire, that faced the railway arches. If you saw Ripley around Hereford, he'd probably be wearing a leather biker's jacket. Motorbikes were his obsession. He owned, 6 or 7 of them? But his biker's jacket would be no good for tonight. It couldn't conceal a rifle. Neither Ripley nor Barker showed any sign of the HK-416 secreted under their barbers and attached to their shoulders by means of a short length of bungee rope. But they only needed to open up their coats and extend their right arms to be as heavily armed as anyone in London, and in the wake of the Paddington bomb, that was saying something. Spud and Danny were less heavily armed. Their jeans and North Face jackets covered the SIGs holstered at their waist. Spud wore night vision goggles propped up on his forehead. No body armour for either of them, though. They'd discussed it back in Hereford and agreed that it wasn't necessary. This was Lewisham, not Lagos. Nobody expected a job like this to go noisy, and there wasn't a single self-respecting member of the regiment who actively chose to strap on plate hangers if they didn't have to. "I said, who do they think we are?" Spud repeated. 24— "They're just a bunch of geeks," Danny interrupted. "Open the frickin' door and we can get out of here." Between Danny and Ripley, about 35 metres from Danny's own position, was an old grey Bedford van with a dent on the near side wing. It was parked up on the other side of the road opposite the arches. All lights off, nobody behind the wheel, but in the back, hidden from view, was a police tech unit. As soon as Spud had broken into the lock-up and given them the all-clear, the tech unit would swarm in and take detailed photos of everything inside. Then they'd go away and make a replica of something, a lamp, an old oil can, whatever they could find, doctored with surveillance equipment. Which meant it was odds-on they'd all be doing this again in a couple of nights' time, when the police could replace the chosen object with their specially altered one. "I don't care if they've got Stephen fucking Hawking hiding back there," Spud said. "I'm missing a piss-up at Curran McShane's place thanks to a bunch of plodds scared of their own shadows." "Shame," Danny said distractedly. Spud turned to look at him. "Shame?" he asked. "Shame? She sent me a selfie the other day, with her tits out. She's gagging for it." Danny looked meaningfully at the implement in Spud's right hand, a snap gun about the size of an old-fashioned kid's potato gun, with a narrow, pointed blade protruding. Fit a tension wrench in the lock, then insert the snap gun and squeeze the handle. One of those should get a lock like this open in about 30 seconds if you knew how to use it, which Spud did. "You're going to get started, mate. Get this done quickly. You'll be back in time to give Karen McShane a night to remember." Spud gave him a dark look, then turned his attention back to the lock. There was a voice in Danny's covert earpiece, one of the armed police guys keeping a 200-metre cordon. "We got a blue Passat heading towards the north end of Horsefree Mews. 2 drivers, 1 male, 1 female. Ripley's voice. "Roger that." And 5 seconds later, the glare of headlamps shining through rain as the vehicle passed the end of the street, then disappeared. Danny looked back at Spud. The lock should have been open by now, but the snap gun was still inside it, and Spud was swearing under his breath. Danny raised an eyebrow. Spud scowled back. "It's fucking wet, okay?" Danny smiled. "You'd have got it open by now if it had air on it," he said. Spud grinned. "True that," he said. No false modesty there. Spud Glover was short, squat, and broad-shouldered, with a face like a young Phil Collins. but he still pulled more regularly than anyone Danny had ever met. He started pumping the snap gun again. 10 seconds later, the lock clicked. Spud removed the snap gun, handed it to Danny, and pulled down his NV goggles. Danny pressed a button on the radio fixed to his belt and spoke into the mic fitted to his collar. "We're in," he said.
"Roger that."
The same voice that had announced the arrival of the Passat.
"Red Mini Cooper heading south."
Danny looked at Spud and nodded. Spud drew his cig, opened the door just enough to step inside, and entered the lock-up. For 30 seconds there was no sound except the hammering of rain onto the cobblestones and the dripping inside the empty arches. Danny kept alert, looking up and down the street, acutely aware of Barker and Ripley's positions and of the old Bedford holding the tech team. Those lads were nervous, fired up too. There had been reports of suspicious activity in this lock-up over the past few days, and in the wake of the Paddington bomb, Danny could tell the techies were getting a hard-on at the thought of uncovering something, anything that might give the security services a lead. And more power to them, Danny couldn't help feeling. Whoever had orchestrated that strike was a sick bastard and deserved everything that was coming to him.
"Okay, lads,"
Spud's voice over the comms.
"I'll give you the good news first. No infrared sensors, no pressure pads. As far as surveillance devices go, the joint looks clean. Now the bad news. There's fuck all for you to photograph. There's a pallet of some kind against the far wall, but you'll never make a replica. I'm going to check it out, but if this is a bomb-making stash, you can butter me ass and call me a biscuit."
A second voice over the radio.
"Black cab, heading north."
Danny frowned. It was typical. You get dragged all the way from Hereford to London, and the whole op's a dud. He wiped some rain off his forehead with his sleeve and started walking towards the tech unit's van. They'd still want to see the inside of the lock-up for themselves, and they'd need Danny accompanying them. But the job was a washout in more ways than one. He had only walked 10 metres when he stopped. Spud's voice had burst over the radio.
"Well, fuck me sideways."
"What is it?" Danny demanded, suddenly tense.
"That crate I mentioned, as high as me knee in packets of powder. I'm guessing it's not Purcell."
Almost immediately Danny heard the second voice again.
"Another black cab, heading south."
He froze, then looked up and down the street. Black cabs? What the hell were 2 black cabs doing headed for a line of deserted lock-ups and empty railway arches where there were no fares to drop off or pick up? The penny dropped. It wasn't just the security services who used black cabs to get around London unobserved. He ran back to the lock-up Spud was investigating and called in through the crack in the door. "Mate, you sure you haven't triggered any surveillance devices?" "Clean as a whistle," Spud's voice called back, echoing slightly from inside the lock-up. "We're going to be out of here quicker than you can—"
"Spud!"
Danny interrupted.
"Tell me you checked the door seals when you entered."
Silence. And then Spud muttered, almost under his breath,
"Shit!"
Danny didn't hesitate. He pulled a pencil-thin maglite from inside his jacket pocket and strode into the lock-up. He directed the fierce white beam at the crack where the door was hinged. He saw it instantly. A silver strip, tinfoil maybe, reflecting the light of the torch, with a fine wire leading from the foil up towards the dark ceiling of the lock-up. "You can forget about Karen McShane," Danny said, his voice unnaturally calm. "Whoever owns that stash is on their way." He loosened his cig from its holster and cocked it, then activated his radio. "Barker, Ripley, we're about to have company. 2 black cabs. Expect them to be armed. Everyone else, stay out of it. Repeat, stay—" Before he had even finished, he heard the screeching of tyres.
"Spud!"
he shouted. But Spud was just a couple of metres away, running towards him from the back of the lock-up, NV goggles raised, cig cocked. They pressed their backs against the wall, nodded at each other, then swung round into the cobbled street. The rain was as bad as ever. It badly hindered Danny's visibility. From his position by the door, he looked north while Spud covered the southerly direction. He could only just make out the shaky outline of a black cab, its headlamps dazzlingly bright through the rain. Distance 50 metres. He searched for Ripley. No sign of him, but that was probably because the mixture of headlamps and rain was blinding him. Danny swung his head to one side, forcing himself to use his peripheral vision, more effective in the dark. Now he could just make out Ripley's silhouette. He had moved in front of the Bedford van, Danny's end of it, which put him 35 metres from Danny's position, out of sight of the black cab. Now he was opening his barber jacket, raising his HK-416. From the corner of his vision, Danny saw a second cab pull up at the south end of Horseferry Mews, 50 metres in the opposite direction. The regiment guys and the police tech unit were blocked off at either end. Danny saw figures emerging from the first cab to the north. 4 guys, drug dealers, he figured, aware that someone had just uncovered their stash. From Spud's description, that stash would be worth millions. These fuckers would be armed, no question. The cab's headlamps shone across the 50 metres of open ground towards him. They were compromising his visibility. He needed to blow them out. In any case, maybe a couple of shots would put the shits up them. If Danny and his mates could get them on the ground and disarm them, the police could take them in. A good night's work all round. He was too exposed here in front of the lock-up. He quickly ran to the cavernous open arch to the left and sent Spud moving to the one on the right. He stepped 3 metres in, where he would be shadowed inside the arch, but would have full view of the cab, which was now between 40 and 45 metres away. He crouched down in the firing position, raised his SIG, aimed carefully, and fired 2 shots in quick succession. The suppressed weapon made 2 dull knocks, camouflaged by the noise of the rain. Result: the newcomers would be unable to work out his exact location. The headlamps shattered and went dark. From the arch on the other side of the lock-up, he heard 2 more shots. Spud had used his SIG to do exactly the same thing, to disable the headlamps of the cab to the south. Danny could see the silhouettes of the 4 guys to the north. They had opened the doors of their cab and were standing behind them, 2 on either side for protection. "Get on the ground!" he shouted aggressively above the rain. "Hands on the back of your heads, now!" He sounded fierce, but his breathing was shallow, his pulse slow. He was calm. One of the newcomers shouted something in a language Danny didn't recognize. Then, suddenly, there was a sharp burst of gunfire. The rough bark of an AK-47 switched to automatic, and maybe a couple of shots from a MAC-10. He heard the distinctive sound of rounds drilling against metal. Shit! Rounds had punctured the side of the Bedford van where the tech unit were hiding out. There were perhaps 8 entry holes in a neat horizontal line just a couple of inches from the roof. Narrow beams of interior light streamed out from each of the holes. It would be clear to anyone with half a brain that the back of the van was occupied. Danny made radio contact. "Tech unit, are you hit?" A horrible silence, then a panicked, breathless voice over Danny's earpiece.
"No,"
it whispered.
"No, we're okay. Oh my God, what are we—"
"Crouch on the floor of the van as low as you can, now! Spud, options?"
"They know the tech unit are there,"
said Spud firmly.
"They're armed and they've fired on us. I say we give it to them."
Danny gave it a fraction of a second's thought. Spud was right. There were 5 guys in that tech unit and their lives were in danger. "I've got eyes on 4 guys to the north," Danny said. "Spud, what have you got?"
3 guys to the south."
"Barker, Ripley, have they seen you?"
"Negative,"
from both men. Suddenly a voice shouted from the direction of the cab to the north, in English this time, but accented. "Put the guns down or we fire on your friends in the van." Silence. Movement by the cab. 3 figures stepped forward. A 4th remained behind the open passenger door. He had a rifle, and it was trained on the Bedford van. Danny raised his SIG. He aimed it, his hand perfectly steady, on the head of the guy behind the passenger door. The other 3 stepped forward. They had that swagger common to every amateur carrying a gun. Like their weapons could protect them from anything, but they couldn't see Ripley crouching in front of the Bedford van. The figures were 5 metres from the cab now, 10 from the Bedford van. They walked abreast, though one of them, broader than the others, was perhaps a couple of paces ahead. He let loose a random burst of automatic fire, but it was just a warning shot. The rounds sparked against the cobbles. "Show yourselves!" the leader shouted. No response from the regiment. The men swaggered forward again. They were alongside the tech unit's vehicle now. Danny still had his SIG aimed at the shooter behind the cab, ready to fire.
"What's happening with your guys, Spud?"
Danny breathed into the radio.
"Still behind their vehicle. We can't get a shot."
The three figures were still moving forward. They were alongside the Bedford van. The beams of light from the bullet holes dotted their faces and bodies. Danny could tell from the bulky frames that they were wearing body armour. A terrified voice in his earpiece, the tech unit.
"What's happening?"
Danny didn't answer. He just kept all his attention on the shooter behind the cab. It would be a difficult shot, 50 metres through the dark and the rain. He had to keep sharp. The three men had passed the Bedford. They were 5 metres beyond Ripley, who had silently turned and had his weapon pointing at the back of their heads. Danny double-checked that his own weapon was properly on target before issuing the instruction. "Take the shots." There was no hesitation. Like Danny and Spud's handguns, Ripley's HK-416 was suppressed, so with the noise of the rain it was barely audible. Danny could only just hear the 3 headshots, like someone rapping sharply on a wooden door. The 3 figures crumpled to the ground one after the other, like a line of dominoes. A millisecond later, Danny fired, a single shot. It hit his target square in the head. He crumpled to the ground behind the open passenger door. "What's happening?" A voice from the tech unit. "Stay down," Danny hissed. 4 targets down to the north, but it wasn't over yet. There were still 3 guys hiding behind the cab to the south, almost certainly armed. Aware from the corner of his eye that Ripley had thrown himself to the ground in order to present less of a target to the remaining 3 shooters, Danny spun round in the opposite direction, semi-protected by the corner of the arch. Now all 4 soldiers were facing south. They had a few seconds before the 3 remaining guys realized their mates were down. When that happened, they'd do one of 2 things, shoot or run. They decided to shoot. It was a sudden, intense burst of fire, which lasted about 5 seconds. Rounds sparked on the cobbles. A couple smashed into the front window of the Bedford van, far too close to the tech unit for Danny's liking, but even closer to Ripley, who was pinned down on the ground. "Open up!" he ordered. The barrage of fire from the unit's weapons was much quieter than the shooters. These were not noisy rounds fired at random to assert anyone's authority. They were precisely aimed shots from 4 suppressed weapons. They shattered the windows of the parked-up cab 50 metres from Danny's position and flew through the chassis. Danny clearly saw one body slump back from the car, but Barker's voice in his earpiece clearly told him that he hadn't seen it all.
"I've got 2 targets down. No sign of the third."
"Hold your fire," Danny instructed. The gunshots fell silent. No movement from the cab to the south. Rain. Then suddenly, like a frightened animal scampering away from a predator, a 3rd figure broke from behind the black cab. He started sprinting away, firing a handgun randomly backwards from above his head towards Danny and the others. Barker's voice.
"I've got him."
Danny couldn't see Barker. He had to be taking cover in one of the arches to the south of the mews, but he heard the single round popping from his rifle, and he could tell from the way the target fell that the round had entered the gunman's right shoulder. The force of its impact gave him a little extra momentum. It looked like he was diving as he fell forward and collapsed on the cobblestones. Silence. Then Spud over the radio.
"Goons."
"Ripley," Danny ordered. "See that the tech unit's okay. Spud, check Ripley's 3 are dead."
"He shot them in the head, Mucker. Normally does the trick."
"Just do it, Spud." Danny was already running south towards Barker's position. Barker was standing easy, his HK-416 lowered. Distance between them, 20 metres, close enough for Danny to see the adrenaline-fueled grin on his face. It didn't last long. "Get down!" Danny barked. The final shooter, the one Barker had downed with a single shot of his rifle, had moved. He was on his back 15 metres from Barker's position, and the shot that he fired from his handgun was unaimed. But it found its mark. Danny saw a flash of blood spark from Barker's right arm, and his SAS mate hit the floor. It was like the flick of a switch. Until that moment, Danny had been calm, collected. His breathing had been easy, his pulse slow. But suddenly something changed. The red mist. Anger burned through him. He ran up to the bastard to see that he was bleeding from the groin and torso, but he still had his gun in one hand, and the fingers were clenched round the pistol. He waved it aimlessly. Danny sensed that his target's vision was going. It was as if something else was controlling Danny, some other force. He bent down and forced the gunman's hand, gun and all, until the barrel was pointed between his lips and into his throat. He squeezed the trigger. Once. Twice. 3 times. The body thudded with each shot. Blood spread immediately from the back of the man's head and foamed between his lips. Spatter covered Danny's hand. And then, like the switch had been flicked once more, Danny was himself again. Leaving the bleeding, brutalized corpse at his feet, he stood up and spun round. Barker was still on the ground, but moving. Danny sprinted over to him to find his mate writhing on the wet cobblestones. "The cunt!" he shouted. "The fucking cunt got me in the arm!" He was clutching his upper right arm with his left hand. He'd be fine, though Danny could see that the rain was washing significant amounts of blood away from the wound and over the cobblestones. "Stay there," he told Barker. "We'll get you to a hospital." "Did you put the dickhead down?" Barker demanded through gritted teeth. Danny looked back at the recumbent body, then at the stubborn bloodstains on his right hand. For an unpleasant moment, it was as though he saw himself from above, forcing his victim's gun into his mouth, taking the shots. He looked like some sort of animal, crouching in the rain. Danny put a reassuring hand on the shoulder of his wounded mate. "Yeah," he said quietly. "Yeah, I put him down." Chapter 2. 23:47 hours. Tessa Gorman, Her Majesty's Principal Secretary of State for the Home Department, stood at the open door of number 10 and looked out onto Downing Street to see that it was still raining. Not that it made much difference to her. As Home Secretary, she had the benefit of a chauffeur, who even now was trotting up the steps with a black umbrella. He ushered her to the ministerial car. She was still quite dry when she slipped into the back. Her driver had turned the seat heaters on, so the soft leather was rather comforting. If only the same could be said for the meeting she had just left. They'd all been there, the PM, Michael Mears, her opposite number at the Foreign Office, Tim Atkins, the PM's head of communications, whose bald head and hairy eyebrows made him look more like a clown than the power behind the throne. 3 men, each of them greasily shifting responsibility for the decision they'd all just made onto the one woman in the room. She had a reputation for taking a hard line in matters of national security, and those 3 bastards had just hoisted her with her own petard. Mears especially. He'd been feeling the heat ever since the Syrian situation had escalated. The Russians seemed to have won over him in every negotiation. He was clearly glad for the spotlight to fall on someone else for once. "Home Secretary of State?" her driver asked as he settled behind the wheel. She shook her head. "Thames House, please, Robert. I'm afraid it's going to be a late one." The drenched officers at the entrance to Downing Street, her husband would insist on calling them the plebs, like it was the funniest joke in the world, nodded respectfully to the Home Secretary as they let her out. Their numbers had been bolstered by 4 soldiers, who carried their weapons overtly and stood with grim, expressionless faces in the rain. Bloody good job you could rely on your armed forces at a time like this, she thought to herself. She was on the verge of rolling down her window to offer them a few words of encouragement, but she shivered at the thought of the rain sluicing in and decided not to. As the car crawled through Whitehall, Gorman flicked through the front pages of the following day's first editions that were piled next to her. The usual fodder. More photos of the devastation at Paddington on the broadsheets, while the tabloids had run with pictures of the nation's current favourite hate figure, the radical cleric Abu Raid, one finger raised as he preached outside the Holy Shrine Mosque in northwest London. She shared the PM's frustration that every time they tried to deport this awful man, the courts got in their way. And all the while his dreadful wife, the papers liked to call her the White Witch, was living on benefits in a large 3-bedroomed house in Ealing. 10 minutes later, they were pulling up outside the archway that formed the entrance to Thames House. Robert parked the car and opened her door. The Home Secretary stepped out to find an efficient-looking young woman in a well-cut trouser suit waiting for her. "This way, Home Secretary," she said. The young woman ushered her into the building and towards an open lift. Once inside, she pressed a button for the 3rd floor, and they silently ascended. As the doors hissed open, the greeter stepped into the corridor. "May I fetch you a coffee, Home Secretary?" Gorman shook her head briskly. "No, thank you. I need to see Victoria Atkinson right away." The young woman inclined her head and led her down the corridors of the 3rd floor without another word. She stopped outside a door and knocked. "Do come in," said a male voice. "I'll take it from here," said the Home Secretary. She opened the door and stepped inside. The room was very ordinary. As a student of history, she had always imagined that important decisions were taken in important rooms, with chandeliers and frescoes. Now she lived in the real world, she knew the opposite was true. Life and death decisions got made in bland corporate rooms like this one in MI5 headquarters. A man was sitting behind a desk. He was extremely handsome, the spitting image of Hugh Grant, Gorman couldn't help thinking, and he had a friendly, open smile. "Where's Victoria Atkinson?" she asked. "Unavoidably called away," the man said. "A family crisis, something to do with her youngest?" He smiled. "I'm afraid kids are no respecters of national security. I'm Buckingham, Hugo Buckingham, on secondment from MI6. "You're one of the Hammerstone team." Buckingham nodded gently. "I am, Home Secretary." Gorman nodded, then took a seat opposite him. "Buckingham," she said, as though trying to place the name. "Sounds familiar. Weren't you our man in Syria for a while?" "In a manner of speaking, Home Secretary, yes. A lively place." "So I hear." She looked around. "The room is secure?" "It is." "Right then. I've just come straight from number 10. The PM's been informed you have a lead on the perpetrators of the Paddington bombing. We made the decision not to convene a meeting of Cobra. Too many loose tongues, if you understand my meaning." "I understand entirely, Home Secretary." Gorman found herself warming to this young man. He seemed sincere, a safe pair of hands. "The PM feels that the public no longer have the stomach for more terrorists abusing the legal process. We're a laughingstock as it is. The Hammerstone team gave the PM a second option." "The pre-emptive option, Home Secretary?" "Call it what you will. Obviously there is no way he can officially condone such action, and we don't need to know the identity of the individuals involved, but I'm here to tell you that if the pre-emptive option were taken, Her Majesty's government would not investigate the matter too closely. Do I make myself clear?" "Perfectly clear," said Buckingham. "I shall inform my 3 Hammerstone colleagues of the gist of this conversation immediately." "Obviously," Gorman started to say. This conversation never happened. The politician and the spook locked gazes. A silent acknowledgment passed between them. Tessa Gorman stood up and outstretched her hand. Buckingham did the same. "Family crisis, you say?" The Home Secretary was unimpressed. "So I understand. Something to do with chicken pox?" "Hard to do this job well if you're running off to mop little Johnny's fevered brow every 5 minutes, I'd have thought." "Not for me to comment, Home Secretary." The door suddenly opened. Gorman and Buckingham looked across the office to see a short, slightly plump woman bustle in. She wore a flowery blouse and sensible trousers that didn't flatter her figure. Her mousy hair was wet and bedraggled. She carried a sopping raincoat over the crook of her arm. Her cheeks were red, and she was out of breath. "Sorry, late," she gasped, then tapped her chest several times in quick succession. "Something going on in Lewisham. Police everywhere." She blinked at the other two. "Have you started?" "Actually, Victoria," said the Home Secretary, "we've just finished. I'm sure Mr. Buckingham will fill you in." Victoria flushed, and she drew herself up to her full height, which wasn't very high at all. "He certainly will fill me in," she said, her voice suddenly more prickly and authoritative. "My son, Plenty of brownie points, Gorman interrupted her, if you bring this business to a successful conclusion. She directed her words towards Buckingham rather than Victoria. I can promise you that. Plenty of brownie points. She scraped back her chair and walked towards the door. Then she stopped and looked back at Buckingham. I'm obliged to leave the details up to you, she said. I trust you have somebody in mind capable of carrying out an operation like this? Yes, Buckingham replied coolly. As a matter of fact, a couple of names do spring to mind. If Victoria approves, of course. Hereford Regiment? Yes, Home Secretary, Hereford Regiment. But as you say, probably best to leave the details down to us. 0:02 hours. There was flashing blue neon at either end of the street. 2 members of the police armed response unit had arrived to get Barker on his feet and away to the nearest hospital. He hadn't let them help him and insisted on walking unaided to the unmarked squad car parked just outside the lockup. The 5 guys in the tech unit were a gibbering mess after their ordeal in the Bedford van, but they were alive and unharmed. Danny's earpiece was a torrent of voices. The Met's command room had been patched in, and so had Hereford. The instructions were clear. The regiment boys were to make themselves scarce. SCO-19 would mop all this up and no doubt claim the credit for 7 dead dealers, a sizable seizure of cocaine, and none of their guys down. And that was fine by Danny and the boys. For them, anonymity was the name of the game. They stood together by the cab at the south end of the street. "You gonna be all right?" Ripley asked, pointing at Barker's receding silhouette. "Flesh wound," Danny told him. "Might have to use his left hand to spank the monkey for a while, that's all." Spud looked meaningfully over at the corpse of the man Danny had wasted. "You gave that fella's mouth a good rinse out with his 9 milli, he said. "What was all that about?" For an uncomfortable moment, Danny remembered the rage that had taken him over. "Bad breath," he muttered. "Got a thing about it." Spud raised an eyebrow at the insufficient response, then nodded towards the arm of Danny's North Face jacket. "You've still got a piece of the bastard's brains on your sleeve," he said, as if he were pointing out a ketchup stain to a kid. Danny shrugged. "Come on," he said. "The head shed want us out of here. Let's go." They put their heads down and walked silently away from the flashing lights and the scene of devastation they'd created. Their own vehicle was an unmarked white transit van parked up 2 blocks away. 3 minutes later they were climbing into the back, their coats dripping rainwater over the metal floor. They each had a holdall with change of clothes, so they stripped out of their wet gear and pulled on dry jeans and T-shirts, leaving the wet, bloody garments sprawled over the vehicle's floor. Ripley took the wheel. Spud sat next to him in the middle seat, with Danny by the passenger window. They eased slowly away. After a couple of minutes they came to the police cordon, but the armed officer recognized their vehicle and waved them through. A minute later they were driving down Lewisham High Street. Danny wiped the condensation away from the inside of his window and stared out. The pavements were empty, but it wasn't just because of the driving rain. There was unease on the streets. He'd been in London after 7/7, and there'd been a similar feeling then. If anything, it was worse in the wake of the Paddington bomb. The death count had been higher. Last thing Danny heard, the number of fatalities had exceeded 100, and people were scared. Everyone knew someone who'd been affected. Barker had a good mate in A Squadron, young bloke called Hancock, whose brother had been on the train and hadn't made it. Hancock had been offered compassionate leave, but had turned it down, wanted to be around to do his bit as and when the time came. As they passed Lewisham Station, Danny saw a group of 4 armed police guarding the entrance. The sight was supposed to put the public at their ease. Danny wondered if it didn't have the opposite effect. Spud switched the radio on. Bat Out of Hell by Meatloaf blasted out of the speakers. Spud turned it up even louder. "I fucking love this one!" he shouted over the music, and he started singing along tunelessly. If there was tension on the streets, the inside of the transit was a little cocoon of released adrenaline. It didn't matter how many times you found yourself in a firefight, the heady mixture of relief and exhilaration when it was over never got old. Meatloaf's final chords died away. There was a chirpy Radio 2 jingle that grated on Danny's ears, then a news bulletin. The number of fatalities from the bombing at Paddington Station last Friday has reached 107. Buckingham Palace have today confirmed that Orlando Whitby, fiancé of Princess Katrina, is among the dead. Spud switched the radio off again. "Fucking sick of hearing about it," he said. Ripley indicated right. "Still," he said, "that's one for the Princess Di nut jobs to get their teeth into." "Hey," Spud said, "enough of the nut job." Danny smiled. It sometimes seemed to him that there wasn't a single member of the British public who didn't think the SAS had killed Diana using some fiendishly elaborate plot cooked up by the establishment and sanctioned by the royal family. And there were even some guys in the regiment itself who thought that way, Spud included. Where there was a conspiracy theory to believe in, Spud was always first on the bandwagon. Not Danny, though. Those Diana rumours were entertaining, but in his opinion the world didn't work that way. If somebody had wanted Diana dead, they'd have made the hit in a far more practical or covert way. Car chases under the Seine? Packs of paparazzi, blinding flashes of light? No, there were too many variables, too many things that could go wrong. Diana's death was an accident, nothing more. And the same went for Orlando Whitby, whoever the hell he was. Just one of the unlucky sods who found themselves in the wrong place at the wrong time. "Put your foot down, mucker," Spud said to Ripley. "Too late for the headshed to call a debrief tonight. Floor it down the M4 and might get to Karen McShane's gaff before she opens up a muff for some other little turd." "Thought you was seeing that bird from Wareham." "Nah, she dumped me. Said I was always exaggerating." "What? You?" Ripley said with a grin. "I know. I was so surprised I nearly tripped over my dick." Spud started whistling Bat Out of Hell again, then stopped suddenly and turned to Danny. "Want to come, mucker? Reckon you could use a few jars, chillax. You went a bit OTT with that dumbass back there." Danny stared out of the window again. "Don't want to cramp your star, mate." He glanced sideways at Spud, who was giving him a piercing look. "Clara's staying," he said. "Day off. I'd better get your rocks off with your posh bird. Yeah, nuff said, fella." Danny had two phones, one for work, one personal, and at the moment he was only carrying the work one. It rang. He looked at the screen. Number withheld. This was an encrypted phone, and nobody had the number, so far as Danny knew, except the ops room back at base. "This could be interesting," he said. He accepted the call and put the handset to his ear. Danny didn't have the chance to say hello. The regiment's ops officer, Ray Hammond, was already barking down the phone at him.
"Nice one, fellas. I send you down to the smoke to pick a lock. I end up with 7 dead Cypriots, the worst case of suicide I've ever seen, and half the fucking journalists in London trying to get past the police cordon."
"It went noisy," Danny said calmly.
"You're fucking telling me it went noisy!"
Hammond screamed so loudly that Danny had to move the handset a few inches from his ear.
"The CO wants you and Spud in his office the second you get back."
Spud, who had clearly heard the conversation as he was sitting so close to Danny's phone, started mouthing swear words silently next to Danny, who tried to block it out and keep his concentration. "What does the boss want?"
"Oh, I don't know,"
the ops officer said.
"Perhaps he wants to know how one of your targets managed to accidentally shoot himself 3 times in the mouth. Get a fucking move on. You're expected here in 3 hours."
The phone line went dead. Danny stared at the handset, then turned to Spud. "Sorry, mate," he said. "Looks like I'm your date for the night. CO's called us in." Spud gave him a sick look. "You know what?" he asked. "I've got millions of nerves in my body. How come that fucker Hammond manages to get on every single one of 'em?" Chapter 3. The unit arrived back at RAF Credenhill at 0330 hours. The car park was unusually full, the lights were on in all the squadron hangars, and even the HQ building was lit up. Busy times. Danny was dog-tired. Even Spud had been nodding off on the motorway. As they pulled up in front of the main regimental HQ building, Danny elbowed him in the ribs. He pointed through the windscreen. The wipers were still flapping furiously, so they could make out the sight of Ray Hammond waiting for them just inside the main entrance. "Let's get this over with," Danny said. Spud and Ripley grunted in agreement. They debussed and ran across the courtyard up the steps to the HQ building. Hammond had dark rings round his eyes and an even darker frown on his forehead. "Not you, Ripley," he said. "You can get the hardware back to the armory. You and you." He pointed at Danny and Spud in turn. "Follow me." They marched through the building. Company clerks were scurrying around in uniform or sitting at computers, taking phone calls, but they hardly saw any of the lads. There was barely a UK-based member of the regiment that wasn't out on the streets, fully tooled up and ready to assist the police in the event of a hard arrest being necessary. Half of B Squadron had been deployed to major shopping centres round the country. Only a few weeks previously, a bunch of al-Shabaab militants had taken out a number of civilian targets in a Kenyan shopping mall. Word was that the security services were bricking themselves that there might be a repeat performance. They walked in silence towards the area at its centre, known as the Kremlin. The warning signs were on Hammond's face, and even Spud didn't venture any sarky comments. The Kremlin was where Johnny Cartwright, CO of 22 SAS, had his office, opposite the briefing rooms and just down the corridor from the main ops room. Hammond raised his fist to knock on the door, but at that moment the door opened and a clerk walked out carrying an empty coffee cup. Hammond stepped inside. "They're here, sir," he said. "Send them in, Ray. You can go home now." The ops officer looked a bit put out that he wasn't invited into the meet, but he stood to one side and let Spud and Danny pass without a word. Seconds later they were alone with the CO. Danny liked Cartwright. As Ruperts went, he was one of the better ones. True, Danny suspected that his past few months of humdrum UK-based ops was 100% down to his CO keeping him out of the firing line since everything that had happened on his last major overseas op, but he had his reasons. Cartwright seemed to have a genuine concern for his men's welfare. Not that he was touchy-feely, far from it, but he was always prepared to stand up for the guys. When Danny and Spud had returned from Syria with their mate Greg Murray, he'd insisted on being present at every debrief the authorities could throw at him. Whenever questions came up that Danny didn't feel like answering, and there were plenty of those, the CO pulled rank and stonewalled the fuckers. And when it was clear that Greg's injuries at the hands of the Syrian Mukhabarat spelt an end to his time in active service, Cartwright had made sure he kept a desk job in Hereford on full pay. Danny would always be grateful for that. Not that it ever said to Cartwright, nor would Cartwright want to hear it, especially now. The CO had a face like thunder. "So, what are we supposed to tell them?" he demanded, without any pleasantries. Danny kept a poker face. "It was very weird, boss," he said. "The guy obviously didn't want to be captured alive. Took his own life before we could nail him." 3 times in the back of the throat? "Like I say, boss, it was weird." Cartwright stared at each of them in turn, then shook his head as if he was dealing with a couple of particularly exhausting children. "Leave it to me," he said under his breath. "I'll sort it out." He stood up from behind his desk. "You're not here for a bollocking anyway. Take a seat." They did as they were told. "You're both being assigned to E Squadron," Cartwright said. "Effective immediately." Danny blinked, then glanced at Spud. The existence of E Squadron was an open secret. You'd never find an SIS or regiment representative acknowledging its existence, but it existed all right, a special hand-picked cadre of operatives individually selected to carry out the more sensitive operations that the intelligence services deemed necessary. Back in the day, they'd called it the Increment, or the RWW. Now this covert unit took its pick from the cream of 22 SAS, the SBS, and the Special Reconnaissance Regiment. Danny knew they'd been active in Libya and North Africa, but even he had no firm knowledge of what they'd been up to. E Squadron was for the most experienced, the most comprehensively vetted, the best. "For what it's worth," Cartwright said, "I think it's a fucking terrible idea, but you two were specifically requested by London about 2.5 hours ago. Looks like your old mate Hugo Buckingham's taken a shine to you." Danny couldn't stop the contempt showing on his face. He'd neither seen nor heard from Buckingham ever since they'd got back from Syria, and he was glad to keep it that way. He was loathsome, cowardly. Danny couldn't trust him one bit, which made this sudden summons all the more suspicious. E-Squadron operations generally took the guys to the hottest spots in the world, often to protect MI6 personnel. Danny wasn't sure he could stomach another op babysitting that piece of shit. Cartwright was talking again. I don't have a lot of details, but Buckingham's part of a joint MI5, MI6 CIA task force, following up the Paddington bomb. They need a covert team on the ground to help them. You're it. You head to London tomorrow, meet with your police liaison. We've got a safe house being prepared for you as we speak. You stay in the capital for as long as they need you there. I don't expect you'll be back in Hereford for some time. Boss, Danny started to say, this Buckingham guy. If he'd had his way, Spud would be rotting at the bottom of a mass grave in Syria. Get over it, Black. I know your feelings about him, but the decision's made. You can take it as read by me that there's a ton of downward pressure from Whitehall at the moment. The security services will be feeling the heat, and I guess you two must have impressed that little shit out in the Middle East. Take it as a compliment if it makes you feel better, or not, as the mood takes you. A chopper will give you a quick lift to London at 0800. You'll have a vehicle waiting for you, and you're expected at Paddington Green Police Station at 1200. You'll receive a further briefing then. Any questions? Yeah, Danny thought, like a million. But none that his CO was likely to answer, and even Spud seemed lost for a clever remark. In that case, Cartwright said, go home and get some sleep. My feeling is you're going to need it. He opened one of his desk drawers and produced a sealed brown envelope, which he handed to Danny. A London address was written on the front, and the envelope was heavy with what felt like keys. Danny was experienced enough to realize there was no use arguing with the headshed. He was a soldier, and he'd just been given his orders. The briefing was over. Like the CO had said, get over it. Home, for Danny, was little more than a place to store his personal possessions. The life he'd chosen didn't lend itself to comforts, and if Clara hadn't been waiting for him, he would probably have kept down at base, where he had a bunk and a change of clothes on hand. But Clara was waiting for him, despite the lateness of the hour. As he parked his motorbike on the curb outside his small ground-floor flat in the western part of Hereford, just south of Whitecross Road, he could see the front-room light burning. She'd obviously ignored his instruction not to wait up. He let himself in and stripped himself of his wet-weather gear in the narrow hallway. He could hear the TV, and as he stepped into the front room, he saw Clara curled up on the sofa, fast asleep, in front of some late-night discussion programme. An audience member with a neck thicker than a bulldog was getting very hot under his sizable collar.
If this Abu Raid can't live by our rules, he shouldn't be allowed in our country.
The audience clapped, and the man folded his arms with obvious satisfaction. On a screen behind them was the familiar face of a bearded Islamic cleric, or hate cleric as everyone liked to call him, whom the government had supposedly been trying to deport for more than a year now. Danny wasn't the only one who couldn't quite work out what the problem was with getting rid of the bastard, or quite why his wife was allowed a large, comfortable house in the suburbs that, so far as he could tell, they didn't pay for. Raid's face had been all over the place since the bombing, though whether he was involved or not, nobody really seemed to know. Danny stepped across the room and switched the TV off. Clara was roused by the sudden silence. She sat up quickly, her blonde hair mussed and her tired face confused, as though she didn't know where she was. But then she saw Danny, and her features softened. "You're back," she said. "I told you not to wait up." She gave a winsome little shrug. "Bed's too big without you," she said. Danny sat next to her, a wave of tiredness crashing over him again. "Hard day at the office?" "Just the usual," Danny said evasively. "You can tell me you know." Clara had a habit of saying things like that, of trying to find out what Danny had been up to. The nitty-gritty of his job. Deep down, he understood why. Clara had been through the mill out in Syria, where he'd found her deep in the rebel heartland. Most couples got together over a few pints down the local. Danny and Clara's relationship had kicked off among the ordnance and flying rounds of a devastating civil war. She'd seen him at his work, and she'd gone through things at the hands of the Syrians that nobody should have to experience. It had changed her forever. The bed might be too big without Danny, but barely anything ever happened when they were in it. Again, Danny knew why. Intimacy was difficult for her after the abuse the Muhabbarat had inflicted on her. But Syria had changed Danny too. More than changed him, turned his life on its head. Maybe that was the reason he had these moments when he felt he hardly knew himself. Maybe that was the reason some piece of shit drug dealer had wound up with 3 9mm rounds at the back of his throat that evening. And would Clara understand that? Of course she wouldn't. Danny didn't even understand it himself. "Just the usual," he repeated, in a tone that indicated that the conversation was over. They sat in silence for a moment. "Can I get you anything?" Clara said finally. "I'm being moved to London," Danny said. "Starting tomorrow. I don't know how long for. Could be a while." "But that's great!" A pause. "Isn't it?" Danny shrugged. "It is what it is." He'd already decided he wasn't going to mention Buckingham. If anything, Clara hated him more than Danny did, and he sure as hell wasn't going to speculate with her about the nature of the op. Clara was a sweet girl. She wouldn't even begin to understand or accept the kind of things he might be called upon to do. "Maybe you could stay with me?" "No, Clara," he said in an unintentionally withering voice. "I won't be staying with you. It doesn't work like that." Her eyes widened, and Danny instantly regretted being so short with her. "We can see more of each other, though," he added. She smiled, relief obvious in her face. "What will you be doing?" she asked. "In London, I mean." "Just general security," Danny said. "After the bombings and everything, all hands on deck." He knew it was an explanation Clara would understand. As a medic working out of St. Mary's Hospital, she and her colleagues had been inundated with casualties. She'd been at work at the time of the explosion, and had by all accounts been one of the few doctors that had managed to keep their heads as the injured started arriving in their droves. Which kind of figured. Clara was used to explosions after all. But Danny didn't feel like reminding her that the regiment were only ever called in when a violent outcome could be expected. She started snuggling up to him. "You're all tense," she said. "Long day," Danny replied. The image of the dealer he'd shot in the throat jumped back into his head. The thudding of his skull against the cobblestones, the liquid mixture of blood and rain spreading from his body. There was a sharp knock at the door. "What the—" he muttered. "It's 4 a.m, Clara said. More knocking, louder this time, as though someone was using the flat of their fist. Danny stood up. "Don't move," he said quietly, and to himself he said, "When someone comes knocking at this hour, it's never good news." He instantly thought of his dad, who was stuck in a wheelchair in a ground-floor flat not far from here, and then he thought once more of his recent briefing back at base, of Five and Buckingham, who would think nothing of sending someone round in the middle of the night if they needed to. He stepped down the corridor, noiselessly approaching the solid wooden front door. When he reached it, he peered through the spy hole. "Fuck's sake," he muttered when he saw who was on his doorstep. Danny's brother Kyle looked worse every time he saw him, which was admittedly as infrequently as Danny could make it. He was a waster, a jailbird and an alcoholic. Danny seemed to have spent half his life digging him out of bad situations of his brother's own making. Even through the spy hole, Danny could see Kyle was in a bad way tonight. Dishevelled, several days' growth on his face, dark rings under his eyes. Sunken cheeks, the left one badly swollen, several shades of purple and red, and bisected by a thin line of steri-strip, a professional job. Danny could tell his brother was fresh from A&E. He opened the door. "What do you want?" "Mate," Kyle said with a forced smile. A sour waft of stale booze punched Danny in the face. Kyle was wearing jeans and a T-shirt. The T-shirt was soaking wet and clung to his thin, bony body. "It's late, Kyle. I was just going to bed." Kyle's grin fell away. "You can't help me, mate," he breathed. He looked over his shoulder, a dramatic gesture, but there was something in his eyes that Kyle wasn't faking, a look of genuine fear. "Can I come in?" For a moment Danny didn't move. Then after a few seconds he reluctantly stepped aside. "If you have to," he said. Kyle entered the flat and walked unsteadily up the hallway and into the front room. He stood in the doorway for a moment, then looked back at Danny. Didn't know you had a fuck buddy, he said. Call her that again, Kyle, and you'll need someone to fix the other side of your face. Danny pushed past him and answered Clara's questioning look with a single word. Brother. He'd warned Clara about Kyle. Pleased to meet you, Clara said in a small voice from her place on the sofa. Kyle didn't reply. He and Danny stood opposite each other, a couple of meters apart. Tried calling, Kyle said, but you didn't pick up as usual. Danny's personal mobile phone was lying powered off on the floor by the sofa. Some of us have jobs to go to, Danny said. What was it today? Running up hills with rocks on your back? Laser quest with your knucklehead friends? Something like that, better than staying home with a bottle of scotch. You rat-ass, Kyle. What the hell do you want? Got a bit of a situation, his brother said. He had suddenly affected a casual air, but still had to have 3 goes at saying the word situation. You know, business-wise. Danny almost laughed. The only business Kyle ever had was with the guy behind the counter at the discount booze store. Got a bit of a hitch in the supply chain, Kyle continued. Nothing serious, just need a bit of muscle to sort it out. Thought I'd give you first refusal on the job, seeing as that's your game. You know, muscle. Seriously, Carl, what the fuck are you talking about? Who did that to your face? Well, are you interested or not? Kyle had suddenly turned aggressive, but Danny could hear the hint of panic in his voice. He caught his brother's glance again, and only then did he notice it. It was bright in the room, but Kyle's pupils were large, dilated. Danny felt his contempt for his brother double. Not only drunk, but high. What is it? He asked quietly. Ketamine, MDMA. You've got a nice little cocktail going by the look and smell of you. I thought you were clean of that shit. Kyle was in the corner of the room now, diagonal to the door, a trapped animal. His dilated eyes darted around. In an instant, his demeanour had changed yet again. Defensive. I'm not here for a lecture, he breathed. Especially not from you. Then what are you here for? He paused. Money? The word money caught Kyle's attention, but only for a moment. He screwed up his face as though he were suppressing some violent emotion. It's not my fault, okay? He muttered, almost as though he was talking to himself. It's not my fucking fault. Danny, Clara said quietly, he needs help. He's been using. Of course he's been using. Danny fronted up to his brother. Spit it out, he whispered. Kyle's face was a picture of conflict. They should know this kind of thing happens all the time. Who should know? The Poles. Which Poles, Kyle? What do you mean, which Poles? The ones who run Hereford. Danny nodded. He understood what Kyle was talking about. Every town had its drug problems, and Hereford was worse than most. He'd heard the rumours that a Polish crew was flooding the street with everything from cannabis to heroin. The needle exchange programs had never been so busy. Hardly surprising that Kyle had fallen in, or should that be fallen out, with them. So, what exactly has happened? They lost some product. They lost some product, or you lost it for them? Kyle's face twisted again. Some bastard junkie stole it from me, he exploded. I told the Poles, I told them it wasn't my fault, but they still want their money. But I'm not paying them. You can go and put the shits up them and get them off my back. It's what you're good at, isn't it? Silence in the room. Danny stared at his brother. He was family sure, but Danny felt nothing but contempt for him. If he was in a mess, it was of his own making. Danny had stopped taking responsibility for Kyle a long time ago. Get out, he said. A pause. I'm not going anywhere, Kyle breathed. His hands were shaking slightly. He looked pathetic. I said, get out. What are you going to do about it, little brother? Kyle's voice had gone a little higher. Play your hard man macho bullshit? Beat up your own brother? Shoot me with one of your big fucking guns? What would Daddy say? Or Uncle Taff? He's been off the scene for a while. Maybe he doesn't love you anymore. Kyle laughed at his own joke, but the laughter descended into a wheezing cough. Danny turned to Clara. "Make sure he doesn't steal anything," he said. "Shouldn't you call the police?" she whispered. But calling the police would mean a barrage of questions. Their dad might even be dragged into it, and Danny didn't want that. "Just watch him," he said. Danny left the room and walked along the hallway to the one double bedroom at the back of the flat. It was bare, almost Spartan. Plain white walls and a built-in cupboard along one side. "Like a cell in a psychiatric ward," Clara had joked first time she saw it. Danny opened the cupboard and shifted some shoeboxes off the floor before peeling up a rectangle of old carpet and removing the loose floorboard that it covered. A chilly draught wafted up from underneath the floor, and a smell of damp. Danny buried his hand into the cavity, and his fingers made contact with a dusty old shoebox. He grabbed it and pulled it up to floor level. His fingers smeared the dust as he opened the box. There were banknotes inside, a mixture of sterling and American dollars. Out in Afghanistan, there had been money swilling around. Some of it the guys had been given float money for when they were out on ops. A lot had been confiscated from militants out in the field. The guys had handed a proportion of it back to the Ruperts, but they'd kept a far greater chunk and smuggled it back to the UK, where they distributed it among the rest of the squadron. A nice little backhander that everyone at Credenhill knew about and which nobody would admit to. The lads in the regiment risked their lives for a pittance. Nobody begrudged them a little private income on the side. There was about $2.5 grand in here. In a corner of Danny's mind, he'd been setting it aside against the day when he and Clara moved in together. Not that he'd ever mentioned it to her. Until that time it was just fine where it was, untouched, except for now. He removed a crumpled £50 note, replaced the box in its hiding place, and strode back to the front room. Kyle was still in the far corner. He'd grown paler, and there was a thin mist of sweat on his forehead. Danny held up the note like a guy trying to catch the attention of a barmaid. Kyle took what looked like an involuntary step forward. His bruised face actively twitched. "Danny," Clara breathed. "He needs help." "He needs to get out of here," Danny replied. He turned, walked to the front door, and opened it. Seconds later, Kyle was there. He stepped over the threshold, then eagerly took the note Danny brandished under his nose. "If I hear you've been touching Dad up for money," he said, his voice dangerously quiet, "I will call the police, and when they're finished, I'll get to work on you. Understood?" Kyle pocketed the money, then wiped a drop of mucus from his nose with the back of his hand. "Twat," he said. Danny didn't react. He just watched Kyle disappear into the rain before slamming the door closed. He stalked back to the front room where Clara hadn't moved. "Don't say it," he scowled at his girlfriend. There was an uncomfortable silence while Danny peered through the curtains to check that Kyle wasn't still lurking somewhere outside. "Will they really hurt him?" Clara asked in a small voice. "The Poles, I mean." Danny let the curtains fall shut. "Probably," he muttered. "And you're okay with that?" she said. "He's your brother after all." "Yeah," Danny said. "I'm okay with that." And that might have been the end of the conversation had Clara not given him a look that made Danny feel as if he was the most heartless bastard she'd ever met. "I've done everything I can for him, Clara. I've dug him out of more holes than I can count. If I can't stop him screwing his life up, maybe these Poles will knock some sense into him." And that really was the end of the conversation. "I'm hitting the sack," Danny said. "I've got an early start tomorrow and a lot to do." He turned his back on Clara and marched back to the bedroom. He kicked off his clothes and noticed a smear of blood just above his left wrist from shooting the guy in the mouth. He didn't even bother to wipe it off before collapsing into bed. He closed his eyes, then heard Clara stepping into the room. "Why are you really moving to London?" she asked quietly. "I told you," Danny replied. "General security." "Is it dangerous, this general security?" Danny sighed. "The extremists have had their fun, Clara. Atrocities like this come in ones. Look at 9/11, 7/7. They've stuck their heads above the parapets. Now they'll be scurrying back down the holes they came from. Trust me." He rolled over and closed his eyes again. Seconds later, he was asleep. Chapter 4. Tuesday, 0600 hours. Sarim had never felt so nervous. Even before he and Jamal had detonated the Paddington bomb, he hadn't been suffering palpitations like this. He hadn't had this sensation of cold dread flowing through his lungs. Abu Raid could do that to you. He coughed politely, anxiously.
"Excuse me, Usta. He is ready."
Abu Raid had his back turned. He was broad-shouldered and seemed too big for this room, even though the room itself was spacious. The furnishings were ultra-modern, gleaming white sofas, an enormous plasma screen against the far wall, colourful abstract art on the walls. In the corner there was a bar area, with a line of spirits on a glass shelf along the wall, untouched, of course, by the current occupant of this extravagantly luxurious apartment. On a glass table was a collection of framed pictures. They showed a Middle Eastern family in traditional dress, a man with a very crooked nose, a woman, and 3 children. Sarim wondered who they were. The owners of the apartment, perhaps, but didn't dare ask. 2 sides of the room were taken up by floor-to-ceiling windows, but these were covered up by internal electric blinds. Sarim understood why. From this penthouse apartment, more than 200 metres high and in the heart of the Docklands, you could see for miles across the London skyline. But a gleaming glass tower like this required constant cleaning, and should the window cleaner in his ascending cradle happen to see inside, there was no chance he wouldn't recognise Abu Raid, whose face had peered out of every newspaper in the past few days. Abu Raid was not using any of the expensive lamps dotted around the room to light up the early morning darkness. Instead, a single candle burned on a low cabinet. It made the cleric's shadow flicker against the wall as he walked over to a small sink behind the bar area. He washed his hands very carefully and dried them on a white towel hung on a chrome bar to his left. Only then did he turn round. He was, Sarim had always thought, a good-looking man. The pictures of him in the papers never did him justice. True, he wore the line of a permanent frown, but he looked much better than he ever did in print or on TV. The newspapers always tried to make him look as crazy as possible. In fact, he looked anything but calm, collected. Beneath the black beard that reached down to his chest, Abu Raid's cheekbones were pronounced and his nose in perfect proportion. And when he smiled, he had a way of making you think that nobody else in the world mattered to him at that moment. Abu Raid smiled now. "I don't know what I'd do without you, Sarim. You are like a son to me."
"I owe everything to you, Usta."
Abu Raid stepped over to the centre of the room where his prayer mat was unfurled on the floor. He had obviously just finished praying and had washed his hands because to desecrate a prayer mat was a sin. He rolled it up carefully, then placed it on the cabinet next to the candle. Sarim had no idea who paid for this apartment. He was sure it had to be just about the most expensive place to live in London, and a far cry from his own shoddy ground-floor flat in Hammersmith, or even Abu Raid's large home in North Ealing, where he had lived up until the day before the Paddington bomb, and where his wife still did. And he had no idea why the cleric was so convinced that this Docklands penthouse was safe, although he had noticed that the concierge was of Middle Eastern origin, so perhaps he was one of them. But Sarim trusted Abu Raid without question. He was more than simply his imam. He was, as Sarim had called him, his usta, his teacher, and so he just accepted what he was told. He accepted that Abu Raid must live in these luxurious surroundings while he must live in near poverty on the other side of London, and he accepted that nobody would find them here. They were perfectly secure. The cleric turned towards Sarim again. He wore a plain white dish-dash, spotlessly clean. "He has prayed?" he asked.
"Yes, Abu Raid."
"And washed his hands and feet?" Sarim nodded. "And how does he seem, in himself?"
"Scared, Abu Raid, if I'm honest."
"Ah," the cleric said sadly, "that's to be expected. But it is us, Sarim, us who live in the lands of the infidel and wage our war against them, who have more reason to be fearful. Shall we join him?" Sarim nodded. He opened the door and held it open for the cleric, blinking as his eyes grew accustomed to the bright light in the corridor outside. As he passed, Abu Raid stopped, tenderly put one hand behind Sarim's head and gently stroked his hair. Then Sarim followed him along the corridor and into the dining room of this extravagant flat. They had chosen this room because it was the largest and because the floors were tiled. The floor-to-ceiling windows took up only one side of this room. These, too, were covered with their blackout blinds, but they also had black sheets draped over them. Against one end, Sarim had personally hung a white drape, about 5 meters by 5, with the Arabic symbol for God painted on it in black. In front of the drape was a large piece of plastic sheeting, folded double, as wide as the room and 3 meters deep. On the sheeting was a stool. Facing this little stage, at a distance of 6 meters and next to the dining table, which they had moved away from the center of the room, was a video camera fitted to a tripod. It was angled upwards so that it could get the drape and the stool fully in frame. And behind the camera, lighting up the scene, was a bright spotlight, illuminating everything. Jamal stood behind the camera, fiddling with the controls, ensuring everything was working. He looked as anxious as Sarim felt, and he couldn't take his eyes from Abu Raid now he had entered the room. "Fetch him," Abu Raid told Jamal. Jamal nodded. He left the room. Sarim stood awkwardly by the stool, not knowing what, if anything, he should say to Abu Raid. The cleric broke the silence first. "You have done well, Sarim," he said. Sarim felt himself almost shiver with pride. That was the thing about Abu Raid. Everybody was scared of him when he wasn't around, but a simple word of encouragement like that would make you feel 10 feet tall. "Jamal is nervous," the cleric continued. "More nervous than you, I sense it." "Because of the bombing, Usta," Sarim explained. "He doesn't want to be caught and thrown into a British jail." "He does not believe me when I tell him he is safe?" "I think he believes you, Abu Raid. It's just—" "Faith is difficult sometimes," the cleric observed, "but without it we are nothing. And you and Jamal must know that I would not risk your safety for anything." The door opened. Jamal re-entered, and behind him a young man whom Sarim knew to be only 16 years old. He was gangly, with a hooked nose, a protruding Adam's apple, and thin arms. His cheeks were covered in soft, downy facial hair that he had clearly never shaved. He wore a black dishdash and an expression of hopeless terror. His eyes looked sore from crying and lack of sleep. "Karim," Abu Raid said quietly, "are you ready?" Karim didn't answer. His eyes darted around the room. Jamal stepped behind him, closed the door, and then locked it with a key that he dropped back into his pocket. "Are you ready?" Abu Raid insisted. I have a question," Karim said. His voice shook. "Then please ask it." There was a dangerous edge to his voice. Sarim wondered if the kid had picked up on it. Karim licked his dry lips. You said that this was the greatest of all honours." "And so it is," Abu Raid nodded.
"Then why—"
The kid stumbled over his words. He looked like he wanted to speak, but his tongue was frozen. Abu Raid didn't take his eyes off him. They were suddenly cold and cruel. "Why, what, my son?" His voice was level. Karim was shaking uncontrollably, clearly torn between his need to ask the question and his fear of Abu Raid.
"Why—"
He closed his eyes, bowed his head, and took a deep breath.
"Forgive me, Abu Raid, but why don't you want to do it yourself?"
There was a sudden silence in the room. Sarim was shocked that Karim had even dared to ask this question, but Abu Raid's face showed no expression. For a moment the cleric didn't even move, but then he stepped towards the teenager, extended both arms, and placed his hands on the kid's shoulders. Sarim saw his fingers massaging Karim's muscles. "Believe me, my young friend," he whispered in a scarcely audible voice, "I would do it in an instant, but God has told me that it is not my time." Abu Raid lowered his arms and nodded at Sarim, who approached the young boy and took him gently by the arm. "Come and sit," he said. The kid was shaking now, gulping short gasps of breath.
I don't think it's my time either, he said. His voice wavered. I've changed my mind. I don't want to do it.
Karim, Abu Raid said sharply, do not forget yourself. When you came to me, you had nothing. No family, no God. I have been like your father. Sarim and Jamal have been your brothers. Together we have shown you the path. Will you cast all that back in our faces now? The teenager appeared unable to speak. Jamal had to force him towards the plastic sheeting. His eyes were drawn to the Arabic symbol draped behind the stool. Sit, Sarim repeated, a bit firmer this time. The kid's knees buckled as he walked up to the stool and sat down. His eyes were closed now, and he was muttering to himself. Tears stained his cheeks. Sarim sensed his tension. He knew that the kid would try to bolt if fear hadn't drained all the energy from his limbs. "Let us prepare ourselves," Abu Raid said. From the table he removed a plastic bag and a long wooden box. He handed the plastic bag to Sarim, who removed from it 2 black balaclavas, one for him, one for Jamal. They donned their masks. The scratchy wool irritated Sarim's skin, and he bizarrely remembered that he had not yet moisturized as he did every day. He rubbed his palms against his face to relieve the itching, then took his place to Karim's right. Jamal stood on his left. Abu Raid was behind the camera, holding the wooden box. He opened it with a certain ceremony to reveal a long, bone-handled knife. The blade was 7 inches long, and Sarim knew it to be viciously sharp. Abu Raid stepped towards Karim and offered him the box. With trembling fingers, Karim removed the knife, grasping the ornate bone handle lightly. He stared at the blade as Abu Raid retreated behind the camera again. "You know what to say?" Abu Raid asked. His voice was calm and kind again. Karim nodded. He couldn't take his eyes off the blade. Abu Raid looked meaningfully at Sarim, a look that said, "Be careful, my son." "I shall start the camera now," said the cleric. "You understand, Karim, that you must be the only one to speak." He bent down, pressed a button, and then nodded. Karim licked his lips again. His voice cracked slightly as he started talking, but now the camera was rolling. Sarim had the impression he did not want to appear cowardly, but his words were quiet and stilted, a child reciting his lines by rote. "My name is Karim Dalamal. I was born in Hatfield. My parents are Rania and Yusuf Dalamal. They will not understand what I'm about to do. They do not understand the world." He wavered slightly on the stool. For a moment Sarim thought he was going to fall, but he kept his balance, raised his head again, and continued to speak. 4 days ago, my friends struck a glorious blow in the Holy Jihad. He looked left and right to the masked figures of Sarim and Jamal. It is the first of many. We will not stop until the sins of the infidel are washed clean by their own blood. He paused again and breathed deeply. The bombs will continue until all your sons and daughters have died. You think you can stop us, but I tell you that you cannot, because unlike you, we are willing to die. We welcome death. We embrace it. Another pause, and then in scarcely a whisper, I embrace it. Karim's eyes were wide now, and more than a little wild. He raised the knife to his throat. It wavered in his trembling hand. Abu Raid said nothing, but gave a slow, encouraging nod from behind the camera. The blade touched Karim's Adam's apple. As soon as it made contact, a trickle of blood seeped down his throat and collected at the hem of the dish-dash. But then he moved his trembling hand away again. Sarim saw a dab of blood on the knife. He looked over at Abu Raid, whose face was, for a moment, expressionless, but then the cleric's eyes narrowed. He looked directly at Sarim and nodded sharply. Sarim understood what he meant. If the teenager couldn't do it by himself, he would need some help. Sarim grabbed the hand with which Karim held the knife. The teenager panicked. He tried to throw himself off the stool, but Jamal had already gripped his left arm and held him fast. Sarim forced the blade towards the kid's throat. Karim leaned back and tried to push Sarim's arm away, But Sarim was the stronger of the two, and the blade eased inexorably towards the already bleeding throat. The scream, when it finally came, was ear-piercing. Karim roared for his mother.
Mum! Mum! Help me! I don't mean it! I don't want to do it! I don't want to do it!
At the same time, a foul smell wafted towards Sarim's nose, and he heard urine dripping onto the plastic sheeting. Sarim felt himself sneer under his balaclava, and found that all of a sudden his fear had turned to anger. He wanted to dispatch this cowardly so-called jihadi, as much for pissing near him as for anything else. He strained harder to get the knife to Karim's throat, but as he did so, the kid fell backwards off the stool. Sarim fell heavily to the floor with him, as did Jamal. The stool toppled. To Sarim's revulsion, he felt moisture on his skin as the kid's urine ran along the sheet and soaked his trouser leg. The camera was still filming, but he couldn't help that. With his free hand he grabbed Karim's hair and yanked the head back. His other hand was still wrapped around Karim's. He gripped it tighter, and with one final effort forced the blade back down onto the fleshy part at the side of the kid's throat. The blade was sharp enough that he didn't have to swipe. It slid easily into the skin and didn't stop until it was a good inch into the flesh. Karim's eyes widened with shock, and he opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came. Only blood. Sarim realized he must have cut an artery. The blood didn't merely seep out of Karim's throat, it pumped out, with the sturdy regularity of a heartbeat. There was so much of it, Sarim hadn't expected such a quantity. It washed over his hand and gushed onto the plastic sheeting, which became slippery with a mixture of fluids. Karim's body writhed, his limbs flailed. Sarim kept the pressure on, pushing even harder so that the knife remained embedded in the throat. Karim's body slid over the sheeting. His hands flapped against the puddles of blood, which spattered over Sarim's balaclava. Sarim was reminded of a fish flapping on the side of a riverbank. It seemed to take a long time for Karim to die, though in reality it was probably less than a minute. A grotesque gurgling came from his throat, like the noise a child makes when he's sucking up the last drops of lemonade through a straw. The flailing limbs fell still. Sarim realized he was out of breath from his exertions. He let go of the knife, leaving the blade embedded in his victim's throat, then stood up. Jamal was standing on the other side of the sheeting, staring at Sarim. Only his eyes were visible through the balaclava, but they were full of fear. Abu Raid was still behind the camera. His arms were folded, and he was quite expressionless, as though he were watching something boring on TV. "Please," he said, "move him in front of the stool." Sarim nodded at Jamal, who walked over towards him. Silently they bent over, and each of them took one of the dead boy's legs. They dragged him across the sheeting, leaving a line of blood in his wake, until he was centre stage. Jamal picked up the stool and placed it back in its upright position. Instinctively the two masked men stood on either side of the corpse, their arms folded like Abu Raid's. They remained like that for about 30 seconds. Then the cleric leaned over the camera and switched it off. "Allahu Akbar," he announced.
Allahu Akbar,
Sarim and Jamal replied in response. "I did not expect him to be so weak when the moment came," Abu Raid said. Sarim swallowed hard. Now it was over. He found that he was shaking. He was aware that blood was still seeping from the dead body, but he couldn't bring himself to look at it. He felt nauseous. Not that he would ever admit this to Jamal or the cleric. He told himself that it was the smell of Karim's piss that was making him feel sick, but he knew deep down that this wasn't true. Sacrificing someone with a bomb was easy. You didn't have to be there. You didn't have to witness the grisly reality of what you were doing. Sacrificing someone with a knife was different. But then he looked back at Abu Raid, whose peaceful expression calmed him. Abu Raid, who had first set him on this path. Abu Raid, who promised him glory that members of Al-Qaeda or Al-Shabaab could only dream of. Abu Raid, who had first explained to him, as they sat together in the mosque after evening prayers, the pleasures awaiting him in paradise if he waged the holy jihad in this world. Those thoughts consoled him, sustained him. "Jamal," said Abu Raid, "will you please prepare the footage?" Jamal nodded. He stepped over to the camera and removed it from the tripod. Jamal was good with computers. Soon he would have cut their little home movie together. Abu Raid had made it clear that he wanted it distributed that very day. "And Sarim, it will be your job to dispose of the body of this excellent martyr, who at this moment is looking down on us with gratitude. There is acid in the bathroom. Please make sure you clean up after you."
"Yes, Abu Raid."
And as Jamal and the cleric left the room, he started about his next task, rolling up the surprisingly heavy body of young Karim in the plastic sheeting, then folding up the ends of the resulting tube-like gift wrap. Breathless, he stood up. He was still wearing the balaclava, and his skin was sweating and itchy underneath it. He walked over to the cabinet from which Abu Raid had taken the knife. There was an old mirror above it, misty with age. Sarim stood in front of the mirror and slowly peeled off the balaclava. He stared at himself. "I look different," he thought to himself. "I have grown up in the last 10 minutes. I have become closer to God." God. He looked over at the sheet draped at the end of the room with its Arabic symbol. Then he looked at his right hand. Karim's blood was still wet on his fingertips. He moved his right forefinger up to his forehead, where he smeared the same symbol clumsily on his skin. He stared at himself. Bloodied. Blooded. And in a little corner of his mind, he imagined seeing his face on computer screens and newspapers around the world. The face of terror, they would call it. Western soldiers would hunt the world for him. But away from the lands of the infidel, he would be a hero, admired and loved by all. But every hero has to start somewhere. Sarim tore his attention away from the mirror, stepped back to the rolled-up sheeting, and continued his transition from killer to undertaker. It was clever of Abu Raid to think of putting down the plastic, he thought. It made it much easier to clear up the mess. Chapter 5. Tuesday, 0800 hours. The rotor blades of the regiment's Augusta Westland were already turning on the regiment helipad as Danny and Spud ran towards it through the early morning drizzle, wearing civvies but with their heavy burgans slung over their shoulder. The headseted pilot gave them a thumbs up as they secured themselves in the aircraft. Seconds later, they were airborne. Time to target 45 minutes plus. There was something disorientating about heading back into London just hours after they'd left it. Danny stared down at the green patchwork of fields below them. His usual view from a helicopter was the gold and browns of desert terrain, which seemed somehow better suited to the business of war. Neither he nor Spud spoke. The events of the previous night kept spinning through Danny's mind, but there was something else too. Danny was on edge about the prospect of seeing Hugo Buckingham again. It wasn't just that he hated the bastard. Somewhere deep down, Danny realized, he associated the MI6 man with his last major op in Syria and all the terrible things that had happened there. Images of that time flashed into his head, burning buildings, dead-eyed mercenaries, an old friend bleeding to death. What was it Clara kept saying to him? "Danny, you have to stop remembering the things you want to forget." Danny and Spud almost never talked about that operation, but Syria had also been a very dark time for Spud. Maybe he was thinking back to those devastating few days too, or maybe he was just too tired for his usual flow of wisecracks. Whatever the truth, the journey passed silently. It took 40 minutes for the outskirts of London to come into view. The chopper followed the line of the Thames, winding into the city past the sights that looked familiar even from the air: Battersea Power Station, Parliament Square, the MI6 building. Between the Millennium and Southwark bridges, the chopper veered to the left, heading northeast over St. Paul's and the Barbican. Moments later, the wide, green, open space of the artillery garden behind the Honourable Artillery Company came into view. Even from a height, Danny could tell how neatly manicured it was, laid out with the perfect lines of a cricket pitch, even though nobody would be playing cricket in this constant autumnal rain. The pitch had been turned into a landing zone surrounded by the high buildings of the city. It had clearly been given over to the security services. Danny's eyes picked out 5 police cars and a number of other unmarked vehicles, as well as police officers and military guys in camouflage gear. A small, open-air operations base in the beating heart of London. The chopper had barely touched down before Danny and Spud disembarked with their gear and ran from the downdraft towards a soldier with a red beret standing by a black Land Rover Discovery. "Hereford?" he asked as they approached. Danny and Spud nodded. "Heads down," he said. "We got some cunt from the press sniffing around. MOD gave him access, fuck knows why." Instantly, Danny and Spud turned their backs on the northern end of the LZ where everyone else was milling around. The soldier handed each of them a set of keys, and they climbed behind the camouflage of the Discovery's tinted windows. Spud took the wheel and followed the gesture of the soldier who pointed them across the LZ towards the exit, which was manned by 2 more soldiers. Moments later, they were heading down City Road towards the river. Danny punched a postcode into the vehicle's sat-nav that would take them to their safe house, then quickly checked through the glove box of the Discovery. Here, he found the vehicle's radio hardwired in and a magnetic siren that could be thrown onto the top of the vehicle if Danny and Spud needed to cut through the traffic. These were the only modifications that distinguished the vehicle from an ordinary civilian Land Rover. With those exceptions, it was anonymous from the inside and out. At 09:55, they arrived at what was to be their digs for however long this operation lasted. The house itself was on the south side of Battersea Park, a 2-storey red-brick Victorian end-of-terrace that to the untrained eye looked no different from any others along this street. As they stepped out of the car, however, a black rucksack slung over their shoulders, Danny immediately saw the security cameras pointing down towards the front door. He wondered who was monitoring them. 5? The firm? GCHQ? Hereford? Could be any of them. Or all of them. He made a point of looking up into the camera and winking. He opened up the envelope Cartwright had given him the night before. Among the contents were 2 house keys, 1 for each of them, and a 6-digit alarm code. Danny gave Spud his key and unlocked the door. A high-pitched beeping sound came from the alarm just inside. Danny punched in the code and it stopped. They quietly closed the door behind them. Danny and Spud checked over the flat wordlessly. Spud examined the windows on the ground floor, all locked from inside, while Danny moved through to the kitchen and checked the back door. It led out onto a decked area about 6 meters by 5, on the far side of which was a locked gate. The kitchen itself was unmodernized, with plain white units and an old oven. There was a brew kit on the side, but no milk, and the fridge wasn't even on. Danny opened up a tall broom cupboard. Inside was a steel strongbox bolted to the floor. He fished inside the envelope for a 3rd key, which opened up the safe. Inside, he found 2 Glock 9mm pistols, standard issue for the security services, even though the MOD had spent millions on the regiment's preferred SIG P266 in recent years. But the composite hammerless Glock was light, easy to conceal, and reliable enough. There was a silencer for each handgun, 2 covert holsters, and several boxes of ammunition, which he unloaded onto the kitchen table before returning to the strongbox. There was more stuff in here, 2 radios, which looked like chunky mobile phones, a couple of spare batteries, and a well-thumbed spiral-bound notebook containing lists of numbers, call signs, frequencies, and codes. Tucked at the back was a snap-gun, almost exactly the same as the one Spud had used the night before, along with a collection of bits and a small handbook of lock makes and sizes. Also, a small method-of-entry kit, comprising a 2-ounce strip of military-grade explosive, about the same size as a packet of chewing gum, a 2-inch-long pencil-thin detonator, a battery pack, and a roll of coated wire. A couple of vacuum-packed Socko kits, no bigger than a paperback book, and, weirdly, some foil-wrapped ration packs, as if they were going to need those in the middle of London. Danny chucked all the gear back in the safe, locked it up again, and returned to the kitchen table. He loaded each weapon, then wandered back up the hallway to find Spud. Danny's mate was standing at the bottom of the stairs. He accepted the weapon from Danny, and together they moved up to check out the top floor. There were 3 bedrooms here. In 2 of them the beds and furniture were covered in dust sheets. The 3rd bedroom contained 2 single beds.
"Hope you don't snore,"
Spud muttered. He plonked himself down on one of the beds. The springs squeaked.
"When I pull,"
he said ungraciously,
"you get the couch."
But they both knew there wouldn't be much time for pulling. Danny checked the time. 11:03 hours. They were expected at Paddington Green Police Station at midday. He stowed his Glock under his jacket and walked out of the room. "Let's get moving," he said over his shoulder. The traffic around Paddington was a disaster. Half the streets had been cordoned off, and the police presence was higher than Danny had ever seen it in the UK. Even though it was 4 days since the bomb, an unpleasant burning smell lingered in the air. The railway station itself was closed, of course, as it would be for months, but having dumped the car and continued towards the police station on foot, they were given a sharp reminder of the sheer magnitude of the device when they saw shop windows more than 200 metres from the station boarded up. The shock waves had shattered them. "Bet it was like a fucking butcher's shop in there," Spud muttered as they caught a glimpse of the station through a side street 100 metres to the south. He sounded as sombre as Danny felt. Sure, he'd witnessed destruction like this in other parts of the world, but there was something about seeing it on your home turf. As they passed a junction, a BMW X5 waiting at a red light caught Danny's eye. Something about it looked different, and Danny instantly realised that it was the slightly darker-than-usual tint of the windows, bullet-resistant. He found himself checking out the occupants, 4 guys, all in their 20s or 30s, 2 of them in black T-shirts, 1 in a leather jacket, 1 in dark Gore-Tex. Armed police conducting covert surveillance, no question. To confirm his suspicions, Danny zoned in on the grate at the front of the car. He could just make out the police lights hiding out of view. Spud gave Danny a look that suggested he'd clocked the unit too, but the X5 went totally unnoticed by the other members of the public who hurried past them. Amazing what you don't see, Danny thought, when you don't look. There were uglier buildings in London than Paddington Green Police Station, but not many. It was a bleak concrete block on the north side of the Westway flyover, with a raised upper level surrounded by security bars that looked more like a World War II observation tower than a modern police building. Danny was no stranger to this place. In one sense, it was just an ordinary police station serving this area of northwest London. But the 16 secure underground cells meant it was the first port of call for any high-profile criminal or terrorist suspect. Only a few weeks ago, Danny had been called on to escort a police unit moving a Chechen bomb maker from here to the Old Bailey. They didn't enter the building, not yet. Instead, they loitered by a postbox on the other side of the road, while Danny pulled his encrypted mobile phone and dialed a number that he'd already pre-programmed. A voice answered immediately.
"Paddington Police Station."
"Do us a favour, mate," Danny said. "Tell D.I. Fletcher that his special package is ready for collection." He hung up immediately. They didn't have to wait more than a couple of minutes. A fresh-faced duty sergeant, who looked like he was barely out of school, appeared at the main entrance of the police station. He stood for a moment, looked round, and finally clocked them. Once he'd nodded in their direction, Danny and Spud crossed the road and wordlessly followed him into the station. The officer led them down into the basement, through 2 sets of locked doors and into a small office at the end of an antiseptic corridor. A middle-aged man with a greying moustache sat behind a desk. He had a friendly, open face, but a tired one. It occurred to Danny that there was no more thankless task than being a copper in London right now. The officer wore civvies, a slightly crumpled suit and tie, top button of his shirt undone, and had a pile of papers in front of him, a good 30 centimetres high, which he was signing with a ballpoint pen. Along the side wall was a bank of 16 screens, each of them showing the inside of a cell. All but 2 were occupied. Without exception, the prisoners were stretched out on their single beds, staring at their TVs. "I've been in Holiday Inn rooms worse than that," Spud said as the office door closed behind them. The police officer looked up, as if he'd only just noticed the new arrivals. He stood up, walked over to them, and tapped on one of the screens. "See this one?" The officer had a soft West Country accent. "Picked up at the port of Dover trying to cross over to France. Seems he's the one behind that beheading video that went viral on Facebook." "Trouble with blokes like that," Spud cut in, "is they've always got an axe to grind." "They'll have him extradited by the end of the week, shouldn't wonder," the officer continued. "Don't suppose he'll find it quite so comfy in one of them American prisons. We got it all wrong, if you ask me. Have a bit of fisticuffs with your mates after a couple of pints, we'll have you cooling down in a bear cell quick as lightning. Try to blow up a plane, we have to give you a telly to watch while you're in custody in case your lawyers accuse us of being inhumane. Lack of stimulation breaches their human rights, at least that's what they say. Just give me the word, Danny said with a twinkle in his eye. I'll go keep him company. Now that, said the officer, I would like to see. He chuckled and held out his hand. Frank Fletcher, he said. I'll be your police liaison. Anything you need. Always a pleasure to work with gentlemen from the regiment. They shook hands. Then Fletcher returned to his desk. He shifted some papers around as if looking for something, then grimaced. Paperwork, he said. Bane of my life, especially now. They cut our numbers after the bankers ripped us all off. Now they're complaining we don't have enough of us to police the streets. We've cancelled all leave and put every single man and woman we have on the pavement. Not just the Met, of course. Every other city's on high alert. Birmingham, Bristol, Cardiff, Manchester, Glasgow. Bad week to be a copper. Don't make a blind bit of difference, of course. I mean, if someone's going to blow up a train station, they're going to blow up a train station, right? Right, said Danny and Spud in unison. They were well used to police officers having a moan about the job. Best thing was to let them get it off their chest early, otherwise they'd be whinging all day long. And in the meantime, Fletcher continued, rummaging through his in-tray, all the everyday stuff goes uninvestigated. There's a young lady up off Praed Street had an intruder on Saturday night. We don't even have the manpower to send round a fingerprint team. He picked up the report on his desk that he'd been signing as Danny and Spud had entered. And this poor fella, Professor Gengarov, lectures at one of them universities up Bloomsbury way, cycling to work last Friday, just as he has done every day for the last 20 years. Some idiot knocks him off his bike and kills him stone dead. We haven't even collected the witness statements yet. Danny looked at his watch, and Fletcher took the hint. Sorry, gentlemen. Listen to me banging on. No wonder this stuff is piling up. He did a little more rummaging. Ah, here we are. He held up 2 laminated documents, each the size of a credit card. Danny and Spud stepped forward to accept them. Danny looked at his card. It had a year-old passport photo of him in civvies, a 9-digit identity number, and a barcode. The card was made out in the false name of Mike Banfield. SIS identification cards, Fletcher said. Should get you past most of my lads if the situation requires it. He located a couple of brown A4 envelopes and handed them over. Danny looked inside his, a wad of £20 notes. 1,000 each, Fletcher said, as a float. They're sorting out company credit cards in the right names, but it always takes a few days. He looked a bit embarrassed. They'll want receipts, gentlemen. Bloody ridiculous if you ask me, but you know the drill. He picked up a set of keys from his desk. Shall I drive? Probably best. We'll get out of the area quicker in a police car. Danny and Spud exchanged a glance as they tucked their brown envelopes into their jackets. Drive? Where? Danny asked. I thought the RV was supposed to be here. Fletcher looked surprised. No, he said. Too high risk for the great and the good in our little police station just at the moment. My instructions are to drive you out of town. Where to? Spud asked. It looked almost as if Fletcher was trying to avoid eye contact. He moved from behind his desk. Hammerstone, he said. Shall we go? Fletcher's police vehicle sliced through the chaos around Paddington just as he had said it would, the windscreen wipers flapping furiously against the rain. Within minutes they were heading down the Westway. Ever been to Hammerstone? Fletcher asked as he pulled on to the M25. Never heard of it, pal, Spud said from the front passenger seat. Lovely place. Georgian, I think. Kings and queens stayed in it back in the day. I suppose that's why these government types like it. Makes them feel at home. Fletcher's moustache twitched with laughter at his own joke. Then he glanced in the rear-view mirror to see if Danny was joining in. He smiled briefly, then stared at his nails. There was, he noticed, a stubborn smear of blood underneath his left thumbnail, despite the hot shower he'd had in Hereford that morning. He picked it away, then looked out of the window to watch the traffic passing. He counted 3 military vehicles in 10 minutes. Just before Junction 11, there were 2 mobile police camera units. Ostensibly, they were checking the traffic with speed guns, but it looked more like surveillance to Danny. Fletcher didn't comment. At 13:30, they exited the M25. 15 minutes later, they were in the heart of the Kent countryside, driving down winding lanes with thick hedgerows on either side. The car slowed down, and Fletcher indicated right. They turned off the road and found themselves in front of a set of large iron gates. A brass plaque read Hammerstone, and on the opposite side stood an armed soldier in camouflage gear. Danny watched as he checked the registration number of the vehicle against something he'd written in a pocket-sized notebook. He gave a satisfied nod, then opened the gates and flagged the vehicle through. They drove up a long, winding, tree-lined driveway. Up ahead, they saw their house. It was a large, austere, stately home. It comprised one main house, 3 stories high, flanked by 2 smaller wings on either side. All 3 buildings had an array of decorative chimney pots, and they were surrounded by substantial but somewhat overgrown formal gardens. A grey mist hung around them that wasn't just to do with the rain, and which made the scene look like an old sepia photograph. Even from a distance, Danny could tell that parts of it were falling into disrepair. There was a scaffold over part of the roof, and 3 of the top-floor windows were boarded up. This had been an impressive building in its day, but now it was just a shadow of what it had once been. The police car pulled up on the weed-strewn gravel outside the main entrance. There were 4 other cars parked here. 2 of them, both black Mercedes, one with diplomatic plates, had chauffeurs sitting behind the wheel. The third was a grey Audi TT, the 4th a BMW 5 Series. As they climbed out of the police car, Spud eyed up each of the vehicles in turn, the same way Danny had seen him eye up girls in the pubs of Hereford. "If I had those lot," he said, "I'd flog 'em and retire." Danny grunted his agreement, but his attention was on the net curtain of a ground-floor window. He saw it twitch, then fall still. "This way, gentlemen," Fletcher said. They followed him up the stone stairs that led to the front door and entered the house. They found themselves in a large, chilly entrance hall, where their footsteps echoed. There were paintings hanging crookedly on the oak-panelled walls on either side, and a frayed, discoloured rug covered the scuffed floorboards that were riddled with the markings of woodworm. It smelled of neglect. Danny felt uncomfortable in here. He was used to barrack rooms and army bases. This stuffy, decaying, fading splendour was for other people, not him. A door on the right-hand side opened, its hinges creaking. A figure appeared in the doorway. Danny recognized those absurdly handsome, maddeningly smug features immediately. Hugo Buckingham strode forward, hand outstretched. All his focus was on Danny, and for the moment he didn't seem to notice Spud or Fletcher. He smiled broadly, a flash of white teeth, and held out his hand. "Danny, old sport," he said. "Bloody good of you to come along. Long time no see, eh?" Danny didn't allow any expression to cross his face. He looked down at Buckingham's outstretched hand. The spook didn't seem remotely perturbed as he allowed the hand to fall. "You're looking bloody good, I must say." He turned to Danny's colleague. "Spud!" He sounded like he was greeting his best drinking buddy. "Recovered from your séjour with the old Mukhabarat?" Spud kept up the poker-face routine, but rolled up his sleeve. There was an angry, jagged red scar from just above his wrist to his elbow. "Still hurts a bit in wet weather, pal," he said in a contemptuous voice. "You know how it is with these old war wounds. Or maybe you don't." Buckingham smiled blandly. "Not really, old sport. Managed to keep everything pretty much in order. Please forgive the Downton Abbey routine. Best to be safe from prying eyes in matters like this." There was something about the way he pretended to be an old hand that particularly grated with Danny. Buckingham looked over at their police liaison officer. "Thank you, Fletcher," he said, as if he was talking to the butler. "You can wait in the car." Fletcher's moustache twitched with irritation, but he nodded obediently and headed back out of the house. "Bit of a reception party next door," Buckingham said. "All bloody eager to meet you. Just give us a couple of minutes, would you?" Danny shrugged, but Buckingham had already turned his back. He walked into the room and closed the door behind him. Instantly Danny walked up to the door and put his ear to the crack. He heard voices, muffled, but just clear enough to understand. An American man was speaking. "Considering we're offering you the full backup of U.S. intelligence," he was saying, "I would hardly say my presence here is controversial." "Not controversial at all, Harrison," said a woman's voice with a slightly northern accent. She sounded rather prissy, as though she was offended by something but was pretending not to be. "Simply not strictly necessary. But that doesn't mean we aren't delighted to have you on board. I dare say the NSA will be sending you transcripts of our every conversation in any case." "As it happens, the NSA were unaware of Hammerstone until you first invited me here. I guess none of you ever had a game of Angry Birds in here?" Nobody laughed at the badly judged joke. "Well, it's good to know we have some secrets." "Yes, Hugo. Are they here?" "Waiting outside," Buckingham said. "Well, for goodness sake, show them in, will you? We haven't got all day. We'd all have desks to get back to, you know." Danny stepped back from the door. Buckingham appeared. "This way, lads." He smiled at them. Danny and Spud followed him into the room. It was large, oak-panelled like the hallway, and similarly depressing. There was an old grand piano in one corner, and a collection of sofas and chaises longues dotted around the room. A large inglenook fireplace, but no fire. Just to its left, 6 empty dining-room chairs set in a circle. 2 chandeliers hung from the ceiling, but the scant light they gave out was barely enough to burn away the gloom that pervaded the whole room. "Danny Black, Spud Glover, bloody good soldiers, just the men for the job," Buckingham announced as he walked into the room. 3 figures stood around the fireplace. Danny's practised eye immediately started to record their details as Buckingham made the introductions. They were a mismatched trio, 1 woman, 2 men. The woman was short, no taller than 5'6", and in her 40s. There were hints in her tired face that she was once a beauty, but those days were long gone. "Victoria Atkinson," Buckingham announced, "MI5. We all," he indicated everyone in the room, then made a show of pointing to Danny and Spud in turn, "report to Victoria." "Thank you very much for joining us, gentlemen," she said in her strangely nasal northern accent. Then she removed a tissue from up her sleeve and blew her nose. Danny could almost feel Spud's repressed, sarcastic comment. This was no Stella Remington for sure. She was carrying a bit of weight and wore a strangely unfashionable floral blouse. Her hair was dyed black, but the roots were grey. She smiled at them, but couldn't hide the flustered frown on her forehead. The suited man standing next to her had a square, craggy face with a nose that looked like it had been broken several times. His right eye bore a slight squint. He was a little older than the woman, and prematurely balding, though he had combed a lot of hair over from one side of his head to disguise it. He had a distinctly military bearing. Danny thought he recognised him. From the papers, maybe, or perhaps he'd seen him around Hereford. "Piers Chamberlain," Buckingham said, and something clicked. Of course he knew the name. Chamberlain had been an SAS Rupert back in the day. He had a bit of a reputation around Hereford for his work in Northern Ireland. Now he was in thick with 5. He was close to certain members of the royal family too, and his features were often to be seen lurking at the back of a royal photo. Danny was pretty sure he had some letters after his name just to show how important he really was. Chamberlain winked at the 2 SAS lads, a strange gesture for an officer to give a soldier, and if he thought a bit of forced friendliness would bridge the gap across the ranks, he was wrong. "Aye, aye," Spud muttered. Bang on cue, Chamberlain's squint grew a bit worse, and for a moment there was an uncomfortable silence in the room. The second man was younger, late 30s, Danny reckoned, a full head of thick blonde hair, an open collar, and stylish brown blazer. Preppy, as Clara would say. Danny would put money on him being the Yank. "Harrison Maddox," Buckingham said. "CIA liaison. There were several American casualties last Friday, as you know. Harrison has been most helpful in providing us with relevant intelligence from Langley's sources." "It's a pleasure, gentlemen," Maddox said in his soft American accent, very urbane. "I know a number of boys in Delta Force who speak highly of your regiment. Met a couple of them who joined up with a few of yours to undermine a Spetsnaz operation in the Middle East. Nothing but praise." Danny and Spud nodded a brief greeting but said nothing. "Right," Victoria said briskly. "Well, I'm sure we're all very pleased to meet each other. We're also all very busy, so shall we get down to work? Please take a seat, everyone. Hugo, now we're all here, I think we should see the footage." Buckingham nodded. As everyone took a seat at the dining chairs to the left of the fireplace, he withdrew a laptop from a leather case and placed it on an occasional table so everyone could see it. He fired it up, then double-clicked on a desktop icon. A QuickTime video filled the screen, but it didn't play immediately. "Not for the faint-hearted, I'm afraid," Buckingham said with a grimace. The screen showed 3 figures. One of them was sitting on a stool. He looked to be of Middle Eastern extraction and young. He held a long, ornate knife in one hand. On either side of him were 2 other figures wearing black balaclavas. Behind them, a drape with a black Arabic symbol. "Why do I have a feeling I know how this movie ends?" Spud asked, and before anyone could reply, "What does the writing say?" It looked like a W followed by an L, with various other squiggles above them. "It's the Arabic for Allah," Buckingham said. "A very sacred symbol to the Muslim community." "Looks like a bird's arse," Spud breathed. "Of course, the Muslims have 99 names for God," Victoria said, covering up her obvious embarrassment at Spud's comment. "As-Salam, the source of peace. Al-Ghaffar, the forgiver." "Who's the fourth person in the room?" Danny interrupted quietly. Everyone looked at him sharply, then back at the screen. "Only 3 people in the room, old sport," said Buckingham. He had a sudden edge to his voice, as though Danny was embarrassing him. Danny shook his head. "Count the shadows," he told them. He was right. Each of the 3 figures in front of the camera cast a small, distinct shadow, but there was a larger one too, very faint and fuzzy around the edges, that seemed to encompass the other 3. Danny stepped forward and traced the outlines with his forefinger. "Ah, yes," said Buckingham, flushing slightly. "Well, I suppose there must have been a camera operator." "For goodness sake!" Victoria snapped. "Why haven't our people flagged this up already?" Her irritation was clearly directed at Buckingham, who looked momentarily flustered. "I'll have them follow it up." He tapped the laptop screen. "Shall I?" "I think you'd better." Buckingham clicked the play button. The young man in the middle of the picture started to speak.
"My name is Karim Dalamal. I was born in Hatfield. My parents are Rania and Yusuf Dalamal. They will not understand what I'm about to do. They do not understand the world."
A pause, as the kid looked nervously at the floor.
4 days ago, my friends struck a glorious blow in the Holy Jihad. It is the first of many. We will not stop until the sins of the infidel are washed clean by their own blood. The bombs will continue until all your sons and daughters have died. You think you can stop us, but I tell you that you cannot, because unlike you, we are willing to die. We welcome death. We embrace it. I embrace it.
With a trembling hand, the kid raised his knife and put it to his throat. A trickle of blood dribbled down his Adam's apple. "Jesus," Danny breathed. But then the image flickered. Suddenly the kid was stretched out on the floor. The knife was embedded in his throat, and although blood was still oozing from the wound, it was clear that Karim Dalamal had already done most of his bleeding. The plastic sheeting on the floor was covered in blood, and there was a trail leading up to the body, which suggested someone had dragged the corpse to its current position. The 2 men in balaclavas stood on either side of the body. Danny could see that their hands were bloody. Patches of dark stickiness glistened on their clothes. The footage stopped, frozen on that final image. Danny looked round the room. Victoria had removed her handkerchief again and had it pressed to her mouth. The CIA man Maddox had his head bowed respectfully. Chamberlain was staring straight at the screen, his squint somehow more pronounced, his jaw set. Buckingham still stood by the laptop. He hadn't looked at the images at all. "Am I the only one who thinks that kid had a bit of help?" Danny asked. "That's what our analysts seem to think," Victoria said. "Not that they've had much time to examine it. This video found its way to Al Jazeera about 3 hours ago. So far we've managed to lean on them to keep it under wraps, but they're a law unto themselves, and we don't know how long they'll keep mum." She looked at Buckingham. "I think we've seen enough." Buckingham obediently closed up the laptop and sat down. "We have good reason to believe that the 2 men in balaclavas are the same individuals involved in the Paddington bomb. I think we can take this as fair warning that they intend to repeat the atrocity. Hugo, the pictures, please." From his leather case, Buckingham removed a sheaf of A4 black-and-white photographs, which he handed to Danny. They were enlarged CCTV images, the first 4 of which showed a group of 3 individuals walking across the concourse of, Danny assumed, Paddington Station. One of them was wearing an Abercrombie & Fitch hoodie. The second wore a neatly pressed shirt, and his head was bowed. The face of the third, who was shorter than the other 2, was very visible. He looked different from normal people. His eyes were a little closer together for a start, but he had a wide grin on his face. "Who's the patsy?" Spud asked. A young Down syndrome man by the name of Alfie Thorne. People with Down syndrome have a very trusting nature, as you probably know. Our working theory is that his two companions spent some time grooming him so that he would agree to take a trip with them. You'll see that each man has a suitcase. Sure enough, all three were pulling a case with wheels behind them. In later pictures, you'll observe the two companions walking separately back across the concourse without their luggage. We think that their plan, successful as it turned out, was to leave Alfie Thorne minding the cases so that nobody raised the alarm when they saw them unattended. Danny filled in the gap for her. I'm guessing all three cases were stuffed full of, what, C5? Victoria nodded. And the kid? Spud asked. They haven't even found any remains. Victoria blew her nose on her tissue again. Even Spud looked disgusted. Of course, Alfie Thorne was just one of more than 100 fatalities, but to fit up a young Down syndrome man like that was about as low as it got. I'm guessing, Danny asked, that you want these two bombers taken out. None of the spooks had said it explicitly, but the bottom line was this. The regiment was only ever called in for the hard stuff. Danny didn't have the patience to listen to them euphemistically talking round the subject. "One of life's enthusiasts," Chamberlain announced with a grin. "Not like us old farts, chained to our desks night and day. Still, not too onerous a task, I wouldn't have thought. Wouldn't mind having a crack at them myself instead of pen-pushing all day." Danny didn't take a shine to Chamberlain, but on one level he couldn't help agreeing with him. Sometimes in their line of work you were called upon to do something that felt morally dubious. Nailing the two bastards involved in this atrocity wasn't going to be one of them. "So, what do we know about them?" he asked, because identifying a target was one thing. Finding them when they didn't want to be found was quite another. "We have their names and addresses," Victoria said immediately. "In fact, unusually for such situations, we know a fair amount about them. I shouldn't expect it will take you very long to deal with them. Hugo does speak extremely highly of you." Buckingham gave them what was clearly meant to be a friendly smile. Neither Danny nor Spud reciprocated. "Your first target is Sarim Galaid, second-generation Somali immigrant." As Victoria spoke, Buckingham passed round another photo of a thin, dark-skinned man with sunken eyes and high cheekbones. "His parents are peaceful, well-integrated Muslims." "If there is such a thing," Chamberlain interrupted. "Eh, lads?" That wink again. Danny and Spud turned their attention back to Victoria. "Please, Piers," she said under her breath. "The parents disowned him several years ago when he started showing extremist tendencies. I mean, really, it must have been a terribly difficult thing for them to do. He was on the MI5 watch list a couple of years ago, but slipped through the net in recent months, I'm afraid. Very low profile, not considered high risk. He lives in a one-bedroom flat in Hammersmith. We've been staying clear of the place so as not to spook him, but I wouldn't be surprised if you found a substantial amount of bomb-making equipment there." "Look forward to making his acquaintance," Spud muttered. "Target number 2, Victoria continued as Buckingham handed round a second picture of a slightly plumper, more fresh-faced young man. "Jamal Farul, born in the Quetta region of Pakistan. Previously unknown to the security services. Lives in a council block in Perivale. We've had surveillance on the block for the past 24 hours, however, and there's been no sign of him." "He's been busy," Danny said. "Well, quite." There was an uncomfortable pause. Victoria and Maddox exchanged an awkward look. "Go ahead, Victoria," Maddox said quietly, like he was pushing her into doing something she didn't want to do. "Your third target," she announced, "might be familiar." She clicked her fingers at Buckingham, who obediently handed her a third photograph. She held it up for everyone to see. Spud gave a low whistle. "Ammar al-Zayin," Victoria said, "otherwise known as Abu Raid. You probably know something of his history, but not everything. Born and brought up in the UK, attended Thames Valley University where he studied political science. Up until the age of 21, he lived quite the high life, a keen drinker. His flatmate chalked up a warning for cannabis possession, and we have a copy of an official warning from the university reprimanding him for bringing pornographic material into lectures." "Naughty hate cleric," Spud muttered. youthful hijinks, Victoria said, with a dismissive wave of the hand. But still, Harrison Maddox cut in, not your standard resume for a Bin Laden wannabe. Not at all, said Victoria. To the best of our knowledge, he was radicalised about halfway through his university career, after which time we see a spike in extremist rhetoric around Thames Valley. He's a very persuasive speaker and attracted quite a crowd of young Muslims around him during the rest of his time at university, and has continued to do so, of course, at the Holy Shrine Mosque in northwest London, among other places. All our intelligence suggests that his sympathies lie with the militant group Al-Shabaab, which, as I'm sure you know, recently became aligned with Al-Qaeda, though it's unclear whether he's more strongly linked with the Somali or the Yemeni branch. What does seem certain is that he's committed to the reintroduction of Sharia law and to the use of terrorism. We think his recent activities are intended as a means of getting himself further up the Al-Shabaab hierarchy. Like a job application, Danny said, incredulous. If you like, he's no fool, though. We can't pin a single actual crime on him, at least not on UK soil. He is wanted in Jordan on terror charges, and the British government have been trying to extradite him there for some time, only to be blocked in the courts. She glanced at the CIA liaison officer, much to the dismay of the Prime Minister. Harrison Maddox gave a mirthless little snort. That's what I love about you Brits, he said. You don't get even, you get mad. Victoria gave him a frosty look. Personally, Harrison, I'm extremely pleased my children can grow up in a country where the rule of law can be relied upon and extended to all our citizens, regardless of how many people they're planning to kill, Victoria. Please spare me the passive aggression. The US has been offering to take awry off your hands for years now. We've all known that he has a group of disciples hanging on his every damn word. He doesn't need to get his hands dirty because he's got untold numbers of young extremists willing to do the work for him. Hell, we've just seen that he even wants his people to commit suicide at his command. That's the problem with these bloody ragheads, Chamberlain interrupted. They all think they're going to get their 72 virgins if their sordid little plans go tits up. Both Maddox and Victoria threw Chamberlain an irritated glance. Maddox drew a deep breath. If you had accepted our offer, he told Victoria a little more mildly, we wouldn't be in this situation in the first place. We are not in the habit, Harrison, Victoria said crisply, of throwing people into black camps on the basis of a hunch. In this country the legal process still means something. Ah, Maddox said lightly, the legal process. He slowly folded his arms. Remind me again what it is we're here to discuss. The summary execution of 3 terror suspects, was it? Another silence. Victoria visibly bristled, and Danny had the sense that she was forcing herself to calm down. She drew a deep breath, then carried on as if the interruption hadn't happened. Both Sarim Galaid and Jamal Farul were students, if you want to use that word, of Abu Raid's at the Holy Shrine Mosque. Our analysts are almost certain that he was the driving force behind the attack. We simply can't risk a repeat performance, so approval has come down from Number 10 to act preemptively. Unfortunately, we have been unable to locate him. Why don't you ask the missus? Spud said. What do they call it, the White Witch? Oh, we intend to, just as soon as we get through the layers of legal protection with which she has surrounded herself. Maddox rolled his eyes at this comment, but Victoria continued briskly. I think it rather unlikely, however, that she will know of his location. We've directed all our resources into looking for him, but until he puts his head above the parapet, you'll have to concentrate on the foot soldiers. She looked from Spud to Danny. Are you under any doubt about what we're asking you to do? Danny gave her a flat look. You want us to hunt them down, he said, and kill them. A pause. Victoria nodded uncertainly. I trust you don't have a problem with... She struggled for a word. Ethics? Danny almost allowed himself a smile. Far as I'm concerned, he said, that's a county near London. Nobody laughed. Victoria took a moment to collect her thoughts. One final thing, she said. It's most important that these... She struggled for the word. Hits? Spud suggested helpfully. That they look like accidents, she continued. There could be no sign of a struggle, no sign of interrogation, violent or otherwise. "You're crazy," Danny said. "These foot soldiers are your best lead to Abu Raid." "We have our own avenues of inquiry," Buckingham replied sharply. "Your job is quite simply to eliminate the targets. When we give you Abu Raid's location, we'll give you the go-ahead for the hit." Danny shrugged. "We won't be able to stop the conspiracy theories flying around," Victoria added, "and we're quite happy for any of the terrorists' associates to infer what is happening, but there can be no link between the security services and these hits," Spud said again. "Quite," said Victoria. "That, of course, is the reason for all this secrecy." She waved one arm to indicate the room in which they sat. "From now on, we communicate by dead letter drop. That's how you will receive the details of your targets and any other instructions. And it hardly needs to be said, I hope, that if either of you are exposed in the course of your duties, we will be obliged to deny all knowledge of your activities." "How does the drop work?" Danny asked. "Hugo will give you the details. Any day-to-day requirements, speak to your police liaison. Otherwise, unless you have any other questions, I think we're done." She stood up abruptly. The remaining 3 spooks did the same. They clearly wanted to leave as quickly as possible. "Actually," Danny said, "I do have a question." Silence. The spook sat down again. "Go ahead," Victoria said reluctantly. "How come it doesn't add up?" Danny said quietly. All eyes were on him. "What do you mean?" Victoria asked. "The bomb was, 3 days ago? Already you've got the names and addresses of 2 suspects. They're still in the UK, not even lying low. From what I can tell, they might as well be walking around with targets on their chests. If I was one of the most wanted men in the UK, I'd be a bit harder to find than that." There was no response, and no eye contact from any of them. "I'm just saying," Danny added, "are you sure you got the right guys?" A pause. "Yes," Victoria said quietly. "We're quite sure we got the right guys." "Good," Danny said, "because I'd hate to kill the wrong ones." "What you've got to remember," Chamberlain butted in, "is that these bloody terrorists aren't quite the master criminals they'd like to believe they are. Not a match for England's finest, eh, lads? If it's all the same to you, I won't underestimate the enemy." An irritated frown crossed Chamberlain's forehead. "What I think Piers is trying to say," Buckingham interrupted smoothly, "is don't overthink the whole thing, old sport. We're on top of the intelligence. All we require of you is to act on it. Or to put it another way, shut up and follow your orders." It was the second time in 12 hours that somebody had said something similar to Danny. He could take his orders as well as the next man, and he was quite used to knowing only half the story. Why, then, did he feel so uneasy? The spooks filed out of the room. Victoria first, dowdy and flustered. Then Chamberlain, with his strange squint and soldier's gait. And finally Maddox, calm, relaxed, as though he was a vacationing tourist wandering through this tawdry country house for pleasure. Which left Hugo Buckingham, standing by the fire, waiting for the door to shut, with a small flicker of something approaching satisfaction showing in the corner of his handsome mouth. Chapter 6. Danny, Spud, and Buckingham stood alone in the murky room. Buckingham had walked over to the window, where he watched the others climb into their chauffeured cars, and one by one drive away. There was a thunderclap overhead. A few seconds later, the rain started again, suddenly as heavy as it had been the previous day. Buckingham turned his back on the window and looked at them. "Is everything clear?" Spud turned to Danny. "Do you get the feeling the grown-ups have fucked off and left us with the office boy?" Buckingham's eyes narrowed momentarily, but he quickly recovered himself. "We're all office boys," he said. "And girls, of course. That's what intelligence work is these days. Not often that you don't find us behind a desk. MI6 for me, Thames House for Victoria, Chamberlain as an office at the MOD building in Whitehall, and Maddox works out of the American Embassy. 7 days a week, 20 hours a day. Hammerstone's good neutral ground, and out of the way, of course." He removed a slip of paper from the top pocket of his jacket, stepped forward, and handed it to Danny. It contained a Gmail address and a string of 15 random digits, a password. Your instructions will be left on that account as a draft message. Once you've read the message, delete the draft. Don't save it, print it out, or forward it to anyone. Not foolproof, of course, but as Victoria said, the less contact you have with the security services, the better. Only myself and the other 3 will be monitoring that account, and GCHQ tell me it's as close as we'll get to being secure. And as close as you'll get, Danny thought, to keeping your distance from the whole op, because an anonymous email could come from anyone. The guys said nothing. They just stared at Buckingham. A flinty look entered his eyes. "You don't like me," he said tersely. "That's fine. You don't have to. But a word to the wise, lads." He looked over his shoulder at the window through which he had just watched the departing cars. "Right now, I'm your best friend." He walked over to the door and held it open. "Spud, you'll return to London with your police liaison. Danny, you're coming with me." Spud opened his mouth, clearly about to tell Buckingham where to get off, but Danny put a restraining hand on his arm. "It's all right," he said. "We'll RV back at the digs." He gave Spud the piece of paper with the email address and password. Spud wasn't pleased, but he took the details without comment, shoved them in his pocket and left the room, giving Buckingham a baleful look as he passed. They heard the main door of the house slam shut, then Buckingham held up the keys to his BMW. "I'll drive, shall I?" he said. Spud was sitting in the back seat of Fletcher's police vehicle as they stepped out into the rain. It crunched along the driveway and out of sight. Buckingham put up an umbrella and offered Danny some cover, but Danny simply strode ahead to the waiting Beamer and stood by the passenger door with the rain hammering down on him. By the time Buckingham had let him in, he was soaked. "Perk of the job," Buckingham said, indicating the leather seats and walnut dashboard of the car. "Got to be a few sweeteners, eh? You're soaking, old sport. Let's put the heat on, shall we? They say the seat heaters give you piles, but I think we can risk it." They slid away from Hammerstone with the aircon on full blast. Danny watched the receding building in the rear-view mirror. The old country house looked grey and decrepit in the rain. "So, old sport," Buckingham said, "it's been a while." "There's a reason for that." "Still seeing, what's her name, Clara?" "Not that it's anything to do with you." "Let us know when you've had enough. Quite a filly, that girl. Wouldn't mind a crack at her myself. May have mentioned that before, of course." Danny breathed deeply, but managed to keep his cool. He said nothing. They drove in silence for a couple of minutes. If Buckingham had a reason for getting Danny on his own, he'd no doubt get to it eventually. "Bit of a rogues' gallery back there," Buckingham said finally. He gave a studied laugh. "What is it they say about an organisation being like a tree full of monkeys? The ones at the top look down and see a lot of smiling faces. The ones at the bottom look up and see a bunch of arseholes." "What are you?" Danny asked. "A smiling face or an arsehole?" "I might ask you the same question, Danny Black," Buckingham said quietly. Silence. "And anyway," Buckingham continued, brighter now, "aren't we all a bit of both?" He indicated right and checked his blind spot. "What's your take on Victoria?" he asked. "I don't have a take on her," which wasn't quite true. She seemed far too mumsy for a high-level MI5 operative, like she should be working behind the reception desk of a dental surgery, not running a covert killer group. "I report directly to her, of course," Buckingham said, breezily continuing the conversation as though Danny hadn't cut him dead with each comment. "Rumour is she was a bit of a shagger in her day. Can't see it myself. Still, wouldn't do for me to speak ill of my boss, eh?" "Then don't." "Wouldn't dream of it, old sport. Not quite what she seems, anyway. Bloody good intelligence officer, as far as I can tell. 5 years in Moscow in the bad old days, and almost a decade in Saudi. Ever been to Riyadh? Lovely place, but a tough intelligence station to run, or so I'm told." He paused for a moment. From the corner of his eye, Danny could see Buckingham glance at him as if judging his reaction. "She met her husband out there. Saudi national. Caused a bit of gossip behind her back over at Thames House. Nasty. Not as if having a Muslim husband is a handicap, eh? Sure, he's been thoroughly vetted. Clean as a whistle." He paused. "Can't say it hasn't caused a bit of a glass ceiling for her, but that's the way of the world, I suppose." Another pause. Doesn't help that she went AWOL for 6 months during her Saudi stint, of course. What do you mean, AWOL? Danny asked, suddenly interested in spite of himself. Exactly that. Off the radar. Claimed a period of depression. Said she went off to find herself. Nobody ever did discover where. It's all in her file. Which you've read, of course. Forewarned is forearmed, old sport. Forewarned is forearmed. And I think we can rest assured that our friend Harrison Maddox is up to speed on all of us, you and me included. Whether he knows exactly what went on in Syria is doubtful, but we all have to have some secrets, don't we? Danny stared at the windscreen wipers flapping against the rain. Don't think there's much doubt, Buckingham continued, that he takes a rather dim view of Victoria being in charge of the Hammerstone operation. You think he'd prefer you? Danny sneered. Certainly not. Charming fellow, Harrison Maddox, but his contempt for the UK is difficult for him to hide, wouldn't you say? Not the only one of our American cousins who takes a dim view of our government's sudden change of heart with respect to supporting the Americans' interventionist foreign policy. He should spend some time in a war zone, Danny muttered. See what he thinks then. Ah, you're preaching to the converted, Buckingham sighed theatrically. He seemed suddenly delighted that the two of them had a bit of common ground. Always the way, eh? The men in suits make the pronouncements, and the soldiers do the bleeding. The barrack-room comment sounded ridiculous on Buckingham's lips, but he showed no awareness of it. Still, not sure how comfortable I feel about having a Yank calling the shots in what is, after all, a very British affair. Plenty of rumours circulating in the firm, not beyond the CIA's capacity to get into bed with the right sort of terrorists, you know, if it suits their purpose. Keep everyone on their toes, and if the occasional atrocity reminds their allies why they're fighting a war on terror, well, who's counting? You telling me the Yanks blew up Paddington? Danny said with a sneer. Of course not. I'm just saying he's one to watch, that's all. I watch everyone, Danny said flatly. Bloody good policy, old sport. Was Buckingham deliberately misinterpreting Danny's meaning? Danny couldn't tell. They continued to sit in silence. The miles passed, and so did the minutes. But Danny could sense that Buckingham was working up to continue his character assassination of his Hammerstone colleagues. I suppose Piers Chamberlain's a bit of a legend in your neck of the woods, he said finally. You suppose that, do you? Well, rubbing shoulders with the great and the good as he does. He's a regular visitor at Clarence House, or so I'm told. And you think an ordinary SAS trooper has wet dreams about becoming a royal flunky? Buckingham smiled indulgently at Danny's sharpness. Well, it seems a bit odd to me that he's so close to the royal bosom, he continued. Keeps the company of some peculiar types. Danny didn't ask what he meant. He knew the explanation was coming at any moment. Not saying they're right-wing, Buckingham said, but they do rather make our friends in UKIP look like card-carrying Marxists. Retired military, mostly. Look up to Chamberlain like he's some sort of guru. I think they like the fact that he was the scourge of the Mick in Northern Ireland back in the 70s. Loonies, the lot of them. Trouble is, of course, that it's the loonies you have to watch out for. Chamberlain's chums have formed a sort of cabal. They've been lobbying government to set up a transfer of power to the army in the event of Islamic extremism getting out of control. Not too many people take them very seriously, naturally, but they're a vocal minority, and recent events haven't exactly harmed their argument. Get to the point, Buckingham. No point, old sport, just chewing the fat. Up to you whether you think Chamberlain's the kind of fellow you want to be taking orders from, that's all. Stop the car, Danny told him. Buckingham blinked. Not really a good time, old sport. Stop the fucking car! Buckingham looked at him, a cold, calculating expression that Danny recognised well. Then he pulled over and turned off the ignition. Rain drummed on the roof of the car, and now that the engine was off, the windscreen was opaque with running water. Why me? Danny said. I don't know what you mean. There's a whole regiment full of guys just as well qualified to pull off this job as me and Spud. Better qualified, some of them. So why the hell have you been pulling strings to get us involved? The windows were misting up inside. Buckingham stared directly ahead. You should be thanking me for giving you a chance, Black, he said. The lads who eliminate these bombers will be showered in glory. And as for Abu Raid, bullshit, Danny said. At best, the lads who eliminate these bombers will go back to Hereford until the next time they're needed to carry out someone else's dirty work. At worst, you'll shit on us from a great height like those military reaction force guys who did your dirty work in Northern Ireland. The only people who get showered with glory are you and your Hammerstone chums, and, as far as I can tell, you're sticking the knife into them already, which is hardly surprising because that's what you do." Buckingham's nostrils flared. As he turned to look Danny full in the face, all pretence of friendliness had fallen away. "If I were you, Black," he breathed, "I'd do exactly as I was told. I'd make very, very sure that I carried out this operation to the letter. Because Hugo Buckingham's on his way up the slippery pole, and he's very keen for that glory to be showered all over him. Most people see an atrocity. You see a fucking opportunity." "How dare you speak to me like that?" Buckingham hissed. "Go to hell. Can you carry out this operation quietly, effectively, and without any hitches?" And when Danny didn't immediately reply, "Well, can you?" Danny did it swiftly, slipping his hand into his jacket, pulling out his handgun, and thrusting the barrel against Buckingham's temple in one swift movement. Camouflaged from the gaze of any passing pedestrians by the rain-sluiced windows, neither man moved for a full 30 seconds. Buckingham's jugular pulsed. His breathing became shallow. "Of course I can," Danny whispered. "Killing people is easy. It's keeping them alive that's the hard bit." He nudged his weapon. It made Buckingham visibly start and close his eyes. "Put the bloody gun down," he breathed. "You're not such a damn fool that you're going to shoot me." "Maybe I was a damn fool to save your fucking life, several times over." Danny lowered the weapon. Buckingham drew a tremulous breath. "I told you earlier on that I was your best friend in all of this, Black, but believe me, I've enough dirt on you to make life very, very difficult. You'd better bloody well stay in line, soldier, and remember just who is calling the shots." "The only one calling the shots," Danny breathed, "is the guy with the gun." He sneered as he stowed his weapon. "I report to Hammerstone," he said, "not to you." Buckingham was clutching the steering wheel with one hand, the gear stick with the other. His knuckles were white. He was scared, and that pleased Danny. He opened the door and stepped out into the rain. A busy street. A red London bus passed in the opposite direction, its large wheels trundling through puddles and spraying the almost deserted pavement. To his left, a Middle Eastern food store, the Star of Damascus, rain sluicing off the canopy protecting its crates of vegetables. Arabic writing on the window, behind which the pale pink and white carcass of a sheep hung from a hook. Above the Star of Damascus was a window. A face looked out. Its features were strange, the eyes slightly too close together, the face itself podgy. Danny remembered what Victoria had said, about the bombers using a Down syndrome kid. He felt a pang of sympathy, and an equally strong surge of revulsion. There were no rules for these terrorists. No strategy too low. In that sense, at least, they and Buckingham weren't so different. The face above the Star of Damascus disappeared. Danny slammed the car door behind him and hurried off through the rain. He was cold and wet, and didn't know exactly where he was, but anything was better than being stuck in a moving vehicle being fed poison by Hugo Buckingham, the most venomous creature he knew. 1750 hours. Clara stood by a child's bedside. She knew he wouldn't make it. The wounds he had sustained were too severe, the septicemia too advanced. It was frankly a miracle he had lived this long. He had lost both legs above the knee, and a piece of shrapnel had robbed him of the sight in one eye, as well as splintering his right cheekbone. He had been unconscious since the blast, thank goodness, unaware that he was already an orphan. Here in St. Mary's Hospital, Clara had seen more than a dozen victims die of their injuries. But there was something about this little lad that was too sad. Normally, when children were unconscious, they looked peaceful. But this kid looked like he felt every ounce of the torment he was suffering. She sat by his bed, holding the thin hand from which a cannula emerged, attached to a saline drip. Not long now, she thought. His breathing had changed. There was fluid on his lungs. The end was close. She could do nothing for him except be there. It seemed to Clara that her life had been turned on its head. She had become a doctor to help people, to save lives. But now, wherever she went, innocent people seemed to be dying in their multitudes. Was it something to do with her, she sometimes wondered, in the illogical panic of the darkest nights? He died at 6:03. The breathing suddenly stopped. The heart rate monitor flatlined. Clara didn't do anything at first. She simply sat there, holding his hand. Tears welled up in her eyes and trickled down her cheeks. Her friend Emily found her like that 10 minutes later. She put one arm around her shoulders and gently disentangled Clara's fingers from the child. Then she took her to have a cup of hot, sweet tea in the crowded hospital canteen. And then, seeing the dark rings of tiredness around her eyes, she sent Clara home. Clara was tired. She had left Hereford at sunrise, just as Danny was heading into base. He was able to function on a couple of hours' sleep, but that wasn't enough for Clara. Her lids were heavy and her limbs ached. She walked along the Edgware Road and out towards Maida Vale, huddled under her umbrella, the shins of her trousers soaked. When she arrived at the small ground-floor flat in a mansion block just by the canal, which her parents had bought her on the promise that she would never, never work for Médecins Sans Frontières again, she was bone cold. She ran herself a hot bath, then slipped into her tracksuit. She'd only just finished getting dressed when the doorbell rang. She padded to the front door and looked through the spy-hole. She saw Danny's dark features distorted by the lens and bedraggled by the weather. She didn't know whether to feel glad to see him or apprehensive about the severe look on his face. She opened the door and forced a smile. "Hi," she said. Danny didn't reply. "Come on in." "Let's take a walk," he said. The rain had stopped, but the sky was still heavy. "Right," she said, discouraged by the tone of his voice. "I'll get my coat." They trod the streets in silence. As they left the flat, Clara felt for Danny's hand, but he didn't reciprocate like he normally did. They walked side by side without touching. She wanted to tell him about her day, but for some reason couldn't find the words. Or maybe she was scared to start a conversation because she didn't know where it would end. "I was at the hospital today," she said finally. "That kid, you know, the one I told you about, finally died." They walked a little further. "Oh, God, I hope they find the people who did this. And I hope they put them in a British jail, not send them home where they'll be treated like heroes." "Don't hold your breath," Danny muttered. Clara stopped walking. "Why?" she asked. Danny gave her a look she'd seen before, a look that said, "Don't ask questions you know I can't answer." She felt her hackles rising. "For God's sake, Danny, you can trust me, you know." Danny suppressed a sneer. Clara thought she'd seen it all in Syria, that she was safe back here in London, but Danny knew that wasn't true. London wasn't all beefeaters and bars. It was a place where bad things happened. The Iranian embassy, God's banker, Litvinenko. Guys from both sides killed each other on the streets of London just as surely as they did in the shitholes that ended up on Channel 4 News. And now Danny was one of their number. He was being sucked in. "The list of people I can trust," Danny said, "is getting shorter." Clara shook her head, confused. "What do you mean?" She looked around. They'd been walking blindly, and she couldn't remember what route they had taken. Somewhere in the distance she heard the traffic of the Edgware Road, but she saw they were standing outside a dilapidated United Reformed church. Its red bricks were crumbling, its windows were boarded up, and covered in graffiti, as was the road sign on it that said Station Way. An old metal padlock clamped the main doors shut. Danny wouldn't look at her. She put herself in his line of vision, but he just moved his head. "I can't see you any more," he said quietly. She'd been expecting it, but it was still like an ice-cold corkscrew in her heart. "Why?" she whispered. "Does it matter why?" Danny snapped. His brow was furrowed, and he still refused to look at her. "It matters to me." Danny took a deep breath. He sounded like he was controlling his anger. "Go home, Clara," he breathed. "Go home and stay home. That's my advice." Her eyes widened. "Stay home? What do you—" "Oh, my God. There's going to be more, isn't there? These awful bombings, there's going to be more of them. Danny, I understand you're worried about me, but you don't have to do this." "You're not going to see me again, Clara. Get used to the idea." Clara tried to stop herself from crying, but she couldn't.
"Danny, you're not thinking straight. It's Syria, isn't it? It's affected you. I've told you before, you have to stop remembering the things you want to forget."
She grabbed the hem of Danny's jacket, but he pulled it away. A loud sob escaped her lips. She turned and ran away, her Wellington boots splashing in the puddles as she went. She only looked back once, to see a dark figure standing in the lamplight by the church, casting a long shadow on the pavement, its head bowed, its hands deep in the pocket of its jacket. Danny watched her go. Just before she reached the end of the side street and turned left into Edgware Road, he followed her. Once he was on the Edgware Road, he kept a distance of 30 metres, closely following the line of shops so he could disappear if she turned to look back. But she didn't. She reached her flat 5 minutes later, let herself in, and was gone. He felt sick. Sick with himself, and sick with everyone. He tried not to think of the distressed look in Clara's eyes as he had rejected her, but that was impossible. Not only did he see her despair, he felt it in his gut. But he knew one thing for sure. Right now, the best way for a person to be safe, no, the best way for Clara to be safe, was to stay away from him. Because when death gets its claws in you, it never lets go. He heard her voice ringing in his ears.
"You have to stop remembering the things you're supposed to forget."
Sure, he thought to himself, but you also have to stop forgetting the things you're supposed to remember, like how death stuck to men like Danny and Spud like shit to a stick.
"There's going to be more, isn't there? These awful bombings, there's going to be more of them."
Yeah, he thought, as he cast one final look at Clara's mansion block. It's not over yet. It's hardly even begun. The Star of Damascus sold vegetables, rice, and halal meat at bargain prices. There would be no point doing anything else, because this part of New Cross was not well-to-do. Unemployment was high, rents were cheap, and none so cheap as the small studio flat above the supermarket. The one room had thin, shiny carpets and smelled overwhelmingly of the rubbish rotting in the kitchen bin. There was a single unmade bed at one end of the room, and a small table at which a young man sat, his eyes staring wide at his computer screen. He was exceedingly pleased with his computer. It was an old PC, very slow, but he didn't mind that. He'd never had one before, and when his social worker had arranged an internet connection for him 3 months ago, it was as if that little flat had become a gateway to a world he never knew existed. She'd shown him how to send emails, how to read the BBC News website to stay up to date, and even how to access his bank account. But of course, he'd barely done any of this. He spent his days and nights staring at pornographic videos that even now made his hands tremble with excitement and gave him a thrill in the pit of his stomach. He liked it best when the girls looked directly into the camera. It was as if they were looking straight at him, inviting him to join in. Sometimes he clicked on the banners at the right-hand side of the screen, the ones that offered to put him in touch with fuck buddies in his area. They always filled his screen with banner ads, but that didn't stop him from trying again each day, sometimes more than once. He just couldn't resist. And in those moments when he wasn't staring at porn, he was browsing Twitter. It hadn't taken long for him to discover that there were ladies out there who took pictures of themselves naked and tweeted the images. He followed them all, and sometimes sent them badly worded messages. They didn't answer back, so he removed the photo from his profile. He knew that he looked different to most people, that his Down syndrome features sometimes made strangers cross the street to avoid him. They still didn't answer back. His social worker told him he should put the photo back up. The way he looked was nothing to be ashamed of, she said. And then, of course, there was Facebook. He didn't have many friends, even though he had sent out lots of requests. And of the friends he had, only a handful were people he knew in the real world. That didn't worry him. He liked having friends of any description. But as he logged onto his Facebook account that afternoon, when the air outside was thick with rain, he saw a friend request that made his heart pound. Her name was Nikki, and he could not stop staring at her profile picture. Her eyes were dark, her skin a dusky brown. The lips were full and pouting. The curly hair was shiny. There was a tempting cleavage that made him feel weak. In some ways she reminded him of the girls from the websites he liked, but she was different in one very important way. He had met Nikki before, in real life. It happened just a couple of days ago. He'd gone to the corner shop to buy some milk. On the way, he'd seen her walking alongside him. She was very pretty, and when he smiled at her, she smiled back. That never normally happened. Inside the shop, he found that he didn't have enough money for the milk he wanted to buy. As he stood, confused and embarrassed, at the counter, there she was. She gave him the 10 pence he needed, and he was sure she had fluttered her eyelashes at him. He'd gone to bed that night, smitten. He'd even avoided looking at the internet. He felt that it would have been somehow unfaithful. But now, here she was again, wanting to be friends. And maybe she wanted something more. He clicked the mouse to accept the friend request. 10 minutes later, she sent him her first message. Part 2. Hunter-Killer. Chapter 7. 21:30 hours. The safe house was dark when Danny arrived back. As he put his key in the lock, he wondered for a moment if Spud had sodded off to the pub. But the alarm didn't beep, and there was a black jacket hanging over the banister as he stepped into the house. Looking along the hallway, he saw a faint greenish glow at the kitchen table. Spud was there, sitting in the darkness at his laptop. As Danny entered the kitchen, he saw a carton of milk on the side and 3 used tea bags next to it. Spud raised his cup of tea in greeting. "Thought maybe you'd fucked off and joined the French Foreign Legion," he said sarcastically. "A few loose ends to tie up," Danny said evasively. "Oh, aye? And what did that little turd Buckingham want?" "Catch up on old times." And when Spud raised an eyebrow, Danny said, "Forget about it. I told him where to get off." He looked at the laptop. "Anything?" Spud nodded. "There was a draft message sitting on the account just like Twat Features said. We've got an ID and address for the first target." "Just like that," Danny murmured. He pulled up a chair and sat down next to Spud at the laptop. An email window was open. A single line of text gave an address. Ground floor flat, 27 Dalewood Mews, Hammersmith, W14 6PS. And beneath that, embedded into the email, a picture Danny recognised from the briefing back at Hammerstone, the gaunt Somali features of Sarim Galaid. "Why didn't they just give us the intel earlier on?" Spud said. "Save all this fanning around." "Obvious, isn't it?" "Not to me, mucker." A dodgy draft email on some random account. Could have been sent by anyone to anyone. We'll do something illegal, and they want to make sure we take the fall if there's a screw-up. Spud nodded darkly. "Perhaps," he said. He held up a couple of Yale keys. "Fletcher gave me these. A first-floor flat opposite number 27 is up for rent. But if you're right, I'm guessing SIS didn't sign the deposit check." Danny's eyes narrowed. "I don't like it. Too convenient. If our target's got any kind of brains, he'd have checked that already." Spud shrugged and stuffed the keys back into his pocket. "We don't have to use it," he said, a bit huffily. "Have you checked out the location?" Danny asked. Spud closed down the email and opened up a browser window before navigating to Google Maps. He typed in the address. In an instant, a glowing pin was floating above Dalewood Mews. With a single click, Spud changed the image to satellite view, then zoomed out slightly so they could get a decent scope on both the mews itself and the surrounding area. Dalewood Mews ran from north to south in the heart of a little network of residential streets on the west side of Hammersmith Grove. It was a cul-de-sac, with vehicular access at the south end only. No trees and only 3 parked cars in this particular satellite snapshot. An enclosed space with almost no cover. From a surveillance point of view, a nightmare. At least, that was how it looked from here. "We need to get down there," Danny said. "Get eyes on. Work out this Galaid's routine." "Then what?" Spud asked. "He's a bomber, isn't he?" said Danny. "If we cause an explosion at his flat, and the place is full of bomb-making gear, no one will bat an eyelid. So we set things up, so he meets with an accident." Spud grinned. The idea obviously appealed. "When do we start?" Danny shrugged. "How does now suit you? This gaff isn't so cushy I want to stick around any longer than I have to." And what he didn't say was that a period of surveillance would keep his mind from other thoughts. He picked up his black rucksack from the floor where he'd dumped it that morning, then started unpacking it of crumpled clothes which he dumped on the kitchen table. Spud watched him steadily. "You're bushed, mate. Why don't we catch some shut-eye and get started in the morning?" Danny shook his head and walked over to the broom cupboard that contained the strongbox. "I'm fine. And if he's a night owl, we'll lose 24 hours if we wait till morning." Spud inclined his head. He put one hand into his pocket and pulled out a small packet of tablets which he rattled to get Danny's attention. There was no dispensing sticker on them. "What's that?" Danny asked. "Ephedrine," Spud said. "Breakfast of champions. Pop a couple now, keep you sharp for a few hours." And when Danny started to protest, "Just take the mucker. You're running on empty." Danny relented. He took the box of pills and swallowed 2 of the little caplets. Then he returned his attention to the strongbox. He opened it up and started stowing the contents into his black rucksack. Snap gun and bits, MOE kits, even the ration packs. He fitted one radio to his belt and inserted the covert earpiece, then handed the other to Spud. "Let me see the picture again," he said as he tightened the straps on his rucksack. Spud brought up a new browser window and redirected it back to the Gmail homepage. He keyed in the username and password that Buckingham had given them. The mailbox appeared on the screen, and Spud hovered the cursor over the drafts folder. It was empty. "So," Danny thought, "our every move is being monitored. They know we've read the email, so they've deleted it from the system." Spud shut the computer down with an expression of disgust. "Good to know they trust us," he said. Danny slung his rucksack over his shoulder. "Sooner this job's finished the better," he said. "Let's go." It took half an hour for the ephedrine to kick in, by which time Danny was as alert as he'd ever been. They headed over Albert Bridge, then west along the north side of the river, before coming to a crawl as they crossed the King's Road, where the ever-present Met was stopping and searching cars at random. Danny got his ID ready, but in the event a uniformed policewoman waved them on. 10 minutes later, they were heading down Talgarth Road and onto Hammersmith Broadway. They left the car 2 blocks from Dalewood Mews and debussed separately. Spud went first, Danny followed 2 minutes later, carrying his heavy rucksack and taking the opposite side of the street to Spud. He walked past a lap-dancing club, its windows blacked out and music throbbing inside. 20 metres further on, a drunk couple were having an argument outside a gastropub, where the chairs were upside down on the tables. Danny sidestepped the arguing couple and continued on his way. The roads were lined with parked cars. Some enterprising person from an Indian takeaway had gone round sticking a fly behind all the windscreen wipers, but the flyers hadn't fared well in the drizzle. They were sticking to the windscreens, and in some instances the wind had torn the paper, leaving only a portion of the flyer behind. 3 minutes later, Danny was on the pavement opposite the entrance to Dalewood Mews. Spud had already entered the side street and was lurking at the far end, bent down on one knee as he pretended to do up his shoelace. Danny spoke quietly into the mic clipped to his lapel. "What we got?"
"Bugger all,"
came the reply in his earpiece.
"The ground floor flat is a separate entrance, but if we're going to put in surveillance, we'll need access to one of the houses opposite. We can't use a vehicle, it'll stick out like a turd in a fruit salad."
"Maybe we can get into the first floor."
"Maybe."
Spud didn't sound keen, and with good reason. Moving into the flat above would involve drilling spy holes into the floor, and all manner of noisy and obvious work. Any sign of activity in the flat?
"Negative."
Spud swore under his breath.
"I reckon we've got days of surveillance. I fucking hate surveillance, and I bet the bastard's not even at home anyway."
"Maybe we can get him to poke his nose round the door," Danny breathed.
"What do you mean?"
"Get back here, mate. You've been doing your shoelaces up for 2 minutes now." From a distance he saw Spud stand up and saunter back up Dalewood Mews. 30 seconds later he had rejoined Danny, who pulled his mobile from his pocket and was pulling a flyer from the windscreen of one of the cars. "Let's order our friend some dinner," he said. He dialed the number on the flyer, but instantly Spud stopped him.
"Think about it, Mucker. If he gets suspicious, we'll just be putting the delivery kid at risk. Gallade is dangerous."
Danny stared at the flyer, then scrunched it up and threw it to the ground. Spud was right. But they simply couldn't hang around on the corner of the street for hours on end. They'd be too obvious if anyone was watching. And recently, Danny had the impression that somebody was always watching. Spud pulled Fletcher's keys from his back pocket.
"It's our best bet," he said firmly. And when Danny started to protest, he interrupted. "Mate, I know that Chamberlain bloke was a twat, but he's right. These aren't master criminals. We'll case the joint when we get in, keep our weapons cocked and locked. As soon as we confirm our target's hiding out in number 27, we'll wait for him to go out, then check out his flat, see if there's any bomb-making gear there. Then we'll work out his routine, and when we know he's going to be out of the house for more than an hour or so, we'll go back and booby-trap it."
For a moment, Danny didn't react. He had paranoia twisting through his mind. If he was honest with himself, he was less worried about the enemy targets knowing their location than he was about Buckingham and his colleagues leading them around by the nose. Something wasn't right, and he couldn't put his finger on what it was. But there was no space for paranoia in the middle of an op. Spud was right. The flat was their best option. Put in an OP and wait for their quarry to show himself. He nodded. "I'll go first," he said. Danny didn't enter Dalewood Mews immediately. First, he walked along the pavement, removing more takeaway flyers from the car windscreens. Only when he had a thick wodge of them did he enter Dalewood Mews. Starting at the end nearest the main road, he approached each door in turn and put a flyer through the letterbox. As he approached number 27, he removed his phone from his pocket and surreptitiously switched it to camera mode. When the moment came, he opened the creaking iron gate of number 27, walked up the short weed-strewn path, and delivered a pizza flyer. At the same time, he took a photograph of the lock before dropping the phone immediately back into his pocket. He continued delivering flyers till he'd reached the end of the street, then turned and started along the opposite side. He kept on high alert, every sense keenly searching for the sign of someone watching him, but as far as he could tell, there was nobody. Flat 24A. It had its own entrance, a wooden door with 2 frosted glass panels that immediately jumped out at Danny as a security risk. Checking once more that he wasn't under observation, he slid the key into the lock, turned it, and slowly opened the door. He could tell before he even stepped inside that the flat had been unoccupied for some time. It had that smell, damp and musty. He clicked the door behind him, then put the key into the lock without turning it. Spud would lock them in again when he arrived. Danny stood for a moment in the hallway, allowing his eyes to adjust to the dark. 5 meters ahead of him was a narrow staircase. He unholstered his weapon, cocked it, and started to edge forward. The stairs creaked as he climbed them, even though he put pressure only on the edge of the treads to reduce the noise. He paused at the top. Up ahead was a kitchen, beyond which he thought he could make out the open door of a bathroom. The landing wound round to his right. There were 2 closed doors off it, and one at the end. That would be the room overlooking the street. He heard Spud's voice in his ear.
"Entering the flat in 10.
Danny stepped forward, his weapon primed, moving into the kitchen. An empty table, bare units. The tap was dripping, and the splash of water against the steel basin sounded louder than it should. He edged through the room and stopped at the door of the bathroom. Toilet, basin, large bath with a fabric shower curtain wrapped round it. Danny held up his gun and with his free hand ripped back the curtain. Nothing. Back to the door. He could see Spud silhouetted at the top of the stairs. Stepping forward, he pointed along the hallway to indicate that his mate should check along that way, then raised his gun again to cover him. Bedroom 1, empty. Bedroom 2, empty. Spud approached the door of the room overlooking the street. Danny stood 3 meters back as he slowly unlatched the door, then kicked it gently open with 1 foot. The hinges creaked. Spud stepped inside. His voice again, both over the radio and directly from the room. "Clear!" Danny exhaled slowly. He'd been more nervous than he cared to confess. Quite why, he didn't know. There was no furniture in the front room, and only a single bare light bulb hanging from the centre of the ceiling. They didn't switch it on, and they avoided standing directly in front of the windows, which were covered with old net curtains. Instead, They walked round the edge of the room, each man approaching the window from one side, Danny on the right, Spud on the left. They didn't touch the nets, but simply peered through them at an angle out onto the street. The front door of number 27 was to Danny's 10 o'clock, and it was flooded in the yellow light of a street lamp, the beam of which lit up a light mist of rain. There were no pedestrians, no moving vehicles. All was still. "If we're going to set up an IED in his flat, we'll need to make sure we don't take out the whole fucking street," Spud said. Danny nodded, but didn't reply. He felt Spud's eyes on him. Spud sniffed. "Could be a long night," he said. He hadn't slept. How could he when Nicky, his new friend, kept sending him those messages? He stared back over the timeline, reading each message in turn. "I saw you in the shop 2 days ago. Do you remember?" Of course he remembered. "I was the one that gave you some cash to buy milk." He blushed when he read that, embarrassed that he hadn't had enough money. A man should always have enough money to take his girlfriend out. He knew that, even though he'd never had a girlfriend. "I think you maybe smiled at me?" He felt his limbs go weak when he read that. He could only think of a one-word answer. "Yes." Then she started sending him photos. The first one showed her sitting on her bed. It was a single bed, he noticed. Did that mean she didn't have a boyfriend? She was wearing pyjama bottoms and a strappy vest top. The left-hand strap had slipped down, revealing her shoulder. He could make out the curve of her breasts underneath the vest, and he was absolutely sure that she was pouting at him. "Do you think I'm pretty?" she asked. "Yes," he had replied, his fingers shaking as he typed. He thought she was very pretty. "Would you like to see me without my top?" He had swallowed hard when she asked him that question. It crossed his mind that it might not be polite to accept her offer, but then he asked himself, why would she suggest it if she didn't want to do it? He wrote back, "Yes, please." For a few minutes he thought he'd gone too far. There was no reply. He wondered if the delay was because she was taking her clothes off, but then another message appeared on his screen. "You first?" He looked down at the clothes he was wearing, a grubby white T-shirt and a pair of jeans that were too big for him around his already chunky waist. He felt shy, but then he looked at the picture of Nicky again, at the lovely soft skin of her shoulders, at her curves. Suddenly scrambling, he took off his T-shirt and used the computer's webcam to take a picture of himself, just as his social worker had showed him. The resulting picture wasn't nearly so nice as Nicky's. He knew that. His skin was pasty, flabby. His eyes somehow looked even closer together than they normally did. But he reminded himself that it was Nicky who'd got in touch with him, and although he felt self-conscious, he sent the picture anyway. He waited for 2 excruciating minutes. He was cold without his T-shirt, but he didn't want to put it back on, so he hugged himself to keep warm as he listened to the rain hissing outside. Then the next photo arrived. Nicky had removed her vest. Beneath it she was wearing a strapless bra. It pushed her cleavage together, and he couldn't take his eyes off that. He stared at the photograph, mouth agape. It was so much better than all the pictures he normally looked at on the internet. They were more explicit, sure, but this one was for him, and him alone. He touched the screen, allowing his trembling fingers to trace the shape of her body. There was no doubt, of course, that he was in love with her, madly in love. He imagined meeting her, and how he would treat her like a princess. He knew that other boys treated beautiful women very badly. He would never be like that. He would do anything she wanted. He would buy her flowers and chocolates. And in return... His fingers were still tracing the shapely frame of her body when another message appeared on the screen. It said, "Would you like to meet me for breakfast?" The first thing Danny did was check the photograph he had taken of the lock on the front door of number 27, cupping his hands over the screen of his phone to stop the light spill. It was a union deadlock. He unbuckled his rucksack and removed his booklet of lock sizes and details. Still carefully using the light from his phone, he established which bit he needed on his snap gun and carefully fitted it. If and when the time came to force an entry into the opposite flat, he'd be ready. Spud fetched a couple of stools from the kitchen, and they sat at either side of the window. There they watched and waited, concealed by the net curtains, but able to see everything that was happening by the light of the street lamp. They sat in silence as the time ticked past, and saw nothing except a red fox that scamped along the street at 13 minutes past midnight, and then again at 12 minutes to 2. Danny felt the ephedrine wearing off. His eyes grew heavy. "Get some kip, mugger," Spud said quietly. "I'll keep Stag." Danny started to protest, but Spud cut him short. "I'll need to sleep soon too," he said. "I'll wake you in 2 hours." Danny relented. He lay down on the hard floor and shut his eyes. Seconds later, he was asleep. He loved McDonald's. If he had his way, he'd eat there every day, but because he hadn't much money, he seldom did. Now, however, he had scraped together every last piece of change he could find from around his flat and carefully counted it out. £5.93. That meant he could buy a cup of tea for himself and a McDonald's breakfast for Nicky. He'd never taken a girl out for a meal before, but this much he knew: the boy had to pay. The tea was very hot, and he was very anxious as he sat in McDonald's on Lower Regent Street. This was where she had suggested they meet, at 7:30 exactly. He'd been surprised that she wanted to hook up so early. Wouldn't it be more romantic to meet in the evening? But she had insisted. "I can't wait that long," she had said, and he'd felt that strange churning in his stomach once more. So there he was, at a table of his own, ignoring all the early morning punters as they walked in and out with their egg McMuffins and paper cups of coffee. He took a sip of tea. It scalded his tongue, and he spilt a bit on the table. He tried to wipe it with his sleeve and spilt a bit more. He started to panic. This sort of thing always happened to him. But then he became aware of somebody standing over him. He looked up. It was her. He blinked. She was even more beautiful than in her picture. Her full lips were glossy with red lipstick. Her curly dark hair tumbled over one shoulder. She wore a black jumper, but it was tight enough to reveal the curves that had captured his interest in the night. And she pouted at him in a way no girl ever had done, except on a screen or in his head. "Hello?" he said. His voice croaked unattractively as he spoke, so he tried again. "Hello?" "Hi," she said, in a throaty, husky voice that made him feel weak with desire. "Can I sit down?" He nodded and watched as she took a seat next to him. It was only then that he realized she had something with her. A small suitcase on wheels, the handle extended so she could pull it behind her. The zip was fastened with a tiny padlock. It crossed his mind that you only ever pack a suitcase if you're planning to stay the night somewhere. He felt goosebumps emerging on his skin in anticipation. He smiled at her. She smiled back. "Would you like an egg McMuffin?" he asked. "Wake up! Wake up!" Danny started and sat up immediately. Daylight. It took him 2 seconds to remember where he was, by which time he was back at his stool and looking through the net curtains. Time check. 7:38. Spud must have let him sleep for a good 5 hours. The door to number 27 was open, and a figure had his back to them, closing it. Danny narrowed his eyes and watched carefully. The figure turned. Like a snapshot being taken in his brain, Danny recognized the face. Sarim Galaid. They had a positive ID. Chapter 8. Danny turned to Spud. "Follow him," he said. Spud looked unsure. "What do you got in mind, mucker?" he said. It was clear that he didn't fully trust Danny to do the right thing. "I'll recce the flat, but you need to keep on him so I know when he's coming back." Spud looked through the net curtain again. The kid was walking up to the iron gate at the end of the short front path. "Roger that," he breathed. Without another word, he jogged from the room and down the stairs. Danny heard the door open and shut, and a moment later saw Spud following the target down Dalewood Mews, walking on the other side of the street with his head down. A strange calm descended on Danny as he picked up his prepared snap-gun and shouldered his heavy rucksack. Spud's voice crackled in his ear.
"Heading up towards Hammersmith Broadway."
Danny tapped the Prussel switch on his radio twice, universal code for "Roger that." He headed downstairs and out into the street. He could hear traffic nearby, much louder than it had been during the night. The rain had stopped, but the morning sky was threatening. He reckoned a storm was coming. As he closed the door behind him, he saw a woman emerge from a separate entrance to the first-floor flat above number 27. Her hair was tied back in an Alice band, and she was eating a muesli bar, late for work. She didn't give Danny a second glance. He waited for her to hurry down the road, then headed across the street right up to the door of number 27. With a single swift movement, he inserted the snap gun into the lock. A few squeezes of the trigger and a tweak from the tension rod, and the door was open. Danny stepped inside and closed the door quietly behind him. The latch clicked shut. The front door had opened directly onto the front room of the flat. A smallish room 8 meters by 8. Thick floral curtains, closed. A sofa bed against one wall, opened up but without any bedclothes. A strange smell, dirt with a tinge of cordite. Danny instinctively knew he was going to find something here. He didn't step any further into the room. Not yet. His presence here needed to be totally deniable. That meant no fingerprints and no DNA traces. He fished in his rucksack for one of the 2 vacuum-packed Socko suits he had stowed inside and bit into the stiff plastic wrapping. The pack expanded like an inflating lung. He carefully tore it open and removed a pair of latex gloves, which he pulled onto each hand, covering his cuffs with the latex to make a tight seal. Next up, he donned a polythene hairnet and a paper mask that gave him the air of a surgeon. All that was left in the kit now was the paper suit, which he pulled over his clothes and shoes to avoid contaminating the scene with any stray fibres that might contain his DNA. Once he was properly suited up, the only weak point was his rucksack, but he'd just have to take a risk with that. He shouldered it again and, holding his cocked weapon in his right hand, stepped forward. The front room led directly to a second reception, exactly the same size and just as scantily furnished. A window on the right-hand side of the far wall was covered with an almost opaque blind, but he could see through it into a badly kept garden. Next to the window was an opening into a small galley kitchen. Just like in the flat across the road that they had been using as an OP, there was another door at the far end of the kitchen that Danny assumed led to the bathroom. But of much more interest was another door in the corner of the room to his left. The geography of the place meant it could only lead down to a basement. Danny stepped towards the door and opened it up. Sure enough, he found a flight of stone steps leading downwards. He spoke into his radio. "Do you copy?"
Roger that.
"Where are you?"
Tesco Metro, 2 blocks away. So far, he's bought a carton of soya milk and a 4-pack of Andrex. Looks like he's in for a great morning.
Danny looked down the stone steps. "How long have I got?" A pause.
What are you doing, Mugger? I thought this was just a recce. If there's any bomb-making gear, we'll go back later.
"Just a recce," Danny agreed. "But can you distract him?" More silence.
What do you mean, distract him?
"I don't know. Ask him directions or something. Just keep him out of here as long as you can while I search for explosives."
Okay,
Spud said with obvious suspicion.
but it's not going to be long. He's queuing up with his bug roll right now. Get the hell out of there as quick as you can.
"Keep radio contact," Danny said. He pulled a thin, bright maglite from his bag and shone it down the stairs. He heard interference over his earpiece. The signal was bad down here. There was a large room the size of both ground-floor receptions put together, with a long trestle table set up in the middle. Weapon primed, Danny descended. His breath was hot behind the paper mask, and he could feel his own pulse, not fast, but pumping hard. He shone the torch towards the 4 corners of the cellar. Nobody there. He directed the beam at the trestle table. It illuminated what Danny immediately recognized as 2 old artillery shells. They looked like bullets rounded at one end, pointed at the other, but larger, a good couple of feet in length. He wondered where they originated from. Eastern Europe, maybe. These things were 2 a penny after the Bosnia conflict. Either that or the Middle East. Not that it mattered much. What was important was that someone had carefully cut away the base of each shell and started to scoop out the contents, military-grade high explosive. It was accumulated in 3 small piles between the shells. It didn't look like a lot, but no doubt the process of evacuating the shells wasn't yet complete. And even that small amount of explosive could do a lot of damage in the wrong hands. Danny paused for a moment and gave serious thought to hiding out in the flat, waiting for the target to come home and simply killing him. But that wouldn't do. Hammerstone had been very clear. It had to look like an accident. Danny touched nothing. He moved back out of the cellar and up the stairs, extinguishing his torch but keeping his weapon at the ready. Back up on the ground floor, he pushed the cellar door closed with one latexed hand, then headed towards the gloomy, unlit kitchen. There were dirty plates in the sink and crumbs on the worktops. The tiles on the floor were scuffed and sticky. A door to his right, looking out onto the scruffy garden. There was a key on the side, presumably to open the back door, and there was a second door at the far end, which he thought led to the bathroom. It was slightly ajar. Danny stepped up to the door and slowly pushed it open. It creaked. He stepped inside. He needed his torch again. There was only one window in here overlooking the unkempt garden, but it was covered with a blackout blind that completely blocked the daylight. It didn't take Danny long to work out why. Galaid needed privacy. The bath was stained with rings of limescale. It contained 3 plastic bottles filled with a clear liquid. He undid each one of them in turn and smelled the contents. They each gave off the unmistakable aroma of nail varnish, acetone. Danny felt sure that if he nosed around the flat a bit more, he'd find bottles of hydrogen peroxide. Acetone peroxide wasn't as explosive as the military-grade gear in the basement, but it was a hell of a sight easier to make, with a couple of easily bought chemicals and some instructions from the internet. The Hammerstone Quartet were right. There didn't seem much doubt that this bastard was planning another spectacular. A crackle in his ear. Spud.
"We've left Tesco. I think he's heading back."
"Keep on him."
"Fuck's sake, Danny, what are you doing? Did you find any bomb-making gear?"
"You could say that."
"Then get out. We'll wait until he leaves the house again, then set something up."
"Keep on him." Danny turned his attention back to the contents of the bathroom. There were enough explosives in this place to kill 100 extremists, but Danny knew better than to use any of Sarim Galaid's gear. If he came back and noticed anything out of place, he'd be gone. Hammerstone had lucked out knowing this kid's exact location. If Danny gave him any sense that the authorities were onto him, he'd go immediately underground. Maybe he should leave now. Or maybe he should grab this opportunity while he had it. Galaid might not leave the house again for another 2 days or longer. Spud would be pissed off, but he'd get over it. Whatever Danny did, it had to be subtle, covert, something the terrorists would never expect until it was too late. He turned his attention to the toilet. If Galaid was buying bog roll, that was likely to be his first port of call when he got back. He spoke into the radio. "What's your status?"
"We're 3 minutes away."
"I need 5 minutes minimum. Keep the radio open. I need to know what's happening." A pause. Under his breath, Spud whispered,
"Jesus Christ."
But then, over the open radio, Danny heard him call,
"Hey, you mate, you got a ciggy?"
Danny's paper socko suit whispered as he bent over and removed the heavy ceramic lid from the top of the cistern. He laid it gently on the tiled floor, then shone his torch into the cistern and examined the flush mechanism. It was caked with limescale, but looked to be in working order. He lowered his rucksack onto the toilet seat and felt inside. The constituent parts of his MOE kit were exactly where he'd stowed them. He withdrew the shaped charge, the silver detonator, the roll of coated wire, and the battery pack. Spud's voice.
"What's your fucking problem, mate? I just asked for a ciggy."
A faint reply.
"I ain't got no ciggies, leave me alone." "Touchy bastard, I was only asking. What are you anyway, fucking packy?"
Danny gave a grim smile. If the best way to delay a target was often to pick a fight with him, Spud was extremely good at it. Quickly, he went to work. He looked at her half-eaten Egg McMuffin sitting unappetizingly in its wrapper. She obviously didn't want to finish it, and now he'd spent most of his money, so he couldn't offer her anything else. Even worse, he was panicking that he didn't have enough cash to buy her a tube ticket back to his house. He'd forgotten all about that. This wasn't going anything like as well as he'd hoped. But then she put her hand on his and smiled at him again. "Shall we go for a walk?" she asked. He nodded. They stood up and headed to the exit. Lots of people stared at them. He knew why. Such a beautiful woman with such a strange-looking man. But he was used to people staring, and she had, after all, gone out of her way to find him. That made him feel very special. Outside McDonald's, he noticed that the sky had turned black. He half wished it would rain, because that would be more romantic. He looked at her suitcase. "Allow me," he said very politely, and he took the handle. "Thank you," she said. She took hold of his free hand. Her skin was so soft. His own hand was sweaty and clammy. He hoped she didn't mind. He wanted to squeeze her hand affectionately, but felt shy of doing it. So he kept it limp as they sauntered up Lower Regent Street, the suitcase trundling along behind them. The charge itself was a block of plastic explosive backed with a strong adhesive. He had to peel back a strip of wax paper to reveal it. You could stick one of these to the hull of a boat in high seas and be confident that it wouldn't shift, so there would be no problem fitting it to the inside wall of the cistern. He inserted the detonator into the charge. He cut 2 pieces of wire, each about 10 inches in length, then stripped an inch of plastic coating from each of the 4 ends. He attached the end of one piece of wire to the detonator, the end of another to the battery pack. When the 2 free ends touched, the charge would explode. Voices in his earphone, muffled curses. Danny zoned it out. Spud was giving Galaid some proper aggro. That was all he needed to know. He turned his attention back to the cistern. With a single finger he flushed the chain. The water was noisily sucked down into the pan, but he lifted the dark blue float ball to stop it refilling. With his free hand he picked up the charge and stuck it to the wall of the cistern, the front wall, not the back. The presence of water behind the charge would encourage it to blast forwards. The ceramic of the cistern would explode violently. He was, in effect, creating an enormous, static claymore mine. A mine that he hoped the victim would detonate with his own hand. The charge held fast to the front wall of the cistern, even though it was damp. Danny carefully coiled the free end of the wire round the flushing mechanism. Still holding the float ball to stop the cistern from refilling, he picked up the battery pack. It was waterproof, so he knew there was no problem getting it wet. He tied the adjoining wire round the flush mechanism, making sure that, for now at least, there was no risk of the 2 bare ends touching.
"He's running away,"
Spud said in his ear.
"You've got 2 minutes, no longer. I've got some have-a-go hero eyeing me from the other side of the road. If I go at him again, I'll cause more of a distraction than I want."
"Roger that."
"What are you doing in there, mucker?"
Danny didn't reply. He released the float ball and the cistern started to refill. It was painfully slow. The water pressure was bad. A full minute passed before the cistern was full again. Danny felt a prickle of urgency down his spine, but he couldn't rush. Carefully, gingerly, concentrating on keeping his hand steady, he bent the 2 bare ends of the wires so that they were above the waterline, but just millimetres apart. He gently let go. They shook somewhat, but didn't touch. But as soon as someone pressed the flush...
"Are you still in there? Fuck's sake, buddy, he's 30 seconds away."
The most dangerous part. Danny lifted the cistern lid and replaced it incredibly gently. He realized, holding his breath, and when ceramic met ceramic he winced, knowing that too much force would shake the wires into contact. But they remained separate. Danny carefully lifted his gear from the toilet seat and stuffed it into the rucksack. Time to get out. IEDs had a habit of going wrong. Danny didn't want to be in the vicinity when it exploded. He stepped out of the bathroom and hurried to the kitchen door, grabbing the key that he'd noticed on the side. He needed to get out into the garden. He put the key in the lock. It didn't fit. He looked round for another one. Nothing.
"He's turning into Dalewood Mews,"
Spud reported. Danny suppressed a moment of panic. He edged out of the kitchen, into the reception, the front room. Shit! He realized he'd left the bathroom door open, wider than it had been, but he couldn't go back because there was a scuffling sound at the front door. Galaid was back. He had his key in the lock. Danny's pulse was racing. There was no place to hide other than under the extended sofa bed. He quickly chucked his rucksack underneath it. The door started to open. He fell to the ground, and his paper suit, rustling against the grimy carpet, rolled under the bed. He held his breath. Any movement would make a noise, and if this bastard found him here, it would be a clusterfuck of epic proportions. And even if he didn't, Danny was about to find himself trapped in a flat he'd just booby-trapped. Footsteps, a slamming door. "Fucking fucker!" Sarim Galaid's feet appeared to Danny's left. They were heading into the second reception room, but he suddenly turned round to face the door again. "Fucking Fucker! He screamed. Danny realised he was yelling at an imaginary Spud. You're the worst of them! I hope you'll get fucking done over next time. I'll put a bomb in your mother's house. I'll put a bomb in your fucking mama's crib. Galaid switched from English to Arabic and continued spewing a stream of obscenities at the front door. Danny breathed out very slowly, feeling his breath hot and wet under the paper mask. Stay still. Stay calm. Trust that you've set the charge correctly. The blast won't reach you in here. After 30 seconds, his target fell silent. The feet changed direction again. Danny saw the bottom of a plastic supermarket bag swinging as Galaid finally walked out of the room. Danny's body grew even tenser. From the kitchen, he heard the sound of units being opened and slammed shut. Galaid barked another word, again in Arabic. Silence. What was he doing? Pouring himself a glass of fucking soya milk? Or was he moving into the bathroom? Danny pictured the bare wires of the device in the cistern. There was a chance that he'd detonate the whole thing simply by sitting down. Or perhaps he was staring at the bathroom door, wondering why it was now open when he had left it closed. He gripped his weapon a little harder. If it came down to it and Galaid twigged that something was up, Danny would have to deal with this the old-fashioned way. Hammerstone wouldn't like it, but Hammerstone weren't on the ground. A noise. Liquid. Gushing. It took a couple of seconds for Danny to understand what he was hearing. It was the sound of Sarim Galaid pissing thunderously against the porcelain. Danny silently cursed. From the sound of it, he was taking a piss, not a shit as he had expected. There was always a chance that the filthy fucker wouldn't flush. A burst in Danny's ear. Spud, pissed off.
Mucker, what the hell's going down?
Danny didn't reply. The gushing stopped. 5 seconds passed.
Mucker, you need to respond or I'm coming in.
10. What was happening? Danny felt his breath trembling. He tried to picture the scene in the bathroom. Was Galaid still in there? Maybe Danny should just burst through and throw him against the toilet, let the impact do its work. It would put him in the line of the blast, but Galaid would surely absorb the shrapnel. He started to move. The paper suit rustled again. He emerged from under the bed, and for a moment saw a silhouette pass in front of the floral curtains. Spud? "Stay away," Danny hissed. "It's under control." No reply. "Stay away!" And then, without warning, it happened. The explosion was a short, sharp crack. Loud, certainly, but there was no boom or echo. Danny felt the floorboards beneath him vibrate with the detonation. He heard a shower of shrapnel pelting the walls of the bathroom. A shockwave almost topped him, and a lump of plaster fell from the ceiling a metre to his right. Then, silence. Danny felt for his rucksack. If everything had gone according to plan, he didn't want to trail bloody footprints back across the flat. He pushed himself to his feet, shouldered the rucksack, and held his gun firmly with 2 hands. Just because the device had exploded, it didn't mean Galaid was there when it happened. There was a thick cloud of dust in the second reception, and Danny could hear a high-pitched hissing sound. He could still see the doorframe of the kitchen, but inside was dark and obscured. He edged forward. The hissing sound grew louder. In the kitchen, the floor was damp. The paper shoes of his socko suit crunched over shards of porcelain. The glass pane in the kitchen door had shuttered outwards. The bathroom door was open. Danny lit his torch again and looked inside. His makeshift claymore had worked like a dream. Through the darkness and the smoke, Danny saw that the cistern itself was completely destroyed. The hissing noise came from the twisted inlet pipe that was spurting a tight jet of water up onto the ceiling, but the real devastation was on the floor. Sarim Galaid had clearly been facing the cistern when it blew. Now he was on his back, feet at the toilet end, head at the door end. At least, what was left of him was. The exploding cistern had ripped out the core of the bomber's groin and abdomen. Where there was once a stomach, there was now just a bleeding cavity. A thick, jagged shard of ceramic jutted out of where the corpse's bollocks once were, and although the heart had clearly already stopped, a thick slurry of blood, gastric juices and semi-digested food oozed from the catastrophic wound. Water from the spraying inlet pipe caused rivulets of pink to smear over the tiled floor. Galaid's face was unrecognizable. Shrapnel had peppered it, and proximity to the explosive charge had burned away the skin. The eye sockets were weeping blood. His hair had been burned away. He was nothing more than a smouldering, bleeding piece of meat. Danny stared at him for a moment. For some reason he found himself thinking about Clara, about finishing with her because he knew that in the days that followed, death would be his constant companion. Looked like he'd been right. He'd seen enough. He trod carefully back into the kitchen, where he started to remove his socko suit, though for the moment he kept the gloves, mask, and hairnet on. As he shoved the paper suit back into the bag, he heard a thumping noise from the front door. Neighbours probably wanting to find out what had happened. He spoke into the radio. "Spud, is that you?"
Negative,
Spud replied tersely.
I'm at the end of the street. You've got 2 coppers and a neighbour banging on the door. You need to get out of there, mucker.
The thumping on the front door grew louder. "RV at the car," Danny said. He trod over to the kitchen door, checking over his shoulder that he hadn't left footprints. All clear. He clambered through the shattered pane of the kitchen door and jumped outside into the garden. Only then did he remove the remainder of his socko gear. He stuffed it in his rucksack, then ran down the overgrown garden. There was a rickety 2-metre-high wooden fence at the end of the garden, several panels damaged. Danny scaled it with ease and landed with a thump in a weed-strewn, litter-strewn alleyway. He looked both ways, deserted. He ran north, 35 metres to the end of the alleyway. Thunder cracked overhead. Heavy droplets of rain started to fall. He reached the end of the alleyway and found himself in the road where, several hours previously, he'd collected pizza flyers from the parked cars. He caught sight of Spud standing on the opposite side of the street, his expression darker than the sky. Danny nodded. From the direction they needed to go came the sound of sirens. Instinctively, Danny and Spud walked the opposite way. After 30 seconds, Danny crossed the road and fell in beside his mate. "Been busy?" Spud asked from between gritted teeth. "Spotted an opportunity," Danny said. "Grabbed it." "Feel like telling me what happened?" Danny sniffed. "Put it this way," he said. "If that awry cunt wants to blow up London again, he'll need to find another bomber." Her name wasn't really Nikki, of course. The lustrous curly hair was false, and she would never normally wear so much lipstick or eyeliner that it made her look like a Western whore. And it went without saying that she did not find her gullible victim remotely attractive. Quite the opposite. He made her flesh creep with his strange features and lecherous glances. But as Abu Raid had said, in war, sacrifices have to be made. In Pakistan and Afghanistan and across the Muslim world, the British and American monsters had targeted the weak and the helpless, so why shouldn't they use the weak and helpless in their retaliations? She looked up ahead. Police officers at the corner of Lower Regent Street and Piccadilly Circus, 4 of them in high-visibility jackets. After Paddington, the sight of an Arabic woman, a Down syndrome man in a suitcase, would surely arouse suspicion. "Let's cross here," she suggested. He looked a bit confused, but of course he agreed. Hand in hand they crossed the road and stepped into Norris Street, a quieter back street just south of Piccadilly Circus. "I like the arcade machines," she said, once they were away from the busy main streets. "Shall we go and play them?" And then, when he looked suddenly worried, "My treat." He grinned at her. They turned a corner. Another main road was up ahead, and she saw 2 more police officers, a man and a woman, walking towards them. Her pulse raced. She had hoped she wouldn't have to do this, but now there was no choice. She stopped, pinned him against the wall, and pressed her lips to his. She felt his tongue wet and warm, twitching in her mouth, an unpleasant bulge in his trousers. The police officers passed. She pulled away and saw his foolishly grinning face. "That was nice," she said. 2 minutes later, still hand in hand, they entered the Trocadero. It was very crowded even at this hour. They walked past outlets selling brightly coloured sweeties, royal family plates, and tacky models of red London buses. They stood close to each other on the escalator as it carried them down into the basement. Here, the air was filled with the pinging and beeping and roaring of the arcades. Kids stood shooting light guns at imaginary foes. Others sat in arcade cars, speeding round imaginary racetracks. She pointed at an empty car and tugged at his sleeve. "Let's go on that," she said. Dragging the suitcase behind him, he followed her to the car. "You go first," she said. Obediently he propped the suitcase up next to the car and climbed inside. She fed a pound coin into the machine and watched his pitifully mal-coordinated attempt at playing the game, which was over in 45 seconds.
"Dude, you caused a pile-up,"
said the machine in a robotic voice. "You're really good," she cooed, and she inserted another pound coin. She was aware of a couple of kids loitering nearby, coiled up with suppressed laughter at his strange looks and ineptitude on the arcade.
"Thank you,"
he said, and then after a moment's thought, he blurted out the word,
"Darling."
She cringed and smiled. When his second go was over, she whispered in his ear, allowing her lips to brush lightly against him. "I need to get some more change." That look of panic again. She whispered in his ear, "We'll spend a bit more time here, then go back to your place." And of course he nodded. "Will you look after my overnight bag?" she asked. He nodded again. Disgusted, she wondered if he might actually start drooling. "I'll be back in a minute," she said. "Darling?" She walked towards the escalator. Only when she was at the top did she look back down. The leery kids had surrounded his car. They were pointing at him and laughing, no doubt as much at his strange looks as at his hopelessness on the arcade. More fool them. She turned her back on them and hurried out of the Trocadero, past the buses and tea towels and sweets, and out into the street. The sky was very dark. Thunder was in the air. She crossed the road and pulled a mobile phone from her coat. She walked briskly as she pressed speed dial number 1. There was no point listening for the ringtone, because she knew there wouldn't be one. There would just be the explosion, and she braced herself for that. She was at least 30 meters from the Trocadero's entrance when it came, but it nearly knocked her from her feet nonetheless. The ground seemed to shake, and the boom seemed to reverberate against the high walls of Shaftesbury Avenue. She fell against another pedestrian, a woman in a blue raincoat, whose expression changed in an instant from annoyance to terror. As the boom subsided, there was a moment of almost silence, as though London was holding its breath. And then a thunderclap cracked overhead, like an echo of the explosion. Huge droplets of rain spattered onto the pavement. She hurried south, a faceless figure in the faceless crowds, as the desperate screams from the direction of the Trocadero reached her ears. Chapter 9. "You should have told me what you were doing, Mucker, that's all I'm saying." Spud wasn't the type to lose his rag, but he was close to it now. For some reason, Danny didn't care. He was tense. Maybe an argument would do him good. "I was thinking on my feet, that's all I'm saying." Spud glared at him from the passenger seat, and Danny suddenly felt bad about himself. His mate was right. It was one of the first things they'd learned. Never do something by yourself if you don't have to. Chastened, he said, "OK, point taken." And to cover the uncomfortable pause that followed, "Fucking traffic. What the hell's going on?" They were nose to tail down Fulham Palace Road. It was pissing down, and the other drivers were getting leery. Danny switched on the car radio, wondering if it was too early for there to be any news of his morning's work. There was news, all right, just not what they expected. They listened in horror as fragments of information filtered through the breathless reports of harried journalists. Massive explosion. Scenes of devastation in the West End. Scores feared dead. The two SAS men sat in sickened silence. If Danny had felt any satisfaction at nailing Sarim Galaid, it was fast disappearing. "The Hammerstone lot will be feeling the heat," Danny said. "We need to get back to the safe house, see if they've tried to contact us." It took an hour. They were tempted to use their siren, but in the end made the call not to. There'd just have been one of many, and in any case Danny didn't much feel like drawing attention to himself. By the time they reached Battersea Park, he was ready to explode with tension, and he sensed Spud felt the same. As they pulled up outside the safe house, his mate retrieved his Glock from the glove compartment. "Come on," he said. "Let's check the dead letter box." "Wait." Danny pointed through the windscreen. At the end of the street was a main road running at right angles, rammed with traffic just like everywhere else. On the opposite side, no more than 30 metres from the safe house, was a large billboard advertising The Lion King, which sure as hell wouldn't be running tonight. And standing underneath the billboard, looking quite out of place in this shitty part of town, with his heavy black overcoat and patrician features, was a man they both knew.
"Piers Chamberlain," Spud muttered suspiciously. "I thought those fuckers didn't want anything to do with us."
"They don't," Danny breathed. "Not as a foursome, but individually, perhaps." The two men debussed. Danny clicked the key fob and the vehicle beeped itself shut. He didn't think Chamberlain had seen them yet, but he knew that putting himself in their line of vision was an invitation for them to make contact. Chamberlain might be a Rupert, but he was a regiment Rupert, who knew damn well he couldn't expect to go unnoticed by two active SAS operatives. Danny and Spud walked side by side to the end of the street. He clocked them in a few seconds, nodded, and then started walking along the opposite side of the main road. 50 metres further along, he stepped into a Greasy Spoon, a good place for a covert RV. Cheap cafes like that never had CCTV, and it was usual to have different clientele of all types each day. They wouldn't look out of place. Danny and Spud stopped.
"Do we join him?"
Spud asked. Danny nodded. "We join him."
"Then he's buying the fucking sarnies."
They crossed the road. The front window of the Greasy Spoon was misted up from the inside, but Danny could make out the dark shadow of a big man sitting by the window, and instinctively knew it was Chamberlain. With the sound of 3 different police sirens fading in the background, the 2 SAS men stepped inside. It was warm in here, the atmosphere a fug of tea and fried food. Tatty posters of exotic beaches on the wall, torn at the edges. About half the tables were occupied. In one corner, above the serving bar, there was a TV tuned into BBC News 24. Shaky camera work rolled on the developing scenes in Piccadilly. Danny saw a flash of red as a wounded body was stretchered from the remains of the Trocadero. All the punters inside the cafe, perhaps 15 of them, were transfixed. One guy had a copy of The Sun in front of him. He absent-mindedly licked a forefinger and turned the page of his newspaper, but he was staring at the screen, not the paper. A constant babble of reportage filled the air.
"Many feared dead.
Extent of the damage not known. Police appealing to the public to avoid all non-urgent travel to central London." At a table by himself, along the left-hand wall, sat an elderly guy, a workman by the look of his paint-spattered overalls. He had dark skin and Arabic features. His beard was white, his face deeply lined, and his bald head covered in liver spots. He looked kindly but also distinctly uncomfortable as he waited for his breakfast. Some of the other punters cast him the occasional hostile glance. Danny's eyes picked out Chamberlain. He was sitting in the corner to the right of the door, his back against the wall, and a mug of tea in front of him, the tea bag still floating in the cup. He looked up, but because of his squint, it wasn't immediately obvious if he was looking directly at them or not.
"Sit down, lads,"
he said, quietly, so his voice was drowned by the TV for everyone except Danny and Spud.
"I've ordered the full English for you both. Sounds like you've had a busy night."
Wordlessly they sat opposite him, Danny by the window.
"You know what I can't abide," Chamberlain said. "Go to Glasgow, they'll place a portion of haggis on the plate and call it the full Scottish. Dublin, you'll have a slice of white pudding and it's a full Irish. Load of bloody nonsense, if you ask me."
Only now did he glance up at the TV.
"You've heard the latest?" They nodded. "Mark my words, lads, if this carries on, we'll have an extremist with a bomb on every street corner. The Royal Protection Boys have already moved the senior royals from the palace and Clarence House. Her Majesty is spitting blood. This is far worse than the glory days of the Provosts. Medals all round for the person who stops these little shits, I shouldn't wonder."
He gave them both a meaningful look.
"I'd have thought Her Majesty would be pissing rainbows,"
Spud said coolly. A flicker of irritation crossed Chamberlain's face, but he quickly mastered it.
"Don't quite follow you, old man," he said.
"Didn't that pretty boy who was banging her granddaughter get a lump of shrapnel in his skull at Paddington? Nice, neat solution to a nasty, messy problem."
Typical Spud. Zero tact. But it didn't seem to bother Chamberlain. He looked up at the approaching waitress, a sour-faced woman in her 60s, with an egg-spattered apron carrying 2 immense plates of food. He indicated that she should set them down in front of Danny and Spud. Only when the food was in front of him did Danny realize how hungry he was. Sarim Galaid's butchered body was just a memory. It hadn't affected Danny's appetite. Chamberlain watched them eat for a couple of minutes before speaking again. "I suppose you're wondering why I'm here," he said finally. Danny didn't feel inclined to give him the satisfaction of admitting that was true. Clearly Spud felt the same. They continued to wolf down their food. Chamberlain looked round the cafe, obviously checking that nobody was paying them any attention. When he spoke again, it was in a quieter voice. "That Hammerstone lot," he said. "All very well for them to give out edicts from on high. Don't think they quite realise how difficult it is to make these little events look like accidents. Can't have all your targets blowing themselves up while they're taking a leak, eh? Thought you might appreciate a bit of input. 3 heads better than 2 and all that." Danny scraped the remnants of food from round his plate, finished it off, then pushed the plate forward. "I'm all ears," he said. "The province was my hunting ground back in the day," Chamberlain said. "Had to be bloody careful, of course. The Micks were all hot under the collar about internment at the time. Not sure they'd have been quite so vocal if they'd seen some of the animals in long cash, but there you have it." Spud belched and pushed his empty plate away. Danny kept quiet. Northern Ireland was a sensitive subject for him. He certainly didn't want to discuss his own family's involvement in the province with the arsehole across the table. "Handful of provos we couldn't bang up, of course." He traced 2 imaginary speech marks in the air. "Lack of evidence. Or they'd have caused more trouble inside than out, not unlike this bloody ridiculous situation with Abu Raid. Had to see to it that they met with an accident." Speech marks again. "Happy to share the fruits of my labours." "Like I say," Danny answered, "I'm all ears." Chamberlain put his cup of tea to his mouth and drained it in one gulp. "Shark's eye," he said. "Worked every time." Danny inclined his head. What Chamberlain said made sense. The shark's eye was very simple but very effective. A black tube not much more than a foot in length. Fire it at night time, and it would give a directional burst of dazzling light that would blind anyone. Fire it towards the driver of a moving vehicle, and 9 times out of 10 it would cause the driver to lose control. Net result, roadkill, and very little in the way of evidence. "I've done a bit of homework on your second target," Chamberlain continued. "They'll have sent you his details already, I shouldn't wonder, but the DVLC have a motorbike registered to his name. Shark's Eye would be ideal, I'd have thought." "Sounds familiar," said Spud. "All we need now is a tunnel under the Seine, and a pack of paparazzi chasing after him. We can do the full Diana." A poker face from Chamberlain. "I rather thought," he said, "that the gentlemen of 22 were immune to that sort of gossip." "The gentlemen may be," Spud drawled, "but not me. What about that regiment fellow who said he saw one of your lot in Paris the night before the hit?" By your lot, Spud meant the firm, and Danny was well aware of the rumour. It was no secret that a small team from the RWW, the regiment's precursor to E Squadron, had investigated the possibility of conducting a hit on Milosevic back in the early 90s. The method was to be exactly what Chamberlain was suggesting to them now. A shark's eye attack on the war criminals convoy as it negotiated a particularly treacherous mountain pass. The RWW team had rejected it as a possibility, for exactly the reasons that Danny knew the Diana conspiracy was a load of hokum. Too many variables. A shark's eye hit was fine for a provost shithead who was heading for an early grave anyway, but for a high-profile target like Milosevic, against whom you'd only get one chance, it was just too blunt a tool. But the rumour was that the night before Diana's death, an MI6 agent had been spotted in Paris with one of the RWW guys on the Milosevic hit team. Enough of a coincidence to get tongues wagging and wild theories spreading. "I can absolutely assure you," Chamberlain told Spud mildly, his lips barely moving and his voice little more than a whisper, "that an attempt on the life of a prominent public figure such as Princess Diana would require a far greater level of premeditation than was evident during the events of the Place de l'Alma." "Sounds like you've given it a lot of thought," said Spud. Chamberlain's lips went thin. "Practically none," he said, "although I'm sure I'm not alone in feeling queasy at the thought of He checked himself. A Middle Eastern playboy becoming stepfather to our future monarch. Doesn't bother me, pal. They're all German anyway, as far as I can tell." For the first time, Chamberlain looked as though he was on the point of losing his cool. He drew a deep breath and scratched the eyebrow above the eye that had a squint. Danny found himself recalling Buckingham's words of the day before. "Keeps the company of some peculiar types. Not saying they're right-wing, but they do rather make our friends in UKIP look like card-carrying Marxists. They've been lobbying government to set up a transfer of power to the army in the event of Islamic extremism getting out of control." Behind him, Danny heard a sudden scraping of chairs. He looked round. A couple of burly punters had stood up and were moving towards the old Middle Eastern guy sitting by himself. The TV continued to babble in the background, but suddenly nobody was watching it. The atmospherics in the cafe had changed. The workman looked up. His friendly, lined face instantly required a hunted expression. "Suppose it's one of your mates done this," said one of the two burly men. The accusation in his voice was ugly. The old Middle Eastern man shook his head nervously. His eyes darted around looking for an exit, but the way out was barred by these two menacing white guys who were clearly looking for trouble. One of them bent over and lifted the edge of the Middle Eastern man's table. His cup of tea toppled and spilled all over his lap. The man looked confused, then angry. It was an emotion that didn't suit his face, but then he calmed himself. "Please, my friends," he said mildly. "I'm very sorry for your loss. This is a terrible thing, but it is not done in my name. Please, I don't want any trouble." "Bit late for that, sunshine." Danny turned back to Spud and Chamberlain. On his mate's face he saw an ill-concealed look of disgust. On Chamberlain's, quite the opposite. Not approval exactly, nor even enjoyment, just a kind of bleak satisfaction. Spud stood up. He walked across the cafe and tapped the two burly blokes on the shoulder. They were both half a head height taller than Spud, and didn't look like they appreciated the interruption. "Sit down, fellas," said Spud. "You're blocking the telly." The men sneered at him. "We'll sit down when we've dealt with the packy." "You'll sit down now," Spud said, his voice dangerously quiet now, "or you'll fuck off out of it." The two men looked at each other with malicious grins. Neither of them expected Spud's preemptive strike. He whacked his solid fist against the head of the man on his right. It cracked sharply against the second man's head, and they both staggered, dazed, across the cafe floor. The Middle Eastern man jumped up to his feet. His old bones couldn't move very fast, but he shuffled up to the door and left the cafe as quickly as he could. "He hasn't paid!" shouted the waitress. "He hasn't bleeding paid!" Spud pulled a £10 note from his pocket and chucked it on the Middle Eastern man's table. He cast a dangerous glance at the still staggering men. They looked a lot less certain of themselves now, as if they wanted to hit back but were afraid to muscle up to the tough, broad-shouldered Spud. Typical bullies, crumbling when things didn't go their way. Spud took a step towards them. "Word of advice, fellas," he said. "Keep yourselves to yourselves, any more of that shit, and if I don't put you down, me mate over there will." He pointed in Danny's direction, who gave the thugs a dark look as Spud returned to Chamberlain. "Breakfast's on you," Spud told the MI6 man. "Let's go, mucker." Danny stood up. He nodded at Chamberlain. "You'll find the details of the second target waiting for you," Chamberlain said. As Danny and Spud walked towards the door, he found himself zoning into the commentary from the TV again. "At least 50 people are feared dead in what some are calling the worst terrorist strike since 9/11. The Prime Minister has called it a sickening, cowardly act and vowed to bring those responsible to justice." Out on the street, nothing had changed. The traffic was still backed up. A cyclist was shouting at a driver who'd just opened his door without looking. Exhaust fumes filled the air, and there was no sign of the Middle Eastern man Spud had just saved from a pummelling. Suddenly Danny heard a familiar sound, the crescendo of helicopter rotors. A khaki RAF Merlin flew low overhead. Not your average everyday sight in London. They crossed the road and strode back in the direction of their safe house. Danny only looked back once. Chamberlain was at the door of the cafe. He had lit a cigarette and was watching them go. "What the fuck was all that about?" Spud asked. "Shark's eyes? What does he think it is, 1975? Danny had no answer, but plenty of questions. Why was Chamberlain so keen to help them? Why had he sought them out away from his Hammerstone colleagues? What the hell was going on? "Is it just me?" Danny said. "Or did he not look like he gave a flying fuck about this latest bomb?" Spud shrugged. "He's a spook and a Rupert mucker. What do you expect?" 2 minutes later they reached the safe house. There was something on the doorstep. It was a black flight case, 2 foot wide, a foot high and a foot deep. They eyed it suspiciously for a moment from a distance of a couple of meters. Then Spud said, "Fuck it." He stepped forward, picked up the flight case, opened the door, and stepped inside. In the kitchen, they opened it up, carefully but with interest. The flight case contained a black tube about a foot in length, with a built-in battery pack and a trigger. "Shark's eye," Danny said, and Spud nodded his agreement. Looked like Chamberlain had left them a present. Jamal Faroul did not like this place. He knew it was secure, that Abu Raid was too clever to allow the authorities anywhere near this penthouse flat in the heart of Docklands, right under their very noses, and he knew he hadn't been followed. His usual strategy to avoid a trail was to travel to the end of the central line and walk half a mile up a country lane so that anybody following him would be forced to show themselves. But in the wake of the Trocadero bomb that morning, the underground was completely shut down. He gave some thought to using his motorbike, but soon discounted that idea. It was parked at his flat in Perivale for a start, and he hadn't returned there since the day of the Paddington bomb, choosing instead to bunk down at a B&B in Ruislip. More importantly, where a motorbike went, a car could go, and he knew he wouldn't be able to spot skilled vehicle surveillance. Instead, he had used his push-bike to traverse London and had squeezed through walkways that no car could possibly cross. He had avoided the centre. He knew the West End would be locked down and that police would be everywhere. He'd seen the helicopters flying overhead and heard the sirens screaming past the B&B all morning. From the window he'd seen military trucks, no doubt filled with soldiers, passing on their way into London. He'd watched the footage on TV, of course, and seen the devastation on Shaftesbury Avenue. The emergency services coming out of the building into the sheeting rain with body bags. The wounded, their faces and clothes bloody, staggering, shell-shocked across the debris-strewn pavement. He'd seen the screaming family members weeping into the camera as increasingly dramatic statistics rolled underneath them. 50 feared dead. 100 feared dead. 150 feared dead. Part of him exulted at the success of this latest strike. Another, admittedly smaller part of him, hoped that this would not be as spectacular as his own bombing. There was pride at stake, after all. A little after 10 o'clock, however, he'd seen the other major news item. It twisted him up inside as if someone had put a hand round his heart and squeezed it. A second bomb had exploded almost simultaneously in a ground-floor flat in Hammersmith. 1 fatality. A 23-year-old man believed to be of interest to the security services in the wake of last Friday's explosion in Paddington Station. Explosives found in the flat, thought to be an accidental detonation. Jamal's lip had curled. He had thumped the arm of his chair in anger and indignation. "Thought to be an accidental detonation?" He spat on the carpet. He shouted at the TV, loudly at first, though he quickly checked his voice so as not to alert his landlady. He had paced the room, wondering what he should do. Finally, he decided that he had no choice. He had to speak to Abu Raid, and since there was no way to contact him by phone or email, he would have to go and see him in person. And so, here he was, pacing the tiles of the posh dining room that made him feel so uneasy. He had bad memories of it, memories of making the video in which their young jihadi colleague had tried and failed to sacrifice himself, of the strange sound the knife had made when Sarim had forced it into his throat, of the blood. Detonating a bomb was easy. There was no need to see anything or to witness the brutal reality of what you were doing. Killing someone with a knife was different, like slaughtering a chicken instead of buying it ready fried from KFC. He had relived the moment in his sleep countless times and always woken up sweating. He continued to pace the room. There was no remnant of that moment of martyrdom. The blackout blinds still covered the floor-to-ceiling windows, But there was no bloodied tarpaulin, no backdrop, no camera. Did the room smell a little different to usual? Jamal thought perhaps it did. He tried not to think of that as he sat rigidly on a high-backed dining chair. The door opened. Jamal felt his heart pound as he expected Abu Raid to enter. But it wasn't the cleric who walked in. It was a young woman about Jamal's own age. She had dark skin and curly hair and wore no makeup, but was beautiful nonetheless. There was a wariness in her dark eyes, a hardness, but she also seemed anxious. She looked around the room as though checking it for threats. Only after a few seconds did her eyes fall on Jamal. She nodded in an unfriendly way. "I'm Jamal," he introduced himself uncomfortably. "I've seen you down the mosque, innit?" The girl shrugged. "Posh crib this," Jamal persisted. "Don't know who pays for it." No reply. "What's your name?" "I keep it to myself," she said quietly. "Maybe you should do the same." Jamal bristled. "Yeah?" he said. "Well, I'm here to see Abu Raid." He said it with a certain pride, because to be granted an audience with Abu Raid was to be favoured. "Me too," said the girl. "Yeah, well," Jamal started to say, but he suddenly stopped speaking. A figure filled the doorway, broad shoulders, beard flecked with grey. Abu Raid. "Welcome, both of you," he said. "You're sure you were not followed?" "I am," Jamal said boastfully. Abu Raid gave the girl an inquiring glance. She shook her head, and that seemed to satisfy him. He stepped further into the room. For a moment he stood a couple of metres from where Jamal was sitting, his face quite calm. Suddenly Jamal realised he had taken the only seat in the room. He jumped up as if it had suddenly turned burning hot, and looked nervously at the cleric. "Thank you, Jamal," Abu Raid said. "I'm not as young as I was." He sat down. The chair seemed far too small for him. It creaked as it took his weight. He paused. Then he looked at each of them in turn. "You have done very well," he said. "I am pleased with you." Jamal looked at the girl. "Is she—" "The Trocadero," Abu Raid said calmly. "She used her charms to lure a young man to his destiny." Jamal found himself exchanging a glance with the girl. He clenched his jaw. "Sarim is dead, Abu Raid." The cleric inclined his head sadly and outstretched his palms. "We mourn his passing," he said, "and rejoice that he has achieved paradise." Jamal blinked. But Abu Raid, surely you understand what this means?" Abu Raid gazed calmly at him. "What does it mean, Jamal?" "Well, that he was killed, that the security services executed him, that they know who we are, Abu Raid." There was a dead silence in the room. Abu Raid looked again from one to the other. "You do not need to worry," he said. "But, Abu Raid, they killed him!" "No!" the cleric said. His voice was suddenly sharp, and it made Jamal jump. "Listen carefully to me. They did not kill him. Sarim was meddling with explosives. He should have known better. His death was an accident, a terrible accident, but an accident." Jamal stared at the cleric. He barely knew what to say. "Abu Raid, that's what they say on the news, but surely you don't believe that?" Abu Raid nodded. "Yes," he said, "I believe it." Jamal glanced at the girl. She also looked uncertain at Abu Raid's statement. To contradict the cleric took a braver man than Jamal, however, and he bowed his head in a gesture of respect. He raised it again as the girl spoke. "Abu Raid," she said, "forgive me, but if you are so certain that the authorities do not know who we are, why are you in hiding here? Why aren't you at the mosque where your children are eager to see you and hear your voice? Why aren't you with your family?" Jamal held his breath. He had never heard anyone talk to Abu Raid like that. The cleric's face was expressionless as he sat in silence for a moment. Then he stood up and walked over towards the floor-to-ceiling windows. He pressed a button on the wall. Almost noiselessly, the electric blackout blinds rose to reveal the pristine glass of the windows and the vast sprawl of London spread out beyond. "Abu Raid," Jamal said urgently, "do not stand so close to the window!" But his warning was ignored as the city presented itself before them. It was an impressive sight. Jamal could see everything. The Shard, the London Eye, the dome of St. Paul's Cathedral, Big Ben, the bridges over the snaking Thames. He saw the Millennium Dome and the unused landing strip of City Airport, framed by an inlet of the river. It crossed his mind how many targets there were in London, each one more iconic than the last. All three of them continued to stare for a moment. There was something strange about the sight. It took a moment for Jamal to realize that there was barely any traffic on the river, and with a flash of intuition he realized that there were probably only police boats and those run by the security services allowed on the water. Jamal picked out 2 helicopters hovering lower than them over the north bank of the river. He realized they were flying over Piccadilly, over the site of the latest bomb. London, he could see from this snapshot, was running scared. 2 weeks ago, Abu Raid said quietly, a drone strike in eastern Pakistan killed 136 people. It was not even reported in the British press, and yet, when their own people start to die... His voice trailed off. He didn't sound angry, sad, if anything. That gave Jamal a bit of courage. "Abu Raid," he said, "they'll mention your name on the television and in the newspapers. They're wondering why you have disappeared from the streets. I'm worried for you that they will—" "Quiet!" Abu Raid roared with such sudden violence that Jamal physically started. He exchanged a glance with the girl, who looked similarly shocked and was edging away from him. Silence. Abu Raid breathed on the window, and in the mist that formed, he drew the Arabic symbol for God. Jamal felt a chill. He was reminded of the last time he saw that symbol, in this very room, hanging on a backdrop in front of a bloodied tarpaulin. Abu Raid pressed the button again. As the blinds silently descended, he turned. There was a hard glint in his eyes. "If you do not wish to continue this important work, please just say the word. Your allegiance will not be in doubt, but there is room in our organization for many different people." He looked over to the wall where the young man had been sacrificed, "who we may use for all sorts of different purposes." The girl's eyes fell to the floor. She looked chastened and scared. There was no doubt in Jamal's mind that she understood just what Abu Raid was threatening her with, as did he. Abu Raid stepped away from the window. "You will return to your homes," he said. "Your home, Jamal. You will not hide like a coward, and you will stay there, wait for your instructions. And remember, God looks after the faithful, and so do I. But the unfaithful—" He looked at each of them in turn. "The unfaithful are punished." He turned his back on them again. The audience, Jamal understood, was over. He walked backwards to the door. Neither he nor the girl, he sensed, could get out of there quickly enough. The corridor that led to the exit was brightly lit. Jamal and the girl hurried down it shoulder to shoulder. They passed a bathroom on the right-hand side. The door was slightly ajar, and as he hurried by it, Jamal saw inside. It was all marble and mirrors, with crisp white towels piled by the sink, and a bath twice the size of any he had ever seen before. 2 white toweling dressing gowns hung by a hook on the wall, but in the split second that he passed the door, he noticed something else, black robes of some description hanging alongside them, a burqa. He didn't know why, but the sight made him feel very uneasy. Outside the main entrance to the apartment sat the 2 men who had been in attendance both times Jamal had visited. Dark skin, broad shoulders, no hint of a smile. Jamal didn't doubt that they were armed, and he felt their aggressive stares burn into his back as he and the woman waited for the elevator to arrive. It seemed to take an age, but even when the doors had closed around them and they had started the long, silent journey to the ground floor, he felt far from safe. Claustrophobic. Hunted. Stepping out onto the glamorous marble atrium of the ground floor, with its tinkling fountain and barely audible piped music, Jamal immediately felt the hot glare of the concierge, smartly uniformed behind his desk. He and the girl hurried past him without a word, then out into the early evening. The plaza in front of the building was crowded. An outdoor fountain glowed 30 meters ahead of them, but none of the pedestrians paid it any attention. They seemed only intent on getting home. It struck Jamal as ironic. They no doubt thought that here, in the business centre of the capital, they were most at risk, and yet their enemy was hiding out right in their midst. He pulled up his hood and turned to the girl. She still hadn't told him her name. He thought about asking her again. She was very beautiful, and for a crazy moment he wondered what would happen if he tried to kiss her, even though he knew he was far too shy to do it. "What are you going to do?" he asked her, keeping his voice low. The girl was less haughty now, a little unsure of herself. "Go home, I suppose, like he told us." She frowned. "Do you think we're going to be all right?" "Yeah," Jamal said. "Course." He peered upwards. The enormous glass tower loomed threateningly above them. Then he looked across the plaza to the other side of the fountain. There was a row of Boris bikes neatly lined up, and next to them his own bike, chained to a cycle rail. "Better make a move," he said. He nodded, then hurried across the plaza and unchained his bike. He looked back at the tower block again. A window-cleaning cradle was descending to the ground floor. The guys inside were wolf-whistling the girl. Jamal felt a surge of anger. He wanted to go over and defend her honour. To tell the men that he was the Paddington Bomber and see how arrogant they felt then. But the girl was in charge of the situation. She gave the window cleaners an evil look before turning her back on them. Jamal calmed himself, then suddenly felt uneasy again. He realized that those window cleaners could easily have observed them when awry had opened the blinds in the penthouse, and he wondered again how the cleric could be so sure that he was safe. As he pedalled back across London, Jamal's mind was ablaze. awry seemed so certain that they were beyond the reach of the authorities, so certain that Sarim's death had been an accident. But did Jamal believe him? Did he dare to believe him? Sarim had trusted awry implicitly, and look where that had got him. The cleric had insisted on Jamal returning home, but surely to do that would be madness. Then again, did he really dare to disobey awry? He knew better than most just what he was capable of. It took a long time to cross London. The traffic was bad, the police presence high, but as he cycled through Bayswater and past Shepherd's Bush, he realised that he was not heading back to the B&B in Ruislip, but to his own flat in Perivale. And in a flash, he realised he had made his decision. To run. To go into hiding from both the authorities and from awry. Tonight. Chapter 10. Clara went about her work in a kind of daze. The dead were everywhere. The hospital mortuary was overflowing. Injured men, women, and children were dying, one an hour, at the very least. It had become necessary to set up an overflow mortuary in a ward deep in the bowels of the hospital, where rented air-conditioning machines sucked the warmth from the air to stop the corpses decaying before they could be released back to the families. A poor substitute for the hospital cold room. Clara had already seen a fly crawling on the face of a dead woman. When she was at school, she saw her history lessons not as an endless succession of facts, but a succession of pictures. Injured men laid out in field hospitals in the wake of the Crimea, in the trenches of the Great War, on the outskirts of Saigon. Those grainy black-and-white images didn't look so different from the sights that surrounded her now. London was at war. The enemy was unseen, the casualties were civilian, but it was a war, nevertheless. It wasn't just the endless procession of injury and death that seemed to suck everything out of Clara. After Paddington, she had been able to talk about what she had seen with Danny. He wasn't the type to try to comfort her, but he did listen. And she knew that beneath it all, he cared. She missed him more than she knew how to express. It was a constant, dull ache somewhere deep inside her. She had told herself that morning that she would deal with it by throwing herself into her work, and the influx of casualties from the shock bombing in the Trocadero meant she didn't have much choice. But in a corner of her mind, she felt his absence more than she would ever have admitted to anyone. She worked long past her shift time. They all did. It was gone 9 o'clock when she scrubbed down, disinfected her hands for one last time, put on her ordinary clothes, and clocked out. She walked alone through the foyer of the hospital and flashed her ID at one of the crowd of policemen guarding the front entrance. Police guarding a hospital? Had it really come to this? She shuffled out in the cold night air, with her head down. She was exhausted, but dreaded going home. Now was not a time to be alone. She could walk to Maida Vale from here, and a good thing too, there was no public transport running, and every cab in the city seemed to be taken. She set off. She could get home in half an hour if she kept her pace up. There was a shortcut round the back of the hospital that very few people knew about. It was a narrow, dark alleyway, uninviting at the best of times, and especially this evening. Clara stumbled along it, her head down, barely aware of her surroundings, her mind lost in unpleasant thoughts. She didn't realize that she was being followed until she felt someone grab her by the arm. On another occasion she might have screamed, but not tonight. Whoever had grabbed her had done so from behind, and in an instant 24 hours of frustration seemed to come steaming out of her. She spun round. "What the hell?" It was so dark she couldn't see clearly at first. She blinked and tried to clear her head. Then she stopped. "Danny?" She started at him. He was in a terrible state. His right eye was purple, bulging and bruised. There was a cut on his upper lip, sealed together with a length of steri-strip. She caught a whiff of stale booze from his body, and only then did she realize that it wasn't Danny at all. "Kyle?" she whispered. "Oh, my God, what's happened to you?"
"It's nothing,"
Kyle said. His speech was slurred. "Then let go of me." Kyle let his hand fall. "Who did this?" Clara asked. And then, almost immediately, she answered her own question. "The Poles? The ones you were talking about?" Kyle nodded and averted his gaze. He looked humiliated. He was also shivering. The doctor in her decided that what Kyle needed most was a hot drink. "Come with me," she said, and she started striding along the alleyway. A moment later they were in the main street. Kyle trotted to keep up with her, and as they passed a pub he looked longingly towards it. But Clara knew that more booze would be a disaster, and 5 minutes later they were sitting opposite each other in Starbucks. There was a copy of the Evening Standard on the table. The front page showed the devastated frontage of the Trocadero, and the baristas, when they weren't looking at Kyle's beaten face, were talking feverishly about the latest explosion. Kyle had his shivering hands wrapped round a hot drink. The smell of booze was more obvious in here. It turned her stomach. "Tell me what happened."
"Told you already. It's nothing."
"It's not nothing. How much do you owe them, Kyle?" Danny's brother shrugged.
5 G's? It's not a problem. I'll get my hands on the money somehow."
He took a sip of coffee and winced as the hot liquid scalded his damaged lips. Clara stared at him. "Where are you going to get £5,000 from?" Another shrug.
"There's always Danny. Been trying to call him. Fucker's not answering."
"How long have you been waiting for me outside the hospital?" She vaguely remembered telling him where she worked, when he'd turned up in Hereford and Danny had left them alone for a few minutes. But the thought of him stalking her like this creeped her out.
"Couple of hours? Thought Danny might pick you up. He's not around Hereford, at least not so far as I can tell."
He took another painful sip of coffee.
"So, where is the cunt?"
"Don't!" Clara felt her pulse rising at his language, but she managed to hold her tongue. "I don't know where he is," she said. Kyle clearly couldn't hide it. The flicker of panic that shadowed his face, the frown that creased his forehead. He was even less successful at keeping the emotion from his voice.
"Don't matter," he said. "I know people. I'll get it sorted."
Clara couldn't help a pang of sympathy. Kyle was like a bolshy kid, unable to confess that he was in trouble. If she'd had $5,000 in her pocket, she reckoned she'd probably have given it to him. But she didn't have that sort of money, either in her pocket or in her bank account. "These Poles," she said. "You can go to the police about them, you know." Kyle gave a harsh, mirthless bark of laughter. "All right," he said. Silence. There was something unspoken between them. Clara tackled it first. If you give them something, will they lay off you for a while? He looked at her sharply. Maybe, he said. There was a sudden eagerness in his eyes, and a wiliness too. Depends what I give them. Well, it won't be much, Clara said. I don't have much. It was as if Kyle couldn't stop himself from being offensive. Yeah, right, you sound like a right daddy's girl. He looked like he was going to say something else, but perhaps he noticed the steel in Clara's eyes. Come with me, she said. The nearest cash point was 3 doors down. There was no queue. Clara had the impression that nobody wanted to stay in the same place for long, and the passers-by did just that, pass by. She had 2 credit cards. The maximum withdrawal on each was £250. She maxed each of them out. Kyle couldn't keep his eyes off the money, and Clara was honest enough with herself to admit that this was probably a very bad idea. But Kyle was Danny's brother, and he was in trouble. And she never had been able to refuse help to a person in trouble. She handed over the money. Kyle snatched it from her and stuffed the wad into his pocket. His eyes darted around again. He didn't have the grace to utter a word of thanks. He just turned on his heel and walked back down the street. After 10 meters or so, he looked over his shoulder to see if Clara was still watching him. When he saw that she was, he continued on his way. Quickly, Clara crossed the busy road. There was a doorway set back from the pavement where she hid in the shadows. She only had to wait a couple of minutes before she saw Kyle again, walking back the way he'd come. He looked around furtively, then shuffled into the pub they'd walked past. Clara shivered with the cold. She felt so stupid. She wondered if she should follow him into the pub and demand the money back, but she quickly discounted that idea. She'd half known he'd drink it away. At least she'd confirmed one thing, that Danny had been right about his brother all along. He was past anyone's help. The thought of Danny made her shiver again. She wondered where he was now, and then she felt the familiar twist of anguish when she remembered that it wasn't her business any more. But that didn't stop her thinking about him, about the abrupt way he'd finished with her, about what was going on in his head, about where he was now and what he was doing, about whether the man she still loved was safe. Jamal had already decided that if he wanted to get far away from London, the push-bike would be no good. He needed to fetch his motorbike, and he needed to do it tonight. It was a risk returning home to Perivale, he knew that, but as he kept his bike in a lock-up a good 50 metres from the flat itself, he could collect it without even showing his face at home. It was 10 o'clock exactly when he stopped cycling. He left his bike against the railings of the local primary school and didn't even bother to lock it up. He knew perfectly well that it would be stolen, but that was okay. It wasn't like he was going to need it again after all. He covered the last half-mile to the lock-up on foot, his hands shoved deep into his pockets to keep them warm. His skin tingled. He felt like everyone he passed, small groups of youths, couples hand in hand, were staring at him. But that was ridiculous, he told himself. Nobody knew he was here. On the corner of one main road, a squat man in a black leather jacket, who looked uncannily like Phil Collins, did make eye contact. But then he pulled out his phone and started having an argument with his girlfriend, and Jamal carried on his way. He stopped about 20 metres from the lock-up. It was a line of 3 sectional concrete garages in a quiet side street, with a patch of cracked tarmac in front of them. He looked up and down the street, checking that nobody was watching him. The place was deserted, so he crossed to his lock-up, the middle of the 3, and opened it up with a key he had in his back pocket. It was dark in the lock-up and entirely empty, apart from the bike, and the helmet which he kept slung over the handlebars. Jamal hurried in, and, moments later, was sitting on the vehicle. There was half a tank of petrol, enough to get him out of London. He had already decided that when he needed to refuel, he would fill up a plastic jerry can, so he didn't have to expose his bike to the security cameras at any petrol stations. He pulled on his helmet, started the ignition, revved the bike a couple of times, and slowly moved out of the lock-up. He was so eager to get away that he didn't even bother to close the garage door. He wouldn't be returning anyway. The air temperature had dropped. It was a cold night, but Jamal couldn't risk returning to the flat for warmer clothes. He would just have to man it out. He peered to the end of the side street. No sign of anyone. He drove on to the corner of the side street and the main road. Here he stopped again and checked around him. There were a handful of pedestrians on the street, but none of them seemed to be paying him any attention. A bus trundled past, its windows misted up, followed by some regular cars. On the other side of the road, exactly opposite the side street, was a black Land Rover Discovery. A broad-shouldered man was behind the wheel reading a newspaper. Probably just a cab driver from the cab firm up the road, waiting for a fare, Jamal told himself. He turned left and followed the bus, which was now 50 metres ahead of him. He kept one eye on his side mirrors. For 30 seconds or so, there was nobody behind him. Then he saw a single pair of headlamps, but there was nothing suspicious about that. It wasn't like he could expect the streets to himself. He concentrated on driving, safely and not too fast. He certainly didn't want to be pulled over. From Perryvale, he headed on to the A40 out of London. There was more traffic here, almost all of it leaving the capital. He found it strangely comforting, as if the camouflage of other vehicles made him more difficult to pick out. The road headed west, past Heathrow. The Terminal 5 building glowed in the distance, lighting up the sky, but there were no planes arriving or leaving. London, tonight, was still a no-fly zone for civilian aircraft. He remembered how Sarim used to talk about one day organising a terrorist hit on an aircraft. He had elaborate plans Jamal didn't fully understand that involved stealing passports in Thailand, and how pleased Abu Raid would be with them if they pulled off another 9/11. Up until today, pleasing Abu Raid had been all Jamal wanted to do. Now, however, he just wanted to get away from him. He was acting, he realized, out of fear. Jamal didn't really know where he was going. He had no friends to speak of, no relations who hadn't disowned him. All he really knew was that he wanted to get someplace quiet. He could get a cheap room in a travelodge somewhere while he worked out his next move. Maybe he could skip the country, get over to Pakistan. As one of the Paddington bombers, surely there would be people who would give him sanctuary. He was thinking these thoughts as he checked his fuel gauge. It was almost empty. He cursed himself for having passed a petrol station a few moments before. Now he would have to get off the A40 and hunt for another petrol station nearby. He pulled off at the next exit, took a left at the roundabout and continued along an almost empty B-road for a mile or so, until he came across a Texaco garage on his right. He pulled into a lay-by, killed the bike's engine, and quickly crossed the road to the petrol station. A red Ford Focus was filling up, but otherwise the forecourt was deserted. As he approached the shop to buy a jerrycan, however, another vehicle that had come from the same direction as Jamal turned into the petrol station. Its headlamps were very bright, so at first glance he couldn't tell what kind of vehicle it was. Something about it, though, made him uneasy. Inside the shop he took another glance. It was parked up by the air and water station. A black Land Rover Discovery. Jamal froze. He was standing by the sweets. The guy behind the counter was staring at him. He looked round. Green jerry cans were on sale on the far side of the shop. He walked over and picked one up. "Gonna fill this up, mate," he said to the attendant, who nodded back at him. He exited the shop and walked up to one of the pumps, watching the Land Rover from the corner of his eye. The driver stepped outside. He had dark hair and black stubble, and was very broad-shouldered. He didn't even seem to notice Jamal as he filled up his jerrycan. He just walked into the shop and stood at the sweet counter, browsing. It couldn't be the same man Jamal had seen reading the newspaper back in Perryvale, could it? A minute later, the can was overflowing. Jamal swore as the petrol spilled over his hand. He replaced the nozzle in the pump, tightened the can, and returned to the shop. The dark-haired man was at the counter with 3 Snickers bars and a can of Red Bull. He accepted some change from the attendant, then turned to leave. As he passed Jamal, they made eye contact. The man nodded. "All right, mate," he muttered. Jamal put his head down and walked to the counter. As he stood there paying in cash for his petrol, he watched the man return to the Land Rover. Relief crashed over him when he saw the vehicle move. It turned left, back towards the A40. His hands were trembling as he accepted his change. He pocketed it, then carried his jerrycan out of the shop, across the forecourt and over the road to where his bike was waiting. He could almost feel the attendant's eyes burning into him, watching him for his strange behaviour. He didn't care. He'd be away from here soon enough. He poured the fuel into the tank, then carelessly chucked the jerrycan away into the verge. The sight of the discovery had churned him up, and he struggled to become calm again. Although it had driven away and was therefore clearly not following him, he decided he wasn't going to head back towards the A40 just in case. He kicked the motorbike into action again and continued in the opposite direction along the B road at a steady 30, the beam from his headlamp lighting up the road and the high, thick bushes on either side. A vehicle shot past from the opposite direction. Jamal watched its tail lights disappear in his side mirror. He was relieved to see that there was nobody behind him. He focused on the road ahead. A minute later, another car zoomed past from the same direction. Jamal swore again. It had its headlamps on full beam, which dazzled him. He checked his side mirrors again. With reduced blotchy vision, he saw the red tail lights disappearing. He screwed his eyes shut momentarily to try and get his full vision back again. He opened them. He almost shouted out in shock. A vehicle had suddenly appeared no more than 30 meters behind him. Its headlamps were switched off, which was why he hadn't seen it approach. It was closing in fast. Jamal couldn't make out the outline, but he knew, beyond question, that it was the Discovery. Panic surged through him. He opened the throttle on his bike. The speedometer crept up past 30. 40. 50. The road had grown narrow. It twisted and turned. Jamal tried to hug the edge, praying that his skills on the bike were up to the task. He checked in the mirror. The Discovery was obscured by a bend in the road, but 5 seconds later the road straightened out. It was closer now. 20 meters. 10. Another vehicle sped by from the opposite direction. Its horn sounded angrily but faded quickly. Jamal increased his speed even more. The speedo flickered past 60. 70. It was too fast. He could feel himself losing control of the bike. There was a great roaring in his ears. One glance in the side mirror told him that the Discovery was on his tail. Now it was overtaking. He looked to his right. The man from the garage was behind the wheel, but in the back seat he could just make out another face that he recognized, the Phil Collins look-alike he had walked past in Perivale. His stomach churned. He didn't know what to do. Speed up? Slow down? He was panicking. The Discovery eased past him, and as it did, he saw the rear window sliding down. The vehicle was 5 meters ahead of him when the passenger leaned out slightly. He was carrying something, a black metal tube. A gun, maybe. Jamal found himself shouting in fear under his helmet. They were about to shoot him! It happened so suddenly. There was a blinding white flash, like electricity behind his eyes. He couldn't see anything. He was totally blind. Time seemed to slow down. In a fraction of a second, he heard the Discovery's engine pitch up a notch, and he knew the vehicle was accelerating away. At the same time, he felt his tires losing their grip on the road surface. He was screaming again, still blind. A dreadful high-pitched whine escaped the motorbike's engine, and he felt himself falling sideways to the right. But before his body hit the road, the vehicle came to an abrupt, jarring stop. He knew he must have crashed into the side of the road. The dreadful force of the impact jolted through him. At the same time, he felt the bones in his right arm and leg crush as they became sandwiched between the bike and the road. And then time sped up again. Agony coursed through him. He was still blind, but he had a picture of himself in his mind's eye, the twisted skeleton of the bike wrapped around his own damaged frame. The pain was unspeakable. He tried to scream again, realized he didn't have the strength to do it. There was liquid in his helmet, warm and thick. He recognized the taste of blood. He knew he had to get his helmet off, and he tried to do it. But his limbs weren't working. He couldn't move. He panicked even more, and inhaled a lungful of his own blood as a hoarse, choking sound came from the back of his throat. He couldn't breathe. Seconds passed. The vision was clearing. Through the bloodied, misted visor, he saw the outline of 2 men standing over him. He tried to speak, but only gurgled before inhaling more blood. "Is he dead?" said a voice. It sounded deep and slow, like a voice in a dream. "Not yet," came the reply. "Told you it wouldn't fucking work. I'll finish him off." "No weapons." Won't need them, mucker. He was a hunted animal. Dread almost overcame his agony. He tried again to shout out for mercy, but again there was just a bubbling of blood and a burning in his lungs. One of the figures was bending over him. "You've planted your last bomb, sunshine," it said. Moments later he felt a boot on his neck, grinding down into his jugular. His broken body started to shake. His lungs burned worse than ever. His vision clouded again and went black. The boot on his jugular ground down harder, constricting whatever airflow had been going through his system. For a moment there was no pain, just a strange, floating sensation, like he was bobbing under water. 10 seconds later, he was dead. Chapter 11. Spud had blood on his boot, where he'd used his heel to finish off the bomber. He wiped it on the soft grass of the verge. Danny examined the corpse. The limbs were twisted, jutting out in different directions. Blood was seeping through the bottom of the helmet. There was a burning smell in the air, and Danny knew there was a risk of the bike's fuel tank igniting. More crucially, a car could pass at any moment. They needed to be off the scene. "Let's get out of here," he said. Spud nodded his agreement. The Discovery was 20 meters away. They jogged up to it. Danny took the wheel. Seconds later they were driving away, and a few seconds after that a saloon car thundered past in the opposite direction. They were leaving just in time. "Muppet," Spud said as they drove. "I'll tell you what, Mugger, these lot are like shooting fish in a barrel." "Yeah," Danny murmured. "That's what worries me." "What?" "Nothing," Danny said quickly, and the conversation was rescued by his phone ringing over the Discovery's hands-free system. Number withheld, naturally. Danny pressed a button on the steering wheel to answer. "Who's this?"
"Buckingham, old sport,"
came the voice over the loudspeaker. Neither of the SAS men answered.
"I'm going to work on the assumption that you've recovered from your little temper tantrum,"
the MI6 man said.
"Glad to see it hasn't interfered with your work in any case. That was a nice little hors d'oeuvre in West London, gentlemen. Very tasty."
Danny and Spud exchanged a withering look at Buckingham's covert language.
"Much appreciated by everyone, but they don't like to be kept waiting. Any progress on the fish course?"
"Yeah," Danny said. "Battered." A pause.
"Right,"
said Buckingham. He sounded a little wrong-footed.
"Sooner than we expected, but good, good. You'll need to check your letterbox. You'll find details of your next course waiting. Lots of pressure from above after this business in Piccadilly. All hands on deck, and we've come up trumps."
Another pause.
"Don't let her get away, lads. Lot riding on this. Sure you understand?"
A click, and the line went dead. "Wonka," Spud said. "He said her," Danny noted. "Got a problem with that?" "Guess not." Danny looked over his shoulder to the back seat. "We got the laptop," he said. "Let's find somewhere to get online." The somewhere they found was a service station on the A40. As they pulled in, they saw an ambulance and 2 police cars, sirens raging, heading the other way. Spud headed into the service station to get food, while Danny hooked up their laptop to the flaky 3G connection on his work phone. Spud returned with a paper Burger King bag. They wolfed down their food, then logged on to the Gmail account. Sure enough, there was a draft message waiting for them. Danny clicked to open it. 20 seconds later, a picture appeared of a young woman. She was good-looking, dark hair and skin, pretty face. As usual, her details were clearly printed underneath the picture. Name, Tasmin Khan. Address, Flat 38, Manfred Tower, Alperton. Fuck's sake, we're going to nail half of West London at this rate. Unusually, beneath the picture was a link. Danny clicked it, and the browser directed him to a Facebook page, or at least a copy of one. "GCHQ to the rescue," Danny muttered. The page displayed a conversation between the girl, she was using the pseudonym Nikki, and a young man whose profile picture clearly showed the recognizable features of Down syndrome. The 2 SAS men read the conversation. A crass and obvious honeypot trap, but one the target was too trusting and unsophisticated to see. "I'm almost looking forward to doing her," Spud said. "They're gonna keep on coming," Danny replied. "What do you mean?" "Her, the kid on the motorbike, Gallade. They're just the foot soldiers like that Victoria woman said. You can bet anything there are more waiting in the wings." "Which means more bombs," Spud observed. "Yeah. Unless—" "Unless what?" "These kids are just puppets," said Danny. "We want the guy pulling the strings." "Abu Raid?" "Abu Raid." "Hammerstone don't have a handle on him." "Hammerstone aren't asking the right people. For Christ's sake, they're going after his wife. I'll bet my left bollock she doesn't know where he is." "You think we should speak to the girl?" Spud tapped the screen to indicate Tasmin Khan. Danny nodded. "Hammerstone won't like it. She won't talk without a bit of persuasion. It'll leave marks. We're supposed to make these hits look accidental, remember?" Danny clicked on the inbox. He wasn't surprised to see that the draft message had already been deleted. He shut down the laptop, then gave Spud a bleak smile. "We're clever lads," he said. "I'm sure we'll come up with something." 03:45 hours. Manfred Tower, Alperton, was a shithole. A squat council block with rain stains down the concrete and a background stench of piss in the foyer, which looked onto a dark stairwell. It was pissing down again outside, but even colder inside. A single strip light flickered with a noisy electric sound. There was nobody about, not at this time in the morning. They'd reccied the exterior of the building and seen that only 3 flats had their lights on. One of them was on the 3rd floor. Flat 38? They were about to find out. Danny led the way up the concrete staircase, his rucksack slung over his back. Behind him was Spud, carrying a Domino's box full of hot pizza that they'd bought just round the corner, the cardboard damp from the rain and steaming slightly. "Vegetarian," Danny had reminded him before he made the order. "Or at least no pork." Spud had scribbled the address of their target on top of the box. "What if she doesn't open up?" Spud said. "Then we'll try another way, but if she's there, I think she will." There were 100 ways to force an entry into a flat. Danny and Spud were adept at all of them. But the best way, by far, was to get the occupier to open up of their own free will. Danny's calculation was that if their target was at home and in hiding, she'd be feeling pretty hungry about now. The front door of flat 38 was one of 2 along a stark corridor, each door set about 15 metres apart. There was a light on a push-button timer, but Danny left it for now and headed along the corridor in the darkness, leaving Spud at the top of the stairs with the pizza. He walked past flat 37, and as he passed the door to flat 38, he saw that there was a spy hole at head height, just below the scratched, painted number. He cleared it by about 2 metres, then picked out the latex gloves, face mask and hairnet that he'd stowed carefully inside his rucksack. He put them on, stood with his back against the wall, and gave Spud a thumbs-up sign. Spud hit the push-button with his elbow to avoid prints. The corridor lit up. Still carrying the pizza, he walked up to the door and knocked twice. Silence. Spud and Danny looked at each other. Spud knocked again. A voice on the other side of the door. Female. "Who's that?" "Pizza," Spud said. He affected a bored expression, looking round the corridor like a kid daydreaming in class. "I didn't order no pizza." Spud read the address off the top of the pizza box. "Flat 38? "Yeah." "Margarita, extra olives." "I didn't order no bloody pizza. Go away." "No need to get mouthy, love. Someone's paid for this. You got anyone else in there, boyfriend or something?" "No, go away." "Right." A pause. "Well, look, love, you might as well have it." Another silence. Danny found himself holding his breath, ready to pounce the moment the door opened. But the door didn't move. It would have been natural for Spud to glance at Danny, but he was too careful for that. She might be looking through the spy hole. Instead, he knocked again. "So do you want this blooming pizza or what?" "No, you can have it." "You joking, love? I've got margarita coming out me ears." "Go away." "Tell you what," Spud called, "I'll leave it here, by the door, all right?" No answer. Spud bent down and laid the pizza box on the ground right in front of the door. Still without acknowledging Danny's presence, he turned and headed back down the corridor. The light clicked off before he'd walked even 4 meters, but he kept going in the darkness until he reached the end of the corridor. Danny stayed very still. He could just make out Spud's silhouette in front of the door leading to the stairwell. He could smell the pizza. He could hear traffic in the distance and the pumping of his own heartbeat. 30 seconds passed. 45. Movement on the other side of the door, a kind of scratching sound. He pictured their target up against the door, looking through the spy hole. He readied himself. A click. The door opened. Some situations required a scalpel, others a hammer. This was a hammer situation. He had only the fraction of a second between the target opening her door and putting her head out into the corridor to strike. He swung himself round, his right heel digging into the pizza box, and thrust his latexed hands as hard as he could against the door. It thumped against the body on the other side. Danny lunged into the room, where the light was dim but still brighter than what he was used to. He grabbed the woman's hair with his left hand, then slammed the right over her mouth, just in time. She tried to scream, but all that came out was a muffled yelp. In an instant, Spud was there, carrying not only Danny's rucksack, but also the crushed pizza box. He shut the door behind him, laid the stuff on the ground, then dug around in the rucksack for the second Socko kit. Moments later he was gloved, masked, and hatted just like Danny, who still had his hand firmly over the girl's mouth. Spud pulled his handgun and stepped up to her. "See this?" he whispered, and he tapped the suppressor that he'd fitted to the barrel of the Glock. "Most people think it makes the gun silent, like on the telly." He shook his head. "It doesn't. Not really." He pressed the barrel into the soft flesh of the girl's neck. "But if I shoot you like this," Spud added, "that's really going to make a difference. You'd be amazed how much sound the human body absorbs close up. Very messy, but very quiet. They'll only know you're dead when they start smelling you by the stairs in about 3 days' time. Understood?" The girl nodded vigorously. "Good. So when my mate here moves his hand off your mouth, you're not going to make a sound, right?" More nodding. Slowly Danny released his hand, ready to snap it back if the girl screamed. But she didn't. "Lie on the floor," he said. "Hands on the back of your head. You'll be dead if you move a fucking muscle." Trembling, the girl did as she was told, and Danny looked round the room. It was a bedsit with a kitchenette area in one corner, a single bed against the far wall, a laptop on the small kitchen table with a webcam clipped to it. A single window looked out onto a light well. They'd clearly arrived just in time. Tasmin Khan, or whatever the hell she wanted to call herself, had been getting ready to leave. Permanently. A chest of drawers had all 3 drawers open, and looked like it was vomiting clothes. 2 rucksacks lay on the bed, each of them crammed full. Tasmin Khan wasn't just leaving, she was leaving in a panic and a hurry. "Kill the lights," Danny said. Spud did so. The room fell dark, the only light being a faint greyness from the direction of the light well. Danny stepped over to it, satisfied that he was sufficiently camouflaged by the darkness. If anybody was watching from the windows on the other side of the light well, and at this time of night he doubted it, they might be able to see figures moving about, but they wouldn't be able to identify the intruders. It was a sash window, and Danny was able to raise the lower pane to create an opening about 1 meter square. Outside, the rain was heavy. Good thing, too, more camouflage. He returned to where the girl was lying on the floor, knelt down, and spoke quietly, very close to her ear. "Nice gaff, this," he whispered. "Did you bring your mate with the funny eyes back here? Give him a good time before you blew the poor bastard up." "I don't know what you mean." "Save it, Tasmin. Or should I call you Nicky? I heard a rumour you like big, strong men. At least that's what you told your boy on Facebook. Well, here's the good news. You've got 2 of them in the room with you." "You're going to rape me, you pig!" "Not really my scene, darling. I'm just going to ask you a question and you better fucking answer. Where's Abu Raid?" "I don't know," she breathed. "Fair enough," Danny said. "Kill her." Spud pressed the silencer against her neck. "No!" she hissed. "Where's Abu Raid?" Danny repeated. "I can't," she said loudly, too loudly. Spud pressed harder. Let's keep our voices down, shall we?
I can't, the girl whispered. He'll kill me if I do.
Then you've got a problem, because we'll kill you if you don't. She twisted her head to look at him.
You'll kill me anyway,
she hissed. Danny gave her a bleak smile. Maybe not, he said. We got friends in high places. You help us, we can make sure that they help you.
Can't promise you'll get away scot-free, Spud butted in. But if you're lucky, you might avoid spending the next 20 years being fisted by the dykes in Holloway. I don't know what you mean, she spat.
Well, put it this way. Right now, this fella and me, we're your best friends, and best friends tell each other everything. Danny pulled his own gun and pressed it into the soft flesh of her cheek. Where's Abu Raid? She was trembling, almost too scared to speak. But when she did speak, it wasn't what Danny wanted to hear.
You won't kill me, she said. Not as long as I know something you want to know.
Wrong answer, Danny said. He looked around the room, then stood up and fetched a pair of grey tights from the floor.
What are you doing?
The girl demanded. Danny knelt back down over her, and with the fingers of one gloved hand forced her lips and teeth open. She tried to bite him, but he was too strong. He stuffed the tights into her mouth. "All right, mate," he said to Spud. "Break her arm." Spud didn't fuck about. With one swift movement, he grabbed her right arm and bent it sharply back at the elbow. There was a cracking, splintering sound. The girl's body went into a rictus of shock, and though she tried to scream again, the tights stuffed in her mouth muffled everything. Danny let her get used to the pain for a moment. Then he said, "There's one arm left. After that, we get to work on the legs. And after that, we've got all sorts of tricks up our sleeves. So I'll ask you again, where's Abu Raid?" With a rough yank, he pulled the tights out of her mouth. Her breath was juddering. He held the material a couple of inches from her mouth in case she tried to scream, but she was clearly past that.
"Oh, I saw him this morning," she whispered.
"Where?" She closed her eyes and didn't answer. "Okay, mate," Danny said. "Do the other one."
"No,"
she gasped.
"Please don't."
"Then give me an address. You've got 5 seconds.
"He'll kill me."
4 seconds. She whispered something in Arabic. Her face screwed up in torment.
"I've had enough of this," said Spud.
"I'll tell you," she spat.
"I'll tell you, okay?"
"Now," said Danny.
"There's a block of flats. Docklands, the big glass one overlooking the river."
"There's a lot of big glass towers in the Docklands. What's it called?" She screwed up her face again. "What's it called?"
"Hertford Tower," she whispered. "The penthouse."
Danny stared at her implacably. "You're lying," he said. "Break the other arm."
"No," she whimpered. "I swear I'm telling you the truth. I swear it."
Spud reached out for the good arm and started bending it back. Danny could tell there was another scream coming, so he quickly stuffed the tights back into her mouth. Then he held one finger up in Spud's direction to tell him to stop. "One last chance," he said. "What's the address?" He removed the tights again. The girl whimpered pitifully.
"I'm telling you the truth," she whimpered. "Hertford Tower, I swear, the penthouse. But you'll never get in. It's guarded. Armed men."
Danny nodded slowly. "How big is the apartment? Does it take over the whole floor?"
"Yes, apart from the bit around the lift. But you need a special code to get the lift there anyway, and the men guarding it have guns."
"Good girl," Danny breathed. Then he reinserted the tights for a final time. He threw Spud a questioning look. "Let's do it," Spud said. "Through the window." The girl's body tensed up. She used her good arm to try to push herself to her feet, but it was a pathetic attempt and only took a single shove from Spud's gloved hand to push her down again. Danny hurried over to where the rucksack was sitting next to the pizza box. From inside, he pulled a copy of the Evening Standard he'd bought at the service station, its front cover plastered with pictures of the horror in Piccadilly. He opened it up, removed some of the inside pages that showed more images of devastation, then rubbed the front page over the girl's wriggling head to smear it with her DNA. He gave half a thought to forcing her to write a suicide note, expressing her distress at what she'd done, but quickly discarded that idea. Too obvious. The scene they were going to leave behind would have to tell the story. He laid the sheets of newspaper around the floor, then turned back to Spud and the girl. "Take her feet," he said. Seconds later, they were carrying her to the open window. She weighed almost nothing, but she wriggled like an eel out of water. Danny was holding her by her upper arms, but he knew not to squeeze too hard. The broken arm was fine. By the time they'd finished with her, it would be just one broken bone of many, entirely unsuspicious. But bruising would indicate a struggle, and if they wanted it to look as if Tasmin Khan had thrown herself from the window in a moment of unbearable guilt, that wouldn't do. They reached the window. A desperate, animal grunting was coming from the girl's throat. It was still muffled by the material of the tights, but they had to come out before the guys dispensed with her. "Ready?" he asked Spud. "Ready?" It happened quickly. Danny yanked the tights from her mouth. She screamed, and then the SAS men posted her through the open window. She fell head first. The scream faded quickly and ended abruptly. Danny and Spud moved quickly away from the window back to the door, stopping only to pick up the crushed pizza box and the rucksack where Danny stowed the saliva-contaminated tights. Spud ripped off his mask, hairnet, and gloves. Danny kept just the gloves on as he opened the door for his mate, who stepped out into the unlit corridor, then looked back and gave Danny the all-clear. Danny exited, closed the door silently behind him, then stowed his gloves. They walked calmly but with purpose towards the stairwell, where they stopped. Voices below them. "Did you hear it?" said a woman's voice. "Like a scream?" A man said, "Probably just a cat. They make that noise sometimes." "First time I ever heard a cat sound like that round here." Footsteps. Ascending. Danny pointed upwards. Silently the two men moved up to the 4th floor. They heard the footsteps stop beneath them, then head along the corridor towards Flat 38. There was a lessening of the darkness. They'd pressed the light switch down there. "We can't get stuck up here," Danny said. "Let's move." Carefully they crept back down again. The two neighbours were standing at the open door to Flat 37, deep in conversation with the occupant. They didn't notice Danny and Spud disappearing down the stairwell. 2 minutes later, they were back in the Discovery, their clothes sopping wet from the rain. Spud sat in the passenger seat, the crushed pizza box on his lap. He opened it up and removed a mangled slice of pizza. Danny gave him a look. "A man's got to eat," he said, as he crammed the slice into his mouth. "You want some?" Danny shook his head. He checked the time. 04:37. He drummed his fingers on the steering wheel and stared at the rain-spattered windscreen. "Let's go for him," he said. "Who?" "Who do you think? Awry. Let's go for him now." Spud swallowed his mouthful of pizza. "We should check with Hammerstone first, mucker." "We haven't got time," Danny said with sudden vigour. "Who knows where he'll be by the time they've given us the go-ahead? If we don't nail him, these bombings will go on and on. We can kill as many of his foot soldiers as we want. He'll always find more, and while we've got a lead on his location—" Spud closed the pizza box. He looked like he'd lost his appetite. "Listen," Danny persisted. "You said yourself how easy it's been nailing these three." Spud shrugged. "Maybe we're just good at it, mucker." "Oh, come on. They're just cannon fodder. Awry's been sprinkling them in our path to keep us too busy to get our hands on him." "We're 2 guys. It'll need more than just us to make a hard arrest on a major terror suspect. Fuck knows what sort of close protection he'll have around him." "Then answer me this," Danny said, an aggressive edge in his voice. "How come Awry is still even in the country? Why haven't they kicked him out months, years ago? You really believe all that human rights bullshit?" He gave Spud a piercing look. "Who's Awry got in his pocket? Do you really expect the authorities to bring him down?" "Jesus, Danny, I thought I was the one that liked a conspiracy theory. Listen to yourself. We can't just go round killing people without the say-so from the headshed, okay? They'll throw the fucking book at us. We go back to the safe house, we inform Hammerstone what we've just learned, then we wait for instructions. End of." Danny felt every muscle in his body tense up, but he knew Spud was right. He was getting too emotional. In this job there was no room for it. You had to be cold and hard-headed. And if you weren't able to do that, you had to rely on your mate to do it for you. He started the car and pulled out into the empty road. They drove in silence back to Battersea, the air in the vehicle thick with the stench of cold pizza and the unspoken tension between them. They arrived back at the safe house at 0500 hours on the nose. 5 minutes later, they had saved a draft email on the Hammerstone account, confirming they had a lead on the location of Abu Raid and stating his potential location. 30 minutes later, they had their instructions. Hereford had mobilized a unit. Danny and Spud were to RV with them at Hertford Tower. The regiment was on its way. Chapter 12. 0600 hours. The Docklands, a bleak network of roundabouts and building sites hardly improved by the grey light of dawn. Immobile cranes and half-built structures dominated the riverside. It seemed to Danny that everywhere he looked there was a speed or security camera looking down at them from a lamp-post. On one of them sat a seagull, somehow lost upriver, and looking for all the world like it was watching the Black Discovery drive past. Rising up from the centre of this concrete jungle, however, were the impressive towers around Canada Square. Looking up, Danny recognised company names: HSBC, Citigroup, KPMG, affixed to the upper floors of these immense buildings. "More crooks round here than in Belmarsh," Spud muttered, and Danny nodded his agreement. As they spoke, a shard of red sunlight broke through a threatening sky and reflected brightly off the mirror and glass structures that dominated the skyline. Canary Wharf glowed like blood in the dawn. They left the Discovery in an open-air car park where a grizzled old man in mittens, scarf and a threadbare woolen hat accepted 20 quid for the day. Then they walked the almost deserted streets towards the glass and steel skyscrapers that were the beating financial heart of London. Danny's every sense was on high alert. Of all the locations in the capital, this was surely at the highest risk of attack. There would be undercover security personnel here without question, maybe even private security employed by the banks. Danny and Spud certainly didn't want to get mixed up with them. Hertford Tower. It had to be at least 200 metres high. There was even a wisp of cloud curling round the upper levels. There were countless panes of glass. It wasn't even possible to estimate how many apartments there were in the block. Danny and Spud stood casually at opposite corners of the plaza that faced onto the tower. The plaza itself was 50 metres by 50, with a large fountain in the middle and a line of Boris bikes along the far edge. Along either side of the plaza, more for decoration than timekeeping, was a series of analogue clocks on posts, like 3-metre-high lollipops. Perfectly synchronized with each other and with Danny's watch, they read 0537. Even though it was early, men in suits and women in winter coats and fashionable scarves were walking briskly across the plaza, clearly on their way to work before the financial markets opened. Like Danny's and Spud's, their breath steamed in the early morning cold. Many of them held cups of coffee from Starbucks or Costa. Cafes on the side of the plaza were already opening, their interiors glowing and inviting yellow against the half-dark of morning. Danny and Spud were the exceptions in their leather jackets, jeans and Gore-Tex shoes. Under other circumstances they'd be suited and booted too, in order to blend in, but not this morning. Things were moving too quickly for that. Danny kept his eyes on the main entrance, distance 35 metres. There were lights on in the lobby, but so far nobody had entered or exited. He was aware of Spud walking along the far side of the plaza before disappearing along one edge of the building. 2 minutes later, he heard his mate's voice in his earpiece.
"Goods entrance at the back. Main gate locked, for now at least."
"Roger that. Keep eyes on." Time check, 06:15. Danny's every sense was on high alert, his lack of sleep pushed to a far corner of his mind. He looked at the left-hand side of the building. It faced onto a one-way street, but there was no traffic and hardly any pedestrians walking that way. He craned his neck so that he was looking up at the top of Hertford Tower. The shard of sunlight that had lit up the building had been an anomaly. Now the clouds had rolled back in again. The penthouse level was still visible, but shrouded in a murky haze. His eyes focused as best they could on the top floor. Was Abu Raid up there, hiding in plain sight, in the heart of the financial district? It seemed too obvious a location, but so did any location when you knew what it was concealing. Just look at Bin Laden.
"Where the fuck are they?"
Spud said over the radio. Time check, 06:21. Danny suppressed a surge of frustration. This was taking too long. They should have come here earlier, under cover of night, barged in on the fucker while he was sleeping. He looked up again. The sky was empty. There was nothing to suggest that this was anything other than an ordinary day. He felt for his weapon under his jacket. Not that he needed it yet. It was just good to know it was there. Then he turned his attention back to the atrium of the tower. The human traffic in and out became more frequent. City types, mostly, suited and barking into their phones as they hurried out of this expensive residence. Almost exclusively male, but nobody suspicious. Nobody... He blinked. 15 meters away, to his 10 o'clock, standing just by the fountain in the center of the plaza, with two broad-shouldered men flanking her on either side, was a woman he recognized. Black hair, grey roots. As Danny looked at her, she was blowing her nose into a piece of tissue, which she then shoved into the sleeve of her dark overcoat. Their eyes met. Victoria Atkinson said something to her two bodyguards, then walked over towards Danny. "What the hell are you doing here?" Danny demanded. "This could go noisy, and if anyone recognizes you, you'll blow the whole thing." He avoided eye contact, even though he knew it was ridiculous. If anyone was watching them, their RV would have been noted. "I'm relying on you," she said. Her northern accent sounded full of cold. "Abu Raid cannot leave that apartment alive. He's extremely clever. He'll try to talk his way out of it, and on past performance he'll probably succeed. If he leaves this building alive, the victims of these bombs will never have justice." Movement in the street along the left-hand side of the building. An unmarked transit van had just pulled up. Danny felt his face twitch. "Get back to Bill and Ben over there," he said, "and stay clear of the building. The regiment's here." Victoria looked anxious. She swallowed hard, then scurried back to her two bodyguards. Danny spoke into his radio. "The workmen are on site," he said cryptically. "Repeat, the workmen are on site, making contact in 30 seconds. A double click of the press-L was Spud's only reply. He was alongside the transit now. He made no eye contact with the driver, but walked round to the back and knocked 3 times on the rear doors. They opened immediately. Danny slipped inside. It was crowded. 7 men in black ops gear, dark trousers and T-shirts, ops vests laden with their radio equipment and weaponry, frags, flashbangs and ammo. 3 of them already had balaclavas over their heads. The remaining 3 were just about to apply them. Danny recognized Ripley's face and gave him a nod. It felt like weeks ago that he'd last seen him, not 4 days. Each of the guys had their assault rifles strapped to their bodies by a piece of cord. Ripley handed Danny an ops vest, rifle and balaclava of his own. He pulled off his jacket and got kitted up, discarding the earpiece that kept him in touch with Spud and inserting a new one. In less than 30 seconds, they were ready to move. Danny spoke into the new radio. "This is Work Party 1. Do you copy?" A momentary pause, then Spud.
"Loud and clear, Work Party 2 online."
"Entry in 45 seconds. One of the guys banged on the back wall of the transit. The vehicle immediately pulled away, accelerating sharply. There was a violent bump as it mounted the curb, a swerve, and then a screech as the transit came to another abrupt halt. "Go, go, go!" Danny shouted. In an instant, all 8 of them spilled out of the back of the transit. Danny took a second to absorb his surroundings. They had stopped 10 meters from the front entrance to Hertford Tower. A second transit was facing theirs, and another 8 men were swiftly debussing. Danny recognized Spud not by his face, which was now covered with a black balaclava, but by his civvies. Like Danny, he was the only one of his 8-man team not in full black ops gear. He turned his attention to the foyer of Hertford Tower. A man in a suit had been walking through the main door, but at the sight of the Special Forces unit just meters ahead of him, he was standing frozen, staring at them. Danny ran towards him. "Get back into the building!" he roared. "Now!" The man dropped his briefcase and fled back into the foyer. Danny pointed at 4 of his team. "Mark the exits," he instructed. They instantly took up positions, fanning out 3 meters apart and dropping down onto one knee in the firing position. As Danny ran to the entrance, he was aware of the sudden commotion the arrival of a heavily armed regiment unit had created in the plaza. Pedestrians were running to the edges of the square, congregating in groups as if that made them safer. Some twats were, predictably enough, holding up mobile phones to take photographs, hence the balaclavas. There was some shouting on the edge of Danny's awareness, and one woman even screamed. He segregated himself from those noises as he burst into the foyer. There were 7 people here, 4 men in suits, 2 women and a concierge in a uniform behind a marble counter. Danny looked over his shoulder. 4 members of his team were there. He pointed at one of them. "Get the civilians on the ground," he ordered. Then he turned his attention back to the concierge. He was a young guy, mid-20s maybe, with a thin moustache and dark skin. He looked utterly terrified, and his eyes were darting around as if he was looking for an exit. He was in for a bad morning. Danny covered the 10 meters between himself and the concierge at a sprint, only half aware of the harsh barks of his team, forcing the civilians to the ground at gunpoint. As he ran, he dislodged his Glock from his belt. He ran behind the marble counter and saw 3 black-clad members of the unit swarming to the far side of the atrium, each securing one of the 3 exits at the back, the grey shutters of what looked to be a service elevator, and a door that led onto a flight of stairs going upwards. He grabbed the concierge by the front of his uniform and saw that he was dialing a number on the mobile in his right hand. "Drop it!" he growled. The concierge did as he was told. The phone thumped to the floor. "Is there a separate elevator for the penthouse?" The concierge's nostrils flared. Danny could smell cigarettes on his breath and see sweat dampening his temples. He stuttered, barely able to get the words out. "No!" He pointed nervously across the room towards the main elevator on the far side, 25 meters away. A large, verdant pot plant stood right next to it. "Is there a service elevator?" The concierge nodded. "Does it go to the penthouse?" No, sir." "Stairs?"
"No, sir."
"What's the code for the penthouse?" The concierge shuddered, but didn't reply. Danny didn't fuck around. With a single swipe of his arm, he cracked the concierge's head against the marble counter. The concierge howled. "The code!" The concierge was whimpering now.
5389.
"Who's up there?"
I don't know. I swear I don't know."
Danny gave it a moment's thought. He didn't trust this concierge. If awry had been hiding out in the penthouse of this building, the chances were high that the concierge was complicit. "You're coming with me," he said. He dug his Glock into the man's side, then manoeuvred him out from behind the counter towards the elevator. Spud was already by the lift doors with 2 other masked men. Danny and the concierge were 5 meters away when the doors slid open. The lift contained a middle-aged woman with 2 young children. She screamed when she saw the armed men. "Get out! Get out!" Spud barked at her. He yanked the panicked woman out of the lift, and she dragged her children along with her, all 3 of them whimpering. Danny chucked the concierge inside, then entered the lift with Spud and the 2 others. There was an electric panel on the side of the elevator. Danny pressed the touchscreen to take the lift to the penthouse. A numeric keypad appeared. "Type the code," he told the concierge. "If the lift doesn't take us straight to the penthouse, you're dead." Trembling, the concierge punched in 4 numbers. 5388. Different from the code he'd given Danny at the desk, but this was clearly the correct one, because the doors slid shut and the lift started to ascend. The concierge was breathing heavily, but otherwise it was silent in the elevator as the regiment men prepared for the doors to open. Danny stood at the back, his Glock still pressed hard into the concierge's guts. The other 3 stood in front of them with their rifles pointing directly towards the door, weapons set to semi-automatic, fingers resting lightly on the triggers. 20 seconds passed. Tense silence in the elevator. None of them had seen a layout of the penthouse. They had no idea what would greet them when the lift doors opened. It was possible that they'd have a direct shot at awry the moment the lift stopped. They needed to be ready to take it. 30 seconds passed. A gentle lurch of the stomach as the elevator came to a halt. Danny glanced at the line of lights above the door. The letter P was illuminated. A pause that felt like it went on forever. The doors hissed. Danny immediately assessed what was in front of him. The elevator did not appear to have opened inside the penthouse itself. Instead, they were facing onto some kind of foyer or corridor, 5 meters deep, 10 meters in length, a door at the end to their right, and 2 men. One was Middle Eastern, the other white. Were they hostile? Abu Raid's bodyguards? For a split second it was impossible to say. They clearly had no idea of the commotion that was going on downstairs. They were slouched lazily on a leather sofa 4 meters away against the wall of the corridor. One of them was reading a newspaper, the other twiddling with his phone. A look of sudden horror struck their faces at the sight of 4 masked men heavily armed facing them from the lift. The white guy dropped his newspaper. His hand darted into the inside of his jacket. He was clearly reaching for his weapon, which was the last thing he ever did. It was Spud who nailed him. A single shot to his chest, which from this close range threw him back up against the wall and left a red stain on the paintwork when he tumbled forward. The second man tried to scramble over the side of the sofa, also pulling a weapon from inside his jacket, a pathetic, clumsy manoeuvre that was brought to a sudden halt by a second round. It hit him in the side of the face, splashing another flash of red against the paint before the man's dead body thumped awkwardly to the floor. The lift pinged. They stepped carefully into the corridor, Spud and his 2 companions covering left and right, checking that there were no threats they had missed from inside the lift before giving Danny the nod. Danny pushed the concierge out into the corridor, then followed. Aside from the sofa and the 2 dead bodies, there was nothing here other than a large pane of glass at one end of the corridor, which looked out over the docklands, and the door on the opposite side to the lift, 5 meters to their right. Next to the door was another keypad. Spud's 2 companions ran to the door and knelt down on one knee, covering it. Danny grabbed the nearest dead body and chucked it over the threshold of the lift just as the doors started to shut. They hissed close, then made a clicking sound as they sandwiched against the bleeding body, opened up, and then repeated their attempt to shut. Hiss, click, hiss, click. Danny turned to the concierge. "Have you seen inside the penthouse?" he demanded. "Do you know the layout?" It put Danny on edge, entering a potentially hostile situation without at least knowing the geography. The concierge shook his head. Maybe he was lying, but they didn't have time to find out. "Open it," Danny said. Speechless with terror, the concierge closed his eyes and nodded obediently. Then he moved towards the keypad and, with a trembling hand, punched a code into it. The door clicked open. "On the floor, hands on your head," Danny told the concierge. The man immediately dropped to his knees, but his eyes flickered over to where one dead guard remained slumped over the sofa. He clearly thought he might be able to lurch over towards him and grab the weapon he'd been going for as the unit had nailed him. The concierge flung himself towards the sofa, but of course he never made it that far. With a single step, one of the team grabbed him by the back of his collar. No need to make use of his weapon on this joker. The masked man delivered 2 brutal blows, one to the concierge's jugular, the second to the pit of his stomach, up towards the ribs. The concierge collapsed, twitching in silent agony, while the SAS man plastic-cuffed his wrists behind his back. The fucker wouldn't be making a nuisance of himself again. Silence. Danny and Spud edged towards the open door. They moved with total quietness. Their rifles were pressed hard into their shoulders, their fingers resting lightly on the triggers. Spud, gently, silently, kicked the door open. A strong, fragrant scent immediately hit Danny's nose. Someone had been burning incense in here very recently, and maybe still were. Dead quiet. Danny could hear his pulse. It was dark in there. They could have done with NV, but they had to make do with their natural vision. Danny discerned a long corridor, 20 meters, which bisected the apartment. There was a suitcase leaning up against the wall about 5 meters in on the right. Danny immediately marked it as a possible explosive threat. Either that or it belonged to the bodyguards, or maybe someone else in the apartment. Several doors led off the corridor. Danny counted them, 4 on either side. Without lowering their weapons, they stepped inside. They moved silently. Danny opened each door one by one, while Spud covered him in the corridor. The first room on the right was a bedroom, blackout blinds down, a double bed against one wall, a divan, ruffled sheets, recently used but with no space underneath to hide, a closet, empty. Danny made no noise as he emerged, but nodded at Spud to indicate room clear. First door on the left, same deal. Second on the right, second on the left, more bedrooms, more unmade beds, but rooms clear. 2 bathrooms, huge, marble, toweling robes hanging by the door. One of them still had condensation on the mirror, but empty. Room clear. Noise. For a moment it made Danny start, until he realized it came from outside, the grind of a chopper's rotors. He pictured a military helicopter hovering round the summit of the building, a side gunner at a minigun in case anyone tried to escape onto the roof. But there seemed to be no escape route, no second exit as far as he could tell. Which meant awry would be in one of these final 2 rooms, and possibly alerted to a threat by the sound of the chopper. The further they crept along the corridor, the darker it became. Every room had its blackout blinds down, but now Danny's eyes were more accustomed to the darkness. The final door on the right-hand side led to an enormous sitting room with modern white sofas and a bar area in the corner. Danny's eyes picked out a glass table full of framed pictures. He'd like to know who they were of, but that would have to wait, because there was still no sign of awry. And now only the final room remained. Danny and Spud exchanged a glance. Then Danny nudged the door open and, weapon primed, entered. He recognized the room immediately. It was in here that the execution video had taken place. There was a tiled floor and a dining table, and the blackout blinds were shut here as they were everywhere else. Otherwise, it was empty. The thudding of the helicopter grew louder as it circled this part of the building. Danny stepped across the room and pressed a button on the wall that raised the blackout blinds. Sure enough, he saw a Merlin hovering no more than 10 meters from the window, and beyond it the grey sprawl of London against an equally grey sky. He lowered his weapon and turned to Spud. "We're too late," he said, meaningfully. "Should have got here earlier." Spud ignored that and spoke into his radio. "The apartment is clear. No sign of the target. Repeat, no sign of the target." They left the room. Looking back along the corridor, they could see their mates still on one knee covering the entrance to the flat. And as they walked towards them, Danny became aware again of the noise of the elevator doors, opening and closing against the bloodied body he'd dragged over the threshold. The lift area itself was a mess. Blood still oozed from the 2 dead bodies littering the place. It dripped down the wall, and there was a red smear across the floor where Danny had dragged his man to the elevator. Now he dragged him back again so the doors could shut. Immediately the lift descended. Danny felt inside the jackets of the 2 guards for their weapons. They each had identical Browning high-powers, idiotically unlocked given where they were stashed. He made them safe before laying them out on the ground again. Spud went through the formality of checking that their targets were fully dead, while the chopper continued to circle outside. 2 minutes passed. The SAS guys covered the concierge's eyes and mouth with packing tape, then removed their balaclavas. The lift hissed open. 2 figures walked out. Danny straightened up when he saw them. Victoria Atkinson stepped briskly out of the lift. As her eyes fell on the bloodied corpses, she looked immediately bilious. She removed the tissue from her sleeve and pressed it to her mouth. Alongside her was Harrison Maddox, Hammerstone's CIA liaison. He looked altogether less concerned by the sight that awaited him, merely glancing at the corpses and the terrified concierge with a raised eyebrow and taking care not to step in the streak of blood that smeared the floor. "We can do this downstairs, Victoria," Maddox said, "if you'd rather." Victoria waved her handkerchief at him dismissively. "I'm quite all right, thank you, Harrison." She looked at Danny and Spud in turn. "Perhaps we could go inside," she said. "Your colleagues here can watch the door." Danny shrugged. "Nothing to watch," he said. "The flat's empty. He's gone." "If only we could question the guards," Maddox said with heavy sarcasm in his voice. "But they seem to be a little past it." "Yeah," Danny said coolly. "They do, don't they?" The conversation was cut off by the ringing of Maddox's mobile phone. As he took the call, Danny and Spud led the two spooks into the dining room where the execution video had taken place. The blinds were still up here, and as they entered they saw the circling chopper peel off and head towards the river. Victoria looked a bit giddy. "I don't have a very good head for heights," she admitted. She looked around. "Forensic teams will need to come in," she said. "Check he was actually here." "Not much doubt of that," Maddox said. "I've just received word that a figure in a burqa left the building just before 5 o'clock this morning. There's footage on the foyer's CCTV. No doubt our friend the concierge will be able to tell us more." "I'd be interested to know how you found that out before me, Harrison," said Victoria. The American simply shrugged. Neither of them seemed to notice the look Danny gave Spud, a look that said, "I told you so." Danny left the room. He couldn't face listening to the spook's arguments, and there was something else he wanted to check. He entered the sitting room and walked up to the glass table with the framed pictures. There were 5 of them, and they all showed the same family dressed in traditional Middle Eastern clothes. The father had a very obvious crooked nose. He selected the one that showed this feature the most clearly, then carried it back to the others. "So what now?" Spud was saying. "He obviously knows we're after him. He's going to go to ground." "We got something," Danny said, holding up the picture. "Should you be touching that?" Victoria asked, but she accepted it from Danny when he handed it to her. Danny watched her carefully. Her eyes narrowed. Recognition, and maybe a hint of a smile. "Friend of ours?" Danny said. "Oh, yes," Victoria said. "He's very well known to us. This is a Saudi businessman called Mohammed al-Sikriti. He's an occasional donor to the Holy Shrine Mosque. We've been trying to link him to Abu Raid for some time now, without success." She turned to the CIA man. "Mohammed al-Sikriti. Name mean anything to you, Harrison?" "Of course," Maddox said, clearly trying to restrain himself. "Mr. al-Sikriti is also well known to the American administration, but for different reasons," Victoria said. "Oil, isn't it, Harrison? No wonder he's entertained so many American trade delegations. I do believe we have several pictures on file of him shaking hands with the President. You've absolutely no concrete evidence that he's anything to do with Abu Raid." "Not yet," Victoria persisted. "But if it turns out that this flat is linked in any way to Mr. al-Sikriti, presumably you won't mind if we inconvenience him with a little extraordinary rendition. Pack him off in a Hercules to one of your black camps in northern Poland. I'm sure he'll be a mine of information. Never mind if he's one of the unfortunate majority who don't survive the questioning. Al-Sikriti can't just disappear off the face of the earth. The political fallout would be—" "Funny, isn't it?" Victoria interrupted quietly. "How keen you are to violate a suspect's human rights, unless they have the one thing that talks." She rubbed her fingers together to indicate cash. "I'm not saying you shouldn't question him," Maddox said. "I'm just saying he has to survive the process and remain intact. If anything happens to him, my government will deny all involvement. That's a political reality, and it's out of my hands." "Did you hear that, gentlemen?" Victoria said. "He remains intact. Otherwise our American cousins will be very upset." "Where's this al-Sikriti now?" Danny asked, quietly, happy to put a stop to the barbed sniping of the two spooks. "He's in the place where the Saudi playboys love to come to spend their wealth and do all the things they can't do in their own country," she said. "Right. And where's that?" Victoria looked out of the window. "London," she said. Chapter 13. In the morning they slept. Having arrived back at the safe house, Danny gave himself 2 hours shut-eye that felt, when he awoke, like it had only been 2 minutes. He and Spud had hauled their asses out of bed at 1400 hours, when they returned to the basement of Paddington Police Station. Fletcher, their police liaison officer, was waiting for them. He looked even more put upon than the last time they'd seen him. "Come on in, come on in," he beckoned them with his soft West Country accent when they appeared at his doorway. As they stepped inside, Danny saw the piles of paper on the desk had grown even higher. "Been busy since we last met?" Fletcher asked. "On second thoughts, don't answer that." Danny recalled that it had been Fletcher who gave them the key to the safe house opposite the flat of the first bomber. He'd have put two and two together by now regarding that hit, even if he hadn't joined up the dots with respect to the others. "Have Hereford sent through everything we need?" Danny asked. Yes. He paused. "Probably shouldn't ask, but is this all to do with the bombings?" Poker face from both SAS men. "Quite understand, lads, quite understand. But if it is, you're doing a better job than us. Not a man to spare, and we still don't have a handle on what's going on." More silence. Fletcher smiled. "Immune to compliments, I see." "Found your intruder?" Danny asked, to move the conversation on from questions they didn't want to answer. Fletcher looked at them blankly. "You mentioned it last time," Danny reminded him. "That bird with the intruder up on Pride Street. And you had that hit and run on that fellow walking up to the university, Gangeroff or something." Fletcher shook his head. "Too much on my plate," he said. "Far too much." He rummaged around on his chaotic desk before holding up a set of printouts, A2-sized architectural drawings. "The Park Lane Hotel, 13th floor," he said. "Took the liberty of checking. The whole floor is taken by a Saudi Arabian gentleman by the name of Mohammed al-Sikriti. Must be quite an entourage he has, and costing an arm and a leg." "He can afford it," Danny said. "Did you find out about the floor above?" "All rooms taken, I'm afraid. We could probably put pressure on the hotel to clear one of them for us, if you think that's necessary." Danny and Spud looked at each other and imperceptibly shook their heads. They couldn't guarantee the current occupants wouldn't kick up a fuss, and even that they weren't part of al-Sikriti's entourage. Putting in surveillance on al-Sikriti from an adjacent room or a room above was a possibility, but in this instance the wrong call. Fletcher handed over some photographs. They all showed the same man, but in different clothes. In one he wore full Arab headgear, a white headdress with a red band. In another he wore just a dish-dash, and in a third he wore a plain Western business suit. He was easily distinguishable, however, not so much by the thick black hair that covered the top of his ears, but by a slightly crooked nose that looked almost as if it had once been broken. "If I had his money, I'd get me hoodah fixed," Spud commented. He looked up at Fletcher. "Anything else arrive for us?" Fletcher nodded. He turned and, from behind his desk, pulled a metal case the size of a small toolbox. He handed it over to Spud, who rested it on the copper's desk and unclipped the lid. From inside, he pulled what looked like an ordinary black flashlight about a foot in length. Fletcher blinked at it in surprise. "Could have fitted you out with a torch easily enough, fellas," he said. The SAS men said nothing. Spud returned the torch to its box and held out his hand to shake Fletcher's. Danny did the same. Their police liaison was a good man, a bit naive perhaps, but a good man nonetheless. The Park Lane Hotel was not a place for jeans and a leather jacket. From Paddington, Danny and Spud headed to Oxford Street, where Danny got himself suited and booted. "Nice threats," Spud said with just a little hint of sarcasm as he emerged from Selfridge's. Danny's grey suit jacket was too tight around the shoulders, and he could have done with a shave. Otherwise he looked the part, and most importantly his Glock and radio pack were invisible under the suit. He bought a packet of Marlboro Lights and a lighter from a kiosk nearby. He wasn't a smoker, but loitering outside a building as if on a fag break was always good cover. From Oxford Street they headed to Park Lane. Spud took the wheel of the Discovery, driving steadily down from Marble Arch and pulling up about 20 metres from the corner of the Park Lane Hotel. "Hope the fucker shows his face sooner rather than later," Danny said. "Trust me," Spud replied, "he will. These rich Arabs come to London for the hookers and marching powder, not to look at the rain from their hotel window." "Well, let's hope he hasn't ordered in." Danny checked the time. 15:47. He gave Spud a nod, then jumped out of the car. The Discovery immediately pulled back into the line of traffic. Spud had a boring few hours ahead of him, circling round Hyde Park Corner and Marble Arch, driving up and down Park Lane, maybe parking up for a while in view of the hotel entrance until he got moved on. They'd keep conversation to a minimum over the radio, only checking in with each other occasionally or when they actively had something to report. Danny walked towards the entrance to the hotel. This wasn't his first visit to the Park Lane. 2 years previously, he and a couple of other guys had been here, bolstering a BG team babysitting a delegation from the Afghan government. He remembered that back then, like now, there was a line of black cabs queuing up at the entrance to drop off and collect guests. Back then, they had been a strange mixture of businessmen and well-heeled families with bags from Hamleys and Harrods. There were no children here today, hardly surprising. Who would bring their kids shopping to a city under siege? Danny passed unnoticed through the revolving doors, past a fat old bloke with an improbably young woman holding his hand, and into the foyer. He examined the space. High ceilings with chandeliers, a glossy black grand piano with a young Chinese guy playing cocktail music, waiters carrying tea trays to guests lounging around on leather sofas. His first thought was to pick out the hotel's surveillance cameras. If he could stay clear of them, so much the better. But he soon saw a number of small inverted domes on the ceiling, each with 3 cameras pointing down at different angles. The place was properly cased. There was no way to stay hidden. His eyes picked out the lift, 30 meters away to his 10 o'clock, then selected a sofa that faced directly towards it, but on the far side of the seating area. A copy of The Times was on the glass coffee table in front of him. He grabbed it and idly started thumbing through its pages, keeping one eye on the lift as he turned over images of destruction in Piccadilly, and, on page 4, the familiar face of Abu Raid staring out at him. "May I get you anything, sir?" An obsequious waiter with slicked hair stood by his side. "Coffee," Danny said, "black," and he went back to watching the elevator. A click in his covert earpiece.
"You in position?"
"Roger that," Danny replied, scratching his nose to hide the movement of his lips. "Could be a long afternoon." 5 minutes passed. Danny's coffee arrived. He didn't touch it for a full 10 minutes. All his attention was on his surroundings as he picked out individual male faces from the guests milling around the foyer. Their numbers were fluid. At one moment there would be perhaps 30, the next 70. Danny continued to scan them carefully, only finally stopping to pour himself some coffee so he wouldn't stand out. After 45 minutes, he was aware of the waiter hovering again. He looked up impatiently. "May I fetch you some more coffee, sir?" Danny's eyes went back to the lift. "Yeah," he said. "Great." And then, just as the waiter was bending down to retrieve his used cup, Danny said, "Actually, no." The lift doors had opened. A small crowd of people were emerging. There were 8 of them. 3 women, 2 men, 3 kids. They all wore traditional Arabic dress. Danny's eyes picked out the faces of the 2 men. One of them had the distinctive crooked nose he was looking for. He spoke into his covert radio as the waiter walked away. "I've got eyes on the target."
"Alone?"
came Spud's voice. "Negative. He's got half his fucking family with him." The lift doors shut, but the little group of 8 Saudi nationals didn't move more than a couple of meters away from it. The 2 men were deep in conversation. As he chatted away, Al-Sikriti put one hand on the arm of one of the women in what looked like a genuinely affectionate gesture, and the woman smiled at him. The remaining 2 women were fussing over the 3 children, who all looked rather surly and bored. The lift doors opened again. 3 more men emerged, 11 surveillance targets in total. They also wore Arabic dress, but it was much plainer. They were pulling suitcases behind them. "Shit," Danny breathed. He nonchalantly pulled a 20 from his wallet and dropped it by his coffee things, then stood up and spoke into the radio again. "They got their fucking suitcases with them. Looks like they're leaving. Get ready to follow them." The group of 11 Saudis were walking towards the exit. Danny followed them from the other side of the foyer. Al-Sikriti was talking in an animated fashion to the children, gesturing extravagantly. The children's faces suddenly lit up at this attention from their father. They even laughed. When they reached the exit, Al-Sikriti and his family held back, while the 3 men in plainer clothes took the suitcases outside. Danny walked past their little group, close enough to hear them chatting together in Arabic, before exiting the hotel. Directly ahead of him were 2 Mercedes, black, dark windows. The boots of each car were open, and the assistants in plain dish dashes were loading the suitcases into the vehicles. The front and rear doors on the hotel side were all open, and 2 liveried chauffeurs stood by each car, waiting for their passengers. Danny hooked round to the right and pulled his packet of Marlboros and the lighter from his pocket. He cupped his hands against the breeze over the end of a cigarette and lit up. Acrid smoke filled his mouth. He inhaled it deeply, and he kept eyes on the Mercedes. If Spud was going to follow whichever vehicle Al-Sikriti climbed into, he'd need the plates. Though by the look of things, the family were heading to the airport. So much for hookers and marching powder. This guy looked well and truly under the thumb. The family emerged. Danny took another drag on his cigarette. He picked out Al-Sikriti again. He was embracing one of the women. Then he bent down and did the same to the children. "Hold up," Danny said into his radio. "I think the target's staying here." Sure enough, 30 seconds later, the women and children, along with the 3 male assistants, 9 of the surveillance targets in all, had climbed into the cars. Al-Sikriti and the second man stood on the curbside as the chauffeurs closed the doors on the family, then got behind the wheel. The 2-car convoy pulled away. Danny snapped his attention back to Al-Sikriti. The jolliness in his demeanour had fallen away, replaced by something more serious. Wordlessly, he and his companion walked back into the hotel. Danny stubbed his cigarette and followed. Back inside the foyer, he watched as the 2 Saudi men returned to the lift and disappeared inside. Once more, Danny took a seat on one of the leather sofas. Once more, he ordered coffee and waited. Another hour passed. Danny only pretended to sip his coffee. Too much liquid, and he'd need a piss, not possible when there was only him conducting the surveillance. The pianist finished playing. The clientele changed. Their clothes became more formal. Women tarted up for dinner, blokes wearing evening suits. He was aware of 2 waiters eyeing him from the far side of the foyer. They were clearly talking about him, perhaps discussing whether they should ask him to leave for sitting here so long for only the price of a couple of coffees. He was beginning to think that he should get Spud to swap places with him when the lift doors opened again. A less sharp observer would have missed him. Al-Sikriti looked completely different. The formal Arabic garb had gone. Instead, he wore an immaculately cut grey suit with a pale pink shirt, open at the collar. His hair was waxed into place. He was accompanied by the same guy, who was similarly dressed, and on either arm a girl. One brunette, one blonde, neither much older than 18, both of them wearing short, tight dresses that hugged their thighs and pushed their breasts skywards. They both wore diamond necklaces that glittered in the light from the chandeliers, and they gazed at Al-Sikriti like adoring puppies. "You sleazy bastard," Danny thought to himself, unable to stop a momentary flash of grudging admiration. Al-Sikriti, his mate, and the 2 birds cut through the throng in the foyer as they headed to the exit. Danny got onto the radio. "He's leaving. Looks like you were right. He's all Miami Vice with a couple of pros on his arm."
"Surprise, surprise,"
Spud said.
"There's a limo waiting at the entrance. Looks like our man's planning to have it large tonight. Now the ball and chain's on a flight back to the desert."
Danny followed them outside. It was dark now, and already cold enough for his breath to steam. He took up the same position as before, and once again lit a cigarette. One of the hotel doormen stood at the back door of a waiting limo. The 2 girls giggled as they bundled into the back. Al-Sikriti slapped one of them on the arse as she disappeared into the car. Al-Sikriti turned to the other man, his face suddenly more serious, and gave him some kind of instruction. The other man nodded, looked rather wistfully towards the open door through which the 2 girls had disappeared, and turned to walk back into the hotel. As Al-Sikriti climbed into the car, Danny strolled past. He saw a bucket of champagne, which the girls were already pouring, and a blacked-out screen between them and the chauffeur at the front. He tried to get a glimpse of the chauffeur from outside, but the front windows were also blacked out, and before he could get an angle through the windscreen, the limo slid away from the hotel. Danny watched it go, not overtly, but from the corner of his eye. As it turned into Park Lane, Danny saw the unmistakable shadow of a black Land Rover Discovery pull out behind it and keep its tail. Danny dropped his cigarette and stubbed it out with his foot. He walked away from the hotel and started pacing the length of Park Lane. Spud was on the case now. As soon as Alcicrete and his escorts had reached their destination, he had let Danny—
"Okay, Mugger,"
came Spud's voice over the earpiece.
"Prince Charming and his two fairy godmothers have just debussed outside the Golden Flamingo Casino."
"They going in?" Danny asked.
"Yep. They must be expecting him. Some flunky's just come out to open the car door."
"I'll be there in 10 minutes.
"Stick a monkey on red for me. I'm feeling lucky."
Danny's mate gave him the address. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, Danny was on the outskirts of the West End, standing outside the Golden Flamingo. It was nondescript, an ordinary doorway in a Regency terrace, with nothing more than a brass plaque the size of a letterbox to indicate the nature of the establishment. It was clearly a private casino. The door was locked, so Danny had to ring a bell to get access. He didn't have to wait more than 5 seconds for the door to swing open. A neat little man with thinning hair gave him a patronizing smile. "May I help you, sir?" "Here for a flutter," Danny said. "Unfortunately, sir, this is a members-only club." Danny nodded, then pulled his security services ID from his back pocket. "Here's my membership card," he said. The doorman took it, and an uncertain look crossed his face. He didn't look any more eager to let Danny in, so Danny leaned in and spoke close to his ear. "One phone call, mate," he blagged, "and I'll have 10 police cars pumping neon light outside your front door for the rest of the night. Could be bad for business. Or you could just let me in and you'll hardly know I'm here. Choice is yours." The doorman's eyes narrowed. He stepped back and held the door open for Danny, who walked confidently inside. The casino smelled of brandy and perfume. The main room was about 30 metres by 20, with 8 different card and roulette tables dotted around, and a long bar against the far wall, all brass and optics and low lighting. There were perhaps 50 people here, and there was a low buzz of excited chatter around the tables. In an instant, Danny noticed 3 cameras directed down towards the card tables. He knew that somewhere, in a back room, gaming surveillance officers were watching those tables carefully for cheats, or anyone who seemed to be having too successful an evening. There was a good chance they'd have facial recognition software running. Anyone who walked out of here with too much of the casino's money would find themselves tracked down and encouraged back with promises of booze, complimentary gaming chips, even women. The casino would just want them back through their doors, because everyone loses eventually. And the gaming surveillance officers wouldn't only be in the back rooms. They'd be milling around the tables themselves, keeping a steady, undercover eye on the punters. But Danny felt confident that none of these surveillance officers would be interested in him, so long as he stayed quietly at the bar and showed no interest in the tables. Within seconds, a girl had approached him. She was no more than 17, fully dolled up with tits practically spilling out of a glittering halter-neck top. "Not seen you here before," she said, her voice husky. "Not tonight, love," Danny gave a blunt reply. The girl showed no sign of offence, but wandered off into the casino in search of other game. Danny ordered an orange juice, remembering at the last minute not to look surprised that it was on the house. Standard practice, since the casino far preferred tipsy punters to sober ones. Then he scanned the room, looking for Alcicrete. His target had a roulette table to himself. Just him, the 2 girls, and a croupier, spinning the ball and expertly divvying up the chips on the bays. Each girl had an arm draped on one of Alcicrete's shoulders. Occasionally one of them would whisper something in his ear, and nuzzle him as she did so. Alcicrete himself was giving it the full playboy routine. He handed one of the girls a little pile of chips, and encouraged her as she placed them all on red. The croupier spun the wheel, and the girl clapped delightedly as her winnings were doubled. Alcicrete took back the larger pile of chips, then placed one of them in the girl's cleavage. She gave him a kittenish smile, then kissed his cheek. Danny didn't allow himself to stare too closely at the target. If Alcicrete moved, he'd be on him, but until then he needed to remain inconspicuous. Out of habit, he checked the room for exits. There was the main entrance through which he'd come, and 2 doors leading to the male and female cloakrooms. Other than that, just a door behind the bar, which he assumed would lead to a goods entrance. He scanned the room again. It crossed Danny's mind that, unhindered as Alcicrete was by any kind of close protection that Danny could make out, it would be just a minute's work to follow him into the gents, force him into a cubicle, and beat out of him the intelligence that he needed. But he remembered Maddox's instruction. This had to be deniable, and they couldn't leave a mark on the fucker. Danny would just have to be patient. His eyes took in bored, rich women dripping with gaudy jewellery, losing thousands at the tables just to pass the time. Old, ugly men surrounded by improbably beautiful young women. On the far side of the room, the dapper little man who had let Danny in was eyeing him suspiciously. Danny ignored that and sipped on his orange juice, and waited. 30 minutes passed. Al-Secreti's luck had changed. The same girl who'd had so much luck on red lost twice that amount on black. As the Arab's luck changed, so did his expression. He looked petulant and shooed the girl away from the table. She immediately left Al-Secreti's field of view, wandering round the other tables for 10 minutes. Danny followed her with his eyes. There was something about her features that reminded him of Clara. Perhaps it was the way a tendril of blonde hair curled loosely round her neck, or the slight upturn of her nose. Whatever it was, it distracted him. He felt a familiar, gnawing anxiety at the idea that she might have found some other bloke by now. He didn't like that idea. When all this was over, maybe he'd call her, apologize. When the girl returned to the roulette table, the Arab's luck had changed once more. He let her sit next to him again, and was rewarded with a suggestive stroke of his immaculately suited arm. It took 65 minutes for Al-Secreti to grow bored of the tables. He clicked his fingers in the air, and a member of the casino staff appeared from nowhere. Al-Secreti said something to him, and he signalled to the dapper man at the entrance. The two girls made their way to the ladies. Clearly, they were preparing to leave. Danny left his half-drunk orange juice on the bar and headed to the exit. Out on the street, the temperature had dropped another couple of degrees, and there was a mist in the air that shrouded the yellow street lamps. Al-Secreti's limo was parked up outside, hazard lights on, facing to Danny's left. The dapper man who had let Danny in trotted out behind him and opened the rear passenger door ready for his important client. Danny crossed the street. He looked back to the limo. The driver's window, which was on the roadside, slid down. Sitting behind the wheel was Spud. He winked once at Danny, then raised the window again. Movement at the entrance to the casino. Al-Secreti and the two women were emerging. "Where's the chauffeur?" Danny said into his radio.
Last time I looked,
Spud said.
Unconscious in the gutter. Won't wake up for a while. Meet you at the end of the street.
Roger that. Danny picked up his pace, then crossed the road again. On the edge of his vision, he was aware of Al-Secreti and the girls, 30 metres away now, climbing into the car. He hurried along the street. 20 seconds later, the limo passed him, its windows all blacked out, its engine humming softly. It pulled up to a halt alongside Danny. A black cab was directly behind it. The driver beeped in frustration at this delay, then quickly overtook. Danny approached the near-side passenger door. He heard a click as Spud switched off the central locking. He took his black balaclava from the pocket of his suit and swiftly pulled it over his head. Then he opened the door. Inside, the party was in full swing. The two girls sitting together opposite Al-Secreti were necking, their tongues thrust down each other's throat as they put on a show for the sleazy businessman. Al-Secreti himself was reclining on his seat, a glass of champagne in his hand, his shirt unbuttoned to reveal his hairy chest, his belt unfastened, and his fly undone. Danny bundled into the car and took a seat next to Al-Secreti. The girls stopped kissing. Al-Secreti sat up straight, spilling his champagne as he did so. All three of them looked outraged at this sudden intrusion. Then Danny pulled his weapon. One of the girls screamed. Danny pointed the Glock in their direction. "Good night, girls," he growled. He jabbed the weapon towards the door. The two women didn't need telling twice. They practically scrambled over each other to get out of the car, their high heels twisting on the ground. Once they were outside and hurrying back down the street, Danny leaned over and pulled the door shut. Then he knocked twice on the screen dividing the driver's area from the back of the limo. He heard the sound of the central locking closing again. The limo started moving. At the same time, the tinted screen slid down to reveal Spud, balaclavaed behind the wheel. Al-Secreti was sweating. His fist was clenched round his champagne glass, and he looked as though he might crush it.
"How much do you want?"
he said, his voice thin with nervousness.
"You tell me how much you want, I give it to you. I have money here."
His free hand edged towards his jacket.
"If at any point I can't see both your hands," Danny said, "I'll kill you right here."
Al-Secreti froze. Spud continued to drive. Danny didn't say a word. Al-Secreti's terrified imagination would be doing half his work for him. He and Spud kept their silence for several minutes, all the way round Marble Arch and along the park towards Bayswater. Al-Secreti broke it, in a stuttering voice broken by fear. You like girls?" he said. You like those girls? I get as many as you want. They do anything, anything." Danny shook his head. Al-Secreti fell silent again. Danny took his phone from his pocket. He set it to record. Then he looked over his shoulder. "Pass it," he told Spud. With one hand on the wheel, Spud stretched over to the passenger seat and passed the black torch they'd picked up from Fletcher's office. Danny stowed his weapon and instead brandished the torch. He leaned forward and held the torch about 5 inches from Al-Secreti's face. Then he pressed a button on the top. Suddenly, a grating electrical sound filled the car. Al-Secreti's face lit up with a harsh white light, and Danny saw in the windows the reflection of a violent 3-inch-long electric spark. He let it buzz for a few seconds, then removed his finger from the button.
"This is a taser," Danny said, as Al-Secreti gulped for breath. "Fucking high voltage. Cause cardiac arrest now and then. Brain damage too if I go at it really hard."
He leaned in towards the Arab.
"But the worst thing about them is that they really fucking hurt."
Al-Secreti shook his head.
"Please," he said. "Please, I'll give you whatever."
He spoke good, precise English, but tinged with a Middle Eastern accent.
"Abu Raid," Danny said. "Where is he?"
The question immediately silenced Al-Secreti. His expression changed. There was suddenly less panic in his face, but more fear. A deep-seated fear, Danny sensed. He wasn't going to talk without persuasion. He did it suddenly, jabbing the torch hard against Al-Secreti's left arm and switching on the taser as he did so. Al-Secreti's body went into spasm. He screamed, and the sound merged horribly with the loud electric buzz of the taser, muffled slightly by his clothes, the spark invisible now that the torch was pressed against a body.
1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Off.
Al-Secreti was gasping. There were tears on his cheeks, though his eyes were clenched shut. Danny gave him a moment to recuperate. He needed to be thrifty in his use of the taser. Al-Secreti was no good to anybody unconscious. 10 seconds passed. Danny's victim opened his eyes. Danny held up the taser and zapped it in front of the Arab's face. Al-Secreti started as if the machine had been touching his skin. 2 seconds later, a foul smell filled the air.
"Did you shit yourself?"
Danny asked. Al-Secreti nodded.
"Say it," Danny instructed. "Say, I shat myself."
"I shot myself."
"Dirty fucker," Danny said,
as insultingly as he could. Then he thrust the taser against his victim's arm again. Al-Secreti's second meeting with the taser, administered as Spud drove them through Notting Hill, lasted a little longer than the first, and his scream was a little hoarser. By the time Danny removed the device, his limbs were still jerking, like echoes of the main spasm. Danny leaned over to him, ignoring the disgusting smell from his trousers.
"If you don't tell me what I want to know," he said, his voice muffled through the balaclava, "I'll zap your cock."
He thrust the taser towards his victim's open fly, and Al-Secreti quickly covered his groin with his hands.
"Move your hands,"
Danny instructed. Al-Secreti did as he was told.
"Abu Raid was staying in your flat. Now he's gone. Where is he?"
Al-Secreti's eyes widened. He shook his head.
"I swear, sir, I do not know."
Immediately Danny thrust the taser into Al-Secreti's groin and gave it a 2-second burst. Not too long, because he knew the bastard was prone to piss himself, and he wasn't sure how the moisture would affect the electrical contacts. But he didn't need any longer, because as the grating electrical sound died away, al-Secreti was saying something. A single word, repeated in a harsh, reluctant whisper. At first Danny couldn't understand it. It sounded obscure, Arabic perhaps, but gradually, as al-Secreti repeated it, the sound crystallized.
Yemen,
he said.
Yemen, Yemen.
Yemen's a big place. You'll need to do better than that. He zapped the taser in the air to underline his point.
All I know,
al-Secreti said,
is that he took a boat to France last night. An airplane was waiting for him there to take him to Sana'a. Al-Shabaab have come north of there in the Sana'a governorate, where he will seek sanctuary.
How far north?
I don't know. I swear they keep it a secret.
And as Danny approached him again with the taser, he squealed,
That is all I know!
His final statement had the ring of truth. Danny believed him. He looked over his shoulder at Spud. Let's get out of here. Spud indicated right, turned off the main drag, and then turned into a dark side street where he pulled up. Danny put the taser down and picked up his phone. He stopped recording, then scrubbed back a little and replayed the recording.
They came to Sana'a. Al-Shabaab have a camp north of...
Danny scrubbed further back.
I shot myself.
Dirty fucker.
Danny pressed pause. Make a fuss about this. That tape goes straight to every business partner of yours we can find. Got it? al-Secreti nodded, the fear on his face giving way to unchecked hatred. No, I don't think you do. Danny pulled his gun and put it to al-Secreti's head. Trust me, friend. If that cunt Abu Raid gets even a whisper that you've spoken to us, I'll start with your wife and then with your kids. I'll give you a couple of weeks to get used to them being dead, then I'll do you. You won't see me, you won't even know I'm there, till you get a bullet in your brain. Understood? Another terrified nod. Danny had nothing more to say. Spud switched off the central locking, and the two men debussed, pulling off their balaclavas as they stepped out of the car. Danny gave Spud the taser. Spud stuffed it into his bag as they walked swiftly away from the limo, back towards the main road. Not sure that's quite how we expected his evening to pan out. Why did he leave it so late? Spud looked at his watch, confused. It's not even midnight, he said. Not al-Secreti. Abu Raid. Why did he only skip the country this morning? Spud shrugged. Because he's a fucking idiot? If he's such an idiot, why can nobody catch him? He looked at the phone that was still in his hand. They need to hear this, he said. Let's get back to the safe house and make contact. Spud nodded. The two SAS men melted away into the night. Chapter 14. They'd been told to RV at Hammerstone House at 0600 the following morning, but Danny and Spud were early. They stood in the biting frost of dawn, watching the headlamps of a convoy of 4 vehicles trundle slowly up the long driveway. The cars crunched onto the gravel in front of the house. They came to a halt, but the headlamps still blazed brightly. The faceless silhouettes of 4 chauffeurs stepped out and opened the rear doors, releasing 4 more figures from the back seats. Even though he couldn't make out their faces immediately, Danny identified each one by the shape of their silhouettes and their gait. Victoria, shorter than the others and briskly shuffling. Chamberlain, tall and broad of shoulder. Harrison Maddox, lean and with a relaxed yet purposeful stride. And Buckingham, who waited for the others to step forward into the lamplight before revealing himself and keeping to the back of their little quartet. Everyone's breath steamed. As they drew near and their faces became visible, Danny saw that each one was etched with tiredness and concern. Buckingham had a key to the house. Nobody spoke as he let them in. They traipsed through the darkness into the same room where they'd had their first meeting. Buckingham turned on the lights. Everyone except Danny and Spud squinted as their eyes recovered from the sudden shock. None of the spooks removed their greatcoats or even pulled their hands from their pockets, but Danny sensed that, with perhaps the exception of Chamberlain, they were eyeing the 2 SAS men with a certain wariness that he hadn't noticed before, which figured, he supposed, they knew what Danny and Spud had been up to since their last meeting, and, of course, they had heard the recording of his little chat with al-Secreti. Victoria cleared her throat. I think I speak for us all, she said, when I congratulate you both on your work. The others gave no indication that they agreed with this sentiment, but stared stonily at them. "We're quite convinced that awry has left the country for fear that he might be next on our list. A dangerous threat to the security of this country has been removed. We fully expect a cessation of the atrocities, or at the very least a pause." "So job done?" Spud demanded. Each of the 4 spooks gave them a startlingly similar look, a thin, humourless smile. "Not yet," Victoria said. She cleared her throat again. She nodded in Maddox's direction, and the CIA man returned the gesture. "We need to make sure that the threat is eradicated, permanently." She looked from Spud to Danny, then back again. Danny wasn't stupid. He knew what was coming. "Hugo, you've been liaising with our Yemen analysts. Would you like to tell us what you know about the Saada Governorate?" Buckingham stepped forward. Even his handsome features were marred by tiredness. He refused to catch Danny's eye, and spoke instead to the company at large. He was unable to hide from his voice the smugness of a man who was aware that he knew what he was talking about. "It's bandit country," he said. "I think we'll need a little more to go on than that," Victoria said primly. Buckingham inclined his head. "The intelligence you've gleaned from Al-Sikriti certainly makes sense," he said. "Yemen is by far the poorest country on the Arabian Peninsula, and a fertile training ground for Islamist militants. Al-Qaeda historically, but in recent months Al-Shabaab groups have crossed over from Somalia, and their training camps have been appearing in remote areas to the north of the country, especially in the Saada Governorate. It's a rigorously Islamic region, mostly of the Zaidi Shiite persuasion. Al-Qaeda and Al-Shabaab are Sunni, of course, but they're attracted to this area because of its lawlessness. It's quite out of control of the Yemeni central government, almost like a breakaway state in many ways." Buckingham cleared his throat, then gathered his thoughts for a moment before continuing. "The Yemeni government makes all the right noises about stamping down on these camps, and have in the past liaised with the United States military as well as the Saudis to launch missile attacks on them. But they're in a jolly difficult situation. These Islamist groups are well funded. They don't just appeal to the religious sensibilities of their recruits, they pay them, which is something the Yemeni government simply can't compete with. The government knows that if it removes this source of income from the very poorest parts of the population, it risks having an uprising on its hands." "Typical Middle Eastern politics," Chamberlain butted in. "In fact," Buckingham said, "Yemen has more in common with Afghanistan than with its Arabic neighbours. Equally tribal, and the local elders often have more influence over their armed civilians than the government itself. The bottom line is that these training camps can turn up almost anywhere, often without the knowledge of the central government. We have people on the ground in Yemen, of course." Victoria took up the briefing, "as do our friends in Langley." She looked over at Maddox, who didn't respond. "They're putting the feelers out as we speak, trying to establish exactly where this training camp might be." "Problem solved," Spud said with a shrug. He looked at Harris and Maddox. "You Yanks will have some drones in the area. Doesn't sound like anything a couple of hellfires won't sort out." That thin-lipped look again from the spooks. A moment of silence. Danny could tell that they had a different strategy in mind. "Bloody important," Chamberlain said, "that awry gets what's coming to him. Hard to be sure you've got the right fellow when you make an indiscriminate strike from the air. Could have nuked Abbottabad at the drop of a hat, but who'd have been able to confirm we'd got bin Laden?" He chortled slightly, as though the idea of nuking an entire Pakistani city was an amusing one. "What I think Piers is trying to say," Harrison Maddox continued in his slow American drawl, "is that we need men on the ground to identify awry and eliminate him. It's then up to the Yemeni administration whether they want to take out the whole training camp or not." Danny looked at each of the Hammerstone quartet in turn. They were staring implacably at him and Spud. He walked over to the window and looked out. The headlamps of the 4 cars were no longer burning, but the sky was a fraction lighter now, a steel grey. "You'll need 16 men," he said, "minimum, and that's assuming your intelligence guys can find out the exact location of the camp." He turned. "But I'm guessing that you haven't dragged us here if you were thinking of a major operation like that." Another silence. "It's out of the question," said Buckingham finally. "The footprint of this operation needs to be small. Instructions from on high." Danny walked up to him. "Oh, yeah? Just who on high?" Buckingham sniffed. He maintained steady eye contact with Danny. "Important people," he said. Suddenly Chamberlain was there, standing between them. He gave Buckingham a warning look, then turned to Danny. "You'll report to Heathrow at 0800, he said, easily falling back into the role of a Rupert issuing orders. "Both of you. There'll be regiment representatives there to brief you further." "Just like that," Spud murmured. Chamberlain gave a bland smile. "Happy landings, gentlemen. We've every faith in you." He looked over at the others. "England's finest, eh? Couldn't be in safer hands." If they were encouraged, the Hammerstone quartet didn't show it as they exited the chilly room. Outside the house, Danny and Spud watched them wordlessly climb into the back of their chauffeur-driven vehicles, then file slowly down the driveway before turning out of sight. "Small footprint," Spud said. "Important people. You believe all that shit?" Danny shook his head. "No," he said. "Maybe this is just what East Squadron's like." Maybe, but it wasn't the first time he didn't know the whole story. Wouldn't be the last either. Occupational hazard. They had their orders, and unless they wanted to find themselves up in front of a military tribunal, they had to follow them. "Let's go," Danny said, and together they climbed back into the Discovery and drove away. 0800 hours. There were parts of Heathrow to which the public had access. There were parts for which only members of the aviation services were authorized, and there were parts that few people ever got to see. This porter cabin, a restricted area in the shadow of Terminal 2, was one of them. A white transit van was parked up alongside it, next to which was Danny and Spud's Discovery. A member of D Squadron, Danny recognized the face but he couldn't put a name to it, stood at the entrance, his assault rifle slung across his body. He gave Danny and Spud a nod of greeting, but remained rooted to the spot. It wouldn't do for any unauthorized personnel to enter this porter cabin, not least because its contents made a mockery of the security procedures thousands of holidaymakers were undergoing at that very moment. Danny and Spud were there. So too was their ops officer, Ray Hammond. He watched unsmilingly as the two regiment men dealt with the hardware laid out on a table in front of them. There were two rifles, HK-416s. Danny and Spud stripped one of them down each, until each weapon was no more than a tight bundle of grey metal, wrapped in grey rags to stop the moving parts rubbing against each other. The guys each had a sturdy north-face holdall, about 3 foot in length. They each stowed their bundle and returned their attention to the rest of the gear. Their regiment-issue SIG P266s were laid out. These, too, they wrapped up and stowed. Ammunition for both weapons, 5.56s for the rifles, 9mm for the handguns, neatly packed in small cardboard boxes. Lengths of bungee cord to strap the rifles to their bodies. Fragmentation grenades, 2 each. Flashbangs, same number. A single Claymore mine, Spud took it in his holdall. Sand-coloured Hessian, backed with strands of wire, so that it could be shaped into whatever form they needed for desert camouflage, but now folded into a neat square. A trenching tool, a pack of silvery thermal sheeting, the only thing that could hide an OP from thermal imaging devices. "What's with that?" Danny asked. "We've had trouble with the Yemeni government in the past," Hammond said. "They have their own spy planes. Wouldn't put it past them to shop your location to the bad guys if they see you. Chances are you'll have to put in an OP. Use that if you want to stay totally hidden." Danny continued to work his way through the gear. There was worn paper mapping of the area they were heading for, radio packs, a GPS handset, a Leica NV spotting scope, and 2 sets of night vision goggles. Empty ops waistcoats ready to be filled once they were on the ground. A sat phone each, of course, and a compass. A fistful of MRE packs, a thin wad of American dollars, $2,000 each. Ridiculously, this was the only thing Hammond made them sign for, like the kind of people they were likely to encounter would want to issue receipts. Once the holdalls were full, Danny and Spud zipped them up. Hammond handed them each a white sack. The sacks were printed with diplomatic stamps. The guys placed their holdalls in the sacks, then tightened the cords at the top and secured each one with a padlock. From now on, these diplomatic bags couldn't leave their sides. Hammond handed each of them their passports. These, too, included full diplomatic stamps that would get them across the UK and Omani borders with no questions asked. "The BA flight to Muscat leaves at 0900, Hammond said. "You clear on your movements when you get there?" The guys nodded. "We've cleared a flight path with the Saudis along the Saudi-Yemen border. You'll RV with one of the Sultan's Chinooks when you get there." "Who's going to fly it?" Danny demanded. Because, orders or no orders, if they thought he was going to let some unpractised Omani pilot fly them the length of the Yemen for a covert insertion, they could fuck off. "We've got an SF flight crew coming in from Iraq," Hammond said. "You'll RV with them on the Oman-Yemen border at midnight. They'll airlift you into Saada." Hammond moved over to another of the tables, where several piles of documents were neatly laid out. "The main town in the Saada Governorate is Hadda. Population about 50,000, but that's just a guess. There are thousands of IDPs in the area because of the conflict over the past few years. The town itself is situated on a mountain plateau, about 1,800 metres high. Where they drop you depends on how deserted or otherwise the road that leads up to it is. The town itself is occupied by Houthi militia. They've pretty much declared independence from the rest of Yemen. Officially, there's a truce between them and the government. In practice, they're as bad as the fucking Taliban, funded by the Iranians and Hezbollah, trigger-happy. Give them a wide berth. Once you reach the town, you'll have to make contact with a local schoolteacher named of Hamza. He's on the Yanks' payroll, and so far as we can tell, he's just about the only guy in the vicinity who speaks English." "Does this Hamza know where the training camp is?" "Claims to. The CIA say his credentials are good. He's been feeding them accurate information for the past 3 years, and gave them a lead on a Somali terror suspect who was hiding out in the area. SEAL unit went in to nail him, confirmed that his intel was good. But he's getting greedy now, wants a cash payment before he spills any more beans about Abu Raid. 500 US. Quite a lot of moolah out there, and if he's asking for it, chances are he's confident of his intel." "Either that," Spud said, "or he's trying to rake it in while he's in the Yanks' good books." "That's a possibility. I certainly wouldn't trust him too far. He might be a CIA tout, but he's still Yemeni, still very devout. So far as we can tell, his motivation for supplying us with this intelligence is complex." "Sounds to me like he just wants a payday," Spud said. "There's a bit more to it than that. He's a Shiite Muslim, unlike AQAP." "AQAP?" Danny asked. "Al-Qaeda in the Arab Peninsula. Al-Qaeda and Al-Shabaab are Sunni Muslims. The Sunnis and their Shiites have major theological and political differences. You're heading to a principally Shiite area. A lot of the population in the north don't like the idea of AQAP and Al-Shabaab operating in what they see as Shiite territory, so they seem happy to screw them over." Hammond directed their attention to a sheet of aerial mapping. With his finger, he traced a built-up area set on top of a mountain plateau, clearly Hadda. He followed a line eastward, where the terrain fell down sharply onto a flat desert region. "This is the area where the camp is most likely to be situated," Hammond said. "Very wild, very dangerous. Bedouin bandits and not much else. Terrible roads. Hardly anyone goes there. Hardly anyone dares." "Looking forward to it already," Spud muttered. Hammond handed them each a pale blue armband with the letters UN emblazoned in white. "Your cover story, if it comes to it, is that you're a couple of UN medics, and you've heard there's a Western couple in the area who need medical aid. But for fuck's sake, don't leave those things lying around. If the UN find out you've got them, there'll be hell on earth." He shook his head. "It's madness," he said. "2 guys. The CO's already appealed to the Director's Special Forces. Hit a brick wall. It's—" Danny could tell he was about to say the word suicide, but held back at the last minute. "The CIA seem pretty keen on this Hamza fella," Hammond continued, "so you need to make sure he stays intact. We don't know where he lives, but he'll meet you outside the central mosque in Hadda, when the call to prayer starts at dawn tomorrow, which will be just after 0500. It'll be up to you to get the information from him." A dark, uncomfortable look crossed Hammond's face. "When you locate Abu Raid," he continued, "take him out immediately. As soon as he's dead, you need to phone in confirmation before you leave the camp or anything. I'm sorry, lads, but London's adamant about this. They can't risk you being taken out before they know for sure that the bastard's dead." "Good to hear our welfare is the first thing on their minds," Spud said. Hammond pointed at their diplomatic bags. "You've got GPS beacons fitted to your radios," he said. "We'll track you every step of the way. We'll know where you are at every moment in real time. If you send us a distress signal, we can be in country from the Gulf of Aden in a few hours and fuck the fallout. But assuming everything goes to plan, you'll need to find a secure location to lie up, and we'll get you picked up as quickly as we can." He looked at his watch. "You'll need to board any minute." As Hammond spoke, Danny's personal mobile vibrated in his pocket. He took it out, number withheld. He was on the point of dismissing the call when he caught a leery look from the ops officer, a look that said now's not the time for taking calls. Danny found himself accepting it just to make his point. "Yeah," he said. A pause.
"Decided to pick up, did you?"
Danny felt himself grow tense. He stormed out of the porter-cabin, past the regiment guard, and out onto the tarmac. A passenger aircraft roared overhead as it took off. Danny just caught a flash of Aer Lingus green on its tail. "What is it, Kyle?" he shouted over the noise. He heard his brother sniffing, then a coarse cough that sounded like he was bringing something up. "Kyle?"
"Saw that bird of yours on Wednesday?"
Now it was Danny's turn to fall silent. He'd been doing everything he could to keep Clara from his mind. Now he almost felt as if she was standing next to him. "Stay the fuck away from her," he said. "I mean it, Kyle. You lay a fucking finger on her, I'll—"
Take it easy, take it easy. Nothing happened, we just bumped into each other."
Danny saw the guard staring at him and flashed him an aggressive look. Kyle coughed again. His voice changed.
"I'm in trouble, bro,"
he said. He sounded like he meant it.
"These poles, they won't take no for an answer. I'm in deep."
"How deep?"
5 large.
"Fuck's sake, Kyle," Danny breathed.
"They've done me over once already. Couple of broken teeth. Think my nose might be busting all."
He coughed for a third time.
"I need some help, bro."
Another plane roared overhead. "What did you say?"
"I said I need some help. They're not fucking around."
Danny wanted to throw the phone to the floor. It was typical of Kyle to put him in a position like this, to beg for money that Danny knew would be spent as soon as it landed in his brother's wallet. He paced the tarmac for a moment, ignoring the sight of Spud appearing at the door of the porter-cabin, watching him carefully. For a moment he felt himself wavering. He thought about their father, who lived alone and disabled in a small Hereford flat, and who would always beg Danny to help his brother. If he was here now, he'd beg the same as usual. But then he remembered how Kyle, drunk and high on a cocktail of drugs, had attacked their father before ending up in prison for a stretch. As it always did, that memory sent every ounce of sympathy he might have had out the window. "Forget it, Carl. You got yourself into this mess, you get yourself out again." Silence.
"You're a piece of shit, Danny. You know that? Always were, always will be."
Danny made to hang up, but before he did, he said one more thing. "Stay away from Clara, Kyle. If you don't, trust me, the Poles will be the least of your worries." Kyle was snorting contemptuously as Danny hung up. He spun round and looked aggressively at Spud. "What?" he demanded across the 7 or 8 metres distance between them. "Nothing, mucker," Spud said calmly. "We just had word. They want us to board. Let's get moving, eh?" Part 3. Desert Warriors. Chapter 15. When the regiment moves, it moves quickly. A member of the BA staff, a young guy with a pimply face and clearly no idea who his charges were or what they were carrying, collected Danny and Spud, along with their diplomatic bags, from the porter cabin. He asked no questions as he ushered them through security as members of the diplomatic service. Their security teams barely looked at their bags, let alone screened them. Danny and Spud spent 5 minutes in a comfortable lounge set aside for their use, before a pretty air stewardess with a brown bob, a bit too much makeup and a good tan, led them onto a waiting 747. They were the first aboard, and as they entered the aircraft they turned left to the business-class cabin. Danny and Spud were each given a double booth, one seat for them, one for their bags. As the regular passengers filed onto the plane, a few cast an envious glance at these two guys who seemed to have been afforded special treatment. But once the aircraft was airborne, they were too busy with their menus, glasses of champagne, and reruns of Top Gear to pay them any mind. Danny instructed an air hostess not to disturb him until they were landing, then pulled a blindfold over his face and reclined his seat so it was fully flat. He had long since taught himself to grab some shut-eye whenever and wherever he could, knowing that he couldn't always be sure when he'd next have the chance. He slept deeply for 3 hours. When he woke, he looked out of the window. He saw a blood-red sun setting across a mackerel sky, and on the ground, through the half-light, he saw dots of orange, flames licking from the oil fields of the Middle East. Iraq, he surmised, or Kuwait. He thought how you only ever really got a sense of the vastness of the Arabian Peninsula from the sky. He felt an uncomfortable twist in his stomach at the thought that he'd slept over Syria. He recalled its war-torn towns, the blood and destruction. He tried to put it from his mind. What had Clara said about remembering the things he was supposed to forget? He felt a pang at the thought of her, and at the thought that they were heading into very hostile territory. If something happened to him, something terminal, Clara would never know how he really felt about her. She'd probably hate him for the rest of her life. When he reclined again on his seat, his sleep was not so deep. Wheels down, 20:30 local time. The pretty air hostess ushered Danny and Spud off the aircraft before anyone else had the opportunity even to stand up. They received a few more curious glances this time as they hauled their heavy diplomatic bags along the aisles. A blast of heat hit them as they alighted onto the waiting stairs, at the bottom of which was a middle-aged man in a lightweight suit who reminded Danny of Buckingham. He stood next to a black Range Rover, passenger doors open. "Tim Johnston," he said, holding out his hand. "British Embassy. You're cleared for security. There's a welcoming committee from the Omani military at the other side of the airfield. Allow me to escort you." Danny and Spud nodded and climbed into the back of the vehicle, still clutching their bags. They drove in the opposite direction from the large, brightly lit modern terminal building. The embassy guy clearly knew better than to ask what they were doing, so the 2-minute journey passed in silence. A couple of 100 metres up ahead, Danny saw a helicopter standing alone on the tarmac, a Puma, with the red and green markings of the Omani military. A 3-man flight crew loitered alongside it. They wore standard desert camo with shamaks covering their heads or wrapped round their necks. As the Range Rover approached, one of them, clearly the pilot, disappeared inside, and by the time they pulled up 20 metres from the chopper, its rotors were already starting to spin. The embassy guy leaned over from the front passenger seat. "Best of British, gentlemen," he said, and once more Danny was reminded of Buckingham. But he put that from his mind as he and Spud debussed and ran across the tarmac. A few words of greeting with their Omani escorts, and the 2 regiment men climbed up into the Puma. They'd barely been on the ground 10 minutes before they were airborne again. The golden, sprawling lights of Muscat disappeared as they found themselves plunging through the dark night of the southern Arabian Peninsula. It took 2.5 hours to cross the length of Oman to its western border, including a 25-minute refuelling stop at a military base somewhere en route, during which time Danny and Spud sat quietly out of view in the shadowy interior of the Puma. They passed the journey in silence, drowned out by the regular thunder of the chopper's rotors as it slid, unobserved, through the skies with its secret cargo. Occasionally, through the windows, Danny saw the lights of a settlement far in the distance, or headlamps on a deserted highway, but their flight path was clearly taking them across vast, uninhabited stretches of land. He found he was keeping a lid on a sudden feeling of excitement. It felt good to be abroad again, good to be on unfamiliar territory. You could get lazy in London. Out here, living by your wits was the only option. And it was intriguing, if nothing else, to know that they were about to set foot in the goat farm. Danny and Spud had heard people talk about the goat farm. They all had, back in Hereford. It was a military camp near the southwestern shore town of Salalah, where the Sultan's special forces were trained, usually under the grizzled eye of ex-regiment personnel. The regiment had form in this part of the world. In the early 70s, communist guerrillas from South Yemen had been involved in the Omani Dhofar rebellion. The SAS had dispatched 9 personnel to help train the Omani special forces. They had come under attack in what became known as the Battle of Mirbat, where 9 guys had held their own against a force of more than 400. 2 of them died, one from having his jaw blown off. But that savage battle itself was a piece of regiment history, and from that day to this, the SAS were welcome in Oman. The Puma started to lose height. Danny looked through the window. He estimated that they were less than 1,000 feet high. He could see the lights from a network of evenly spaced symmetrical buildings, and also the orange glow of what looked like a large open fire. A minute later, his vision was obscured by brownout as the chopper came into land, kicking up clouds of desert dust. 30 seconds after that, they were on the ground. The Omani flight crew opened up the doors for them. Danny and Spud shook their hands, then jumped out. The rotors were slowing down, but they were still surrounded by whirling clouds of dust that obscured their vision and stung their faces. As he peered through the cloud, however, Danny saw a bright light, and standing in front of it, the silhouette of a sturdy, broad-shouldered figure standing in wait. Clutching their holdalls, which were still wrapped in the white diplomatic bags, they ran from the chopper towards the figure. The dust settled, and the noise eased off as the rotors powered down. "Evening, kids," said a voice. A deep voice, slightly hoarse, with a definite London accent. Danny shielded his eyes from the light surrounding the silhouette, emanating from the headlamps of some sort of armoured vehicle, and found he could just make out the man's features. The face was deeply lined and weather-beaten. The eyebrows were dark, the hair ruffled. He wore camouflage gear, and it crossed Danny's mind that here was the sort of bloke who'd look out of place wearing anything else. He stepped towards them, hand outstretched. "Welcome to the goat farm," he said. His name was Roberts, and in the minute it took him to lead Danny and Spud towards a single-storey corrugated iron building with a noisy petrol generator outside, he'd given them the lowdown on his career. 20 years in the regiment, 20 years in the employ of the Sultan, helping to train up the Omani special forces. The goat farm was the closest thing he had to a home. "Don't get me wrong, kids," he said, as he let them into the building. "Made some good friends out here. Don't suppose I'll ever go back to Blighty." He switched the light on, "But it's good to see someone from home now and then." Danny's eyes smarted from the light. When they relaxed again, he saw that this was little more than a warehouse. Shelves along the walls, full of boxes of God knows what. Even more boxes piled up at one end. Sand on the floor, where it had blown in through the door. He looked back at Roberts, and saw that his face had a pale white scar along the jawline. Roberts caught him looking at it. "Jambiya scar," he said. "What's that?" Danny asked. "Jambiya? It's a knife. Yemeni men hang them by their belt. It's a status thing. The markings on the hilt indicate how important they are, and they're not afraid to use it." "You spend much time in Yemen?" "Wish I hadn't, kid." "Where you headed?" "Hadda." "Maya guessed. Worst place in the whole stinking country. Full of toughs beetling around on their pissy little motorbikes, and they don't just carry jambiyas. They've all got a piece of some kind. More AKs in Hadda than frickin' toothbrushes." Roberts fetched an unmarked bottle of an amber liquid and 3 dirty glasses from one of the shelves. "You want some?" The guys shook their heads. "You're as bad as the fucking Arabs, except they're off their tits on cat half the time." He poured himself a good couple of inches of whatever fire water it was, then knocked it back. "Give me scotch over that shit any day," he said. He turned and walked over to one of the boxes on the floor. "See?" he called back to them.
The trouble with your cat is that it gives you the horn of a rhino, but stops you getting it up."
From the box he pulled a bundle of clothes, then carried them back to where Danny and Spud were standing.
"About 6 o'clock, the men all get together and start chewing the weed. They call it the Hour of Solomon, because everyone's so high they think they're the wisest fucker in town. Of course, they're just speaking bollocks. And dancing. Don't forget the dancing. All good men together."
He dropped the clothes in a pile at the guy's feet, then danced a comical little jig that petered out into a wheezing chuckle. He took another swig of his drink.
"The fellas have got a thing about perfume, too. That's how I got this."
He touched the scar on his face.
"Accused some rose-watered Yemeni twat of being a Nancy boy when he was twerking with his buddy. Fucker came at me with his jambalaya. Messy business. Messier for him, of course, but that's another story."
He poured himself a second scotch, and left Danny and Spud to rummage through the clothes. There were 2 dish dashes there and matching shamaks, but before they put them on, Danny and Spud turned their attention back to their diplomatic bags. They undid the padlocks and pulled out the holdalls. They removed their stripped-down rifles and started piecing them together. The air was filled with the dull clunk of metal on metal. When they were complete, they extracted their ops waistcoats and fitted them over their T-shirts before filling them with grenades and ammunition and affixing their radios. As they worked, Danny was aware of the grizzled form of Roberts watching them with something approaching envy. He sensed the old-timer wished he was still on the job. They fitted bungee cord to their rifles and slung them so they were hanging along the side of their bodies, then fitted their cigs into their waistcoats. Only then did they pull their dish dashes over their clothes and wrap their shamaks around the lower part of their faces and the top of their heads, so only their eyes and nose were fully visible. A sharp-eyed observer might notice their boots, but that was a risk they'd have to take. It was much too hard to move around quickly in desert sandals. Roberts threw them in embroidered shoulder baggage.
"Can't schlep around Yemen with a fucking Bergen," he said. "Decamp what you need into those."
Once they were dressed, Roberts eyed them up and down, then gave an approving nod. He downed the remnants of his glass.
"Follow me,"
he said. He led them back out of the hut, into the warm desert night. He looked up to the sky.
About midnight,"
he said, clearly reading the time in the stars. A truck had driven up to the Puma and was refueling it, but the guys turned left. Up ahead was a large bonfire. Danny could hear it crackling and could make out the silhouettes of about 10 men sitting round it. He could tell that they, too, were wearing shamaks, and assumed that these were members of the Omani Special Forces for whom the goat farm was home. But Roberts led them away at an angle from the fire, and as he walked he pointed towards the sky.
"Bang on time," he said. "We'll have to give you the grand tour next time you come."
He might have been an old-timer, but his eyes were still good. Danny peered upwards. The stars were incredibly bright, millions of pinpricks swirling in the blackness, and against them it was impossible to tell how far away, a black form hulking in the sky. They saw the incoming Chinook before they heard it, but the distant buzz of the twin rotors hit their ears just a couple of seconds after Robert spoke. The pilots were clearly flying blind, relying on night vision goggles because the chopper itself emitted no light. The great black silhouette against the stars grew bigger, closer. The roar increased. A couple of minutes later, the Chinook was coming into land on a sparse LZ 50 metres from where Danny, Spud and Roberts were standing. Another 2 trucks immediately screeched up to start refuelling.
"Fun to slum with you, kids,"
Roberts shouted. He clapped them on the shoulder.
"Now get the fuck out of here."
Danny and Spud ran towards the open tailgate of the Chinook. The swirling clouds of dust stung their eyes, and those parts of their faces that weren't covered up by their shamaks, but Danny could still make out the long shape of the aircraft and a faint glow above the twin rotors as airborne sand sparked against them. As they ran up into the chopper, the familiar stench of aviation gas hit Danny's nostrils, a dirty, greasy smell, but a strangely comforting one. Up ahead, a grey Toyota Tundra was parked in the middle of the aircraft, fastened to the sides by lengths of sturdy rope. Left-hand drive, Arabic plates. 2 men stood by it, both wearing headcans and boom mics, a loadie and an engineer. There were no words exchanged. The Lodi simply jabbed his finger towards a bench that ran along the right-hand side of the chopper. Danny and Spud headed towards it and took a seat. 2 headsets were hanging from the side of the chopper. They plugged themselves in and immediately heard the pilot's voice. British, with that easy confidence all pilots seem to have.
We'll be airborne in 10 minutes, lads. Flight time approximately 3 hours, subject to what we find when we approach our destination. I'll keep you in the loop.
To Danny's right was a small window. Through it he could see the bonfire, though the glow was diffused by the brownout around the Chinook. Spud was looking straight ahead, steely, focused. Just like Danny, because they both knew that the op started here. Movement at the far end of the chopper. The tailgate was closing. The Lodi and the engineer took seats opposite Danny and Spud. A moment later they felt the Chinook rise into the air, not high. In the darkness, Danny's only point of reference was the fire. He estimated that they were about 30 metres up when the Chinook suddenly turned and they started plunging through the Middle Eastern night. The pilot's voice in their headsets.
We're heading north up the Oman-Yemen border. When you feel us turn again, that means we're entering Saudi. We've got permission to be in Saudi airspace along the northern Yemeni border, but the border's still fluid. We'll be flying blind the whole way.
A hiss in the headphones, then silence. Just the dull, repetitive thud of the Chinook's rotors as it carried Danny and Spud towards their destination. 02:30, Arabia Standard Time. They had been airborne for 2.5 hours. Danny's muscles were stiff, his backbone aching from contact with the hard side of the Chinook. The headset burst into life again.
Entering Yemeni airspace in 5. We're hoping to use the cover of a high-walled wadi to get us close on target.
Sure enough, 5 minutes later, the Chinook banked to the left, then suddenly lost height. Danny looked out of the window. There was a moon now, and by its silver light he could see, perhaps 20 metres from the chopper, a craggy wall zooming past, and the faint shadow the Chinook cast against it. He found himself unconsciously checking for the bulk of his weapon under his dish-dash. This was dangerous territory. Chinooks had been put down by RPGs in safer areas than this. He found himself thinking about a SEAL team who had taken a hit while inserting into the mountain regions of eastern Afghanistan. They'd suffered the biggest loss of life in the force's history, and that was before a single man had set foot on the ground. 20 minutes passed. The pilot again.
We're 15 minutes out. We're about to leave the wadi.
Danny pictured the maps he'd examined back at Heathrow. Hadar was on a mountain, so they would need to make a steep climb.
We'll approach from the north, which is the least populated region.
The pilot continued.
We're going to try to put you down on the road, but we'll need to find a deserted spot, so get ready to hop and pop when we give you the word.
The Lodian engineer stood up on the opposite side of the chopper. The Lodi indicated that the guys should remove their cans, while the engineer went about unstrapping the Toyota from the bonds that held it fast in the aircraft. While he did this, the tailgate lowered. A rush of new air filled the aircraft. Danny and Spud approached the vehicle. Danny could feel the aircraft gaining height, and through the opening tailgate he saw not the earth anymore, but an inky sky full of stars. He opened the driver's door of the vehicle and climbed inside, while Spud took the passenger seat. There were still 2 ropes securing the vehicle. The engineer would release them when it was time to alight. Danny's hand felt for the gear stick. It was locked in first gear, handbrake on. The key was already in the ignition. He pressed down the clutch and turned the key. The engine started immediately. He didn't turn on the headlamps, but he did lower his window. The chopper had stopped gaining height now. The Lodi appeared by the door. 30 seconds! He shouted through the open window. And as he spoke, the chopper twisted 90 degrees clockwise. Through the open tailgate, Danny could see a narrow, winding mountain road. He estimated that they were 30 feet above it, but then they started a sharp, almost vertical descent. The road came up to meet them. There was a jolt as the chopper touched down. The engineer released the final 2 cords. Danny pressed the accelerator and lifted the clutch up to its biting point, one hand on the wheel, the other on the handbrake. The Toyota felt like it was straining to escape from the chopper, its engine groaning loudly. Suddenly the Lodi was by their side again. "Go!" he shouted, and he thumped the top of the Toyota 3 times. Danny let the clutch up. The vehicle shot forward like a stone from a sling. It practically bounced onto the tailgate ramp and sped down from the chopper. A second later, he felt the crunch of rubber tires on a rough surface, and as he checked his rear-view mirror, he saw that the Chinook was already rising, its tailgate still down. The flight crew had done their job. Danny and Spud were on their own now. Chapter 16. Danny looked ahead. He only had 10 meters of visibility before the road veered sharply upwards and to the right. To their left, a sheer drop. To their immediate right, a craggy rock cliff face. He eased the Toyota forward, hugging the cliff face as he went. The noise of the Chinook died away. He caught a glimpse of it from his left-hand side, curling away in the air as it headed back to the wadi. The flight crew would remain in the vicinity for 20 minutes, in case they had a distress call from the guys as a result of a hot insertion, but then it would be gone. "There," Spud said. Danny looked ahead to his right. There was a fissure in the cliff face, a cave in the shape of an inverted V, just wide enough for their vehicle. Danny edged past it, then locked the steering wheel down to the right and reversed off the road and into the cave. The Toyota's rear-view camera illuminated the back of the cave on a dashboard screen. Danny backed up as close to it as he could. It meant the front of the Toyota was set back about 3 meters from the mouth of the cave. He killed the engine. Wordlessly, Danny and Spud exited the vehicle. They extracted their rifles and both bent down on one knee in the firing position, 2 meters apart, their weapons pointing out of the cave. No sound of the Chinook now. No sound of anything. A dark, ominous stillness. Danny felt the warmth of the Toyota's engine against his back, and he realized he was sweating as heavily as if it was midday. There was even sweat between his finger and the trigger of his HK, but he kept it lightly resting there as they waited to see if their arrival had disturbed anybody in the vicinity, and if it had, to deal with them. They stayed in that position for a full 10 minutes. Danny used the time to get his thoughts straight. This was very hostile territory, a lawless region where nobody would feel bound by any kind of rules of engagement. If Danny and Spud were caught in the town of Hadda, they would do everything in their power to stick to their cover story, that they were UN medics who'd been told that there was a Western couple in the town who needed medical aid. But it was hard to explain away a covert assault rifle, and their captors would get the truth out of them eventually. When that happened, it would be bullet-in-head time. Yemeni bullets, regiment heads. Hadar would not be massively populated. Newcomers would stand out. Newcomers with white skin even more. Danny pulled his shamak further up his face as he ran over their objectives once more. Sneak quietly into town under cover of night. Locate Hamza and get from him the information he claimed to have about the training camp where Abu Raid was located. Then get the hell out of there, just as quietly. If everything went according to plan, they'd be on the road out of Hadda not much past dawn, unnoticed and hopefully unfollowed. Danny's eyes picked out the scene ahead of him. The dark frame of the cave mouth, the road no more than 5 meters wide, the star-filled sky, and, extending into the distance, the flat lowlands beyond the mountain. The plough was low in the sky, and he used it to calculate their orientation. They were facing south. In that direction were the pirate-filled waters of the Gulf of Aden, and beyond that, the war-torn land of Somalia. It was weird to think that less than 24 hours ago they were in the damp air of Hammerstone House. Nothing damp about the terrain round here. This was tough, craggy, desert territory. And it was populated by tough, craggy desert dwellers, a large proportion of whom would be armed because weapons were more common than toothbrushes in this part of the world. "Shall we go?" Spud said. Almost immediately he spoke. There was a buzzing sound off to the right. 20 seconds later, a figure on a small motorbike whizzed past. Danny held his breath, waiting for more bikes, more potential threats. But the threats didn't come, and after another 5 minutes the guys got back into their vehicle. They eased out of the cave and turned right. Danny switched his headlamps on. They lit up a potholed stony road. They moved on, keeping a careful, steady 20 mph. Spud still clutching his rifle, cocked and locked, with the barrel pointing down into the vehicle's footwell. The road didn't deviate. There were no junctions or forks. It simply wound and snaked up the mountain. They saw no other traffic and no pedestrians. Down on the flats, however, many miles distant, were the occasional glows of fires dotted around, and other lights that moved. "Bedouin trucks?" Spud suggested. "Maybe," Danny replied. He checked his watch, 0300 hours. He didn't reckon there were many people moving around down there on honest business. The vehicles they could see might be Bedouin, but they might just as easily be government forces or militants. He wondered if one of the fires indicated the location of Abu Raid's training camp. They drove for a further 20 minutes and passed nobody. Then, as Danny turned another steep corner, he saw an old mud-walled hut on the side of the road. It was barely bigger than the porter cabin back at Heathrow, where just a few hours ago their ops officer had been briefing them. But as the Toyota's headlamps landed on it, they saw that it was deserted and dilapidated, with one end totally crumbled away into nothing, the remnants of the rubble covered with rough green and brown scrub. It was a perfect place to hide the vehicle, since driving into the hostile town of Hadda in an unfamiliar 4x4 was a surefire way to alert the locals to their presence. Danny pulled the vehicle off the road and slowly manoeuvred it over the rubble and into the old hut. He killed the lights, then he and Spud debussed. They exited the hut and stood on the road, checking that the vehicle was sufficiently hidden. When they were satisfied that nobody could see it from the road, Spud pulled his GPS unit from his bag. They waited 30 seconds while it triangulated. "We're about 3 clicks from the edge of the town," he said. He pointed along the road to indicate the direction they needed to walk, though he needn't have. It was either up or down. They trekked in silence. A high cliff still loomed on the right-hand side of the road. They hugged this for cover. The temperature had dropped now that they'd gained height, but their brisk pace kept them warm. At 0345 hours, they turned another curve in the road, still hugging the cliff face, and suddenly saw the imposing outline of Hadda, silhouetted against the stars up ahead, the bulk of it perhaps a kilometre away from their position. Danny removed his NV kite sight and used it to scan the scene ahead. Despite the green haze of the NV view, there was something medieval about the shape of the buildings that comprised the outskirts of Hadda. They stood on the rocky outcrop like a collection of minor fortresses from another century, and it struck Danny that they probably had remained unchanged for hundreds of years. They were perched on a rocky plateau, with weathered rocky banks leading up to it. An ancient stone staircase carved into the mountainside curled up towards them, while the road itself wound round to its right. It would be far safer to cover the final kilometre to the town by road, Danny decided. Here they would be camouflaged against the high cliff walls, whereas if they took the stone stairs, they would be exposed in open ground. The buildings themselves, those that he could see, all had flat roofs and numerous holes for windows evenly distributed. They were tall, unusually tall, 4 or 5 stories high, which added to their somewhat wobbly, precarious appearance. Along the edges of each roof was evenly spaced fussy detailing, and at the foot of the buildings were plenty of trees, a reminder that despite the endless sands of the deserts over which they'd just flown, this was a more fertile region. The town was not big, certainly less than a kilometre from edge to edge. Danny could take it all in with a single sweep of his night sight. And from here he could see no movement, nor even any light. Hadda was sleeping. A sound pierced the air. It was a howling dog coming from the direction of Hadda. A second dog barked in response, then both fell quiet. Movement. It was just on the edge of the kite sight's field of vision. About halfway up the old stone staircase was a man. He was sitting down, but had what looked like a rifle at right angles across his lap, some kind of lookout. Distance 100 to 120 metres. Danny passed Spud the sight. 11 o'clock on the stairs, he said. Spud took it in, then handed back the sight with a grim expression. "Shall we take him?" Spud breathed. Danny thought it through for a moment. He judged the conditions. A little over 100 meters between them, no wind. The shot was doable, but the noise of even a suppressed weapon would echo off the mountainsides and might alert more armed men to their presence. Perhaps they should go for the silent kill. One of them could approach with a concealed blade, while the other took a covert position and covered with his firearm. But there was a chance that the guard would be missed. They had no idea what time he was due to finish his stag. Perhaps he had a family waiting for him back home, who would raise the alarm if he didn't return. No, killing was the wrong call. They would just have to sneak past him. Danny looked at the guard through the sight again. The man didn't have his eyes on the road, but was picking at his fingernails, not watching carefully. If they continued to hug the cliff, he reckoned they could pass him without being seen.
"Keep going," he told Spud. "If he sees us, we'll deal with him."
They crept forward. Danny stopped every 10 meters to check on the guard through his kite sight. The guy just sat there with his weapon and didn't move. 3 minutes later, they had advanced 50 meters and passed his field of vision, and the Yemeni guard didn't know how lucky he was to still be alive. Danny checked the time. 04:32. Dawn, the hour of their RV, would arrive just after 0500.
"We need to move,"
he said. Spud nodded, and they continued their approach. 04:47 hours. They had covered the final kilometre to the edge of Hadda in 10 minutes. Hadda had a distinctive odour about it, a mixture of wood smoke, dirt, and rotting food that Danny could smell even through the thick, musty material of their shamaks. It was not a 21st-century town. Danny knew that hardly any of the houses up ahead would have proper plumbing. As for electricity, forget it. They stood now beneath the low branches of a sprawling tree. To their left were 4 small, squat dwellings with white, domed roofs. Towering above them, no more than 20 meters from their position, was one of the large, square buildings Danny had examined from a distance. Its walls were made of hard-baked mud bricks, and the windows were little more than black openings. Light now glowed from 2 of them, faint, yellow and flickering, almost certainly from a candle or an oil lamp. To the left of the building, a road led up at a slight gradient. It was the only road that they could see that led into the town. Movement up ahead. Danny caught his breath. He scanned the road through his night sight. An animal stared back at him. Too gangly for a dog, lean and hungry-looking. It suddenly turned and scampered away.
"Hyena,"
Danny breathed. As he spoke, the stillness in the air was broken. From within the small town came a strong voice, the low chanting of a muezzin, calling the faithful to prayer. It seemed to curl and echo around the buildings with its familiar words. "Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah." That sound meant that dawn was almost upon them. Their RV needed to take place in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Then they could get away from the town as quickly as possible, pick up their vehicle, and get off the mountainside. The regiment men stepped out from under the camouflage of the tree, their shamaks and robes covering their features, and started walking purposefully up the street. At first they followed the sound of the voice as it wailed above the top of the buildings. One moment, however, it sounded like it was coming from the north, the next from the south. After 5 minutes of pacing the narrow roads of Hadda, another way of locating the mosque presented itself. Men were appearing in the streets, only a handful at first, but after a few more minutes Danny had counted more than 30. Some wore full-length, loose-fitting robes with a jacket on their upper half. Others wore a kind of wrap-around kilt with a shirt. Some of them had their heads wrapped in turbans, others with shamaks not unlike Danny and Spud, though the regiment men put their heads down and scrupulously kept their distance, rather than rely just on their ability to blend in, and occasionally took cover in dark doorways to avoid passing groups of more than 2 or 3 men. Most of the locals wore the scabbards around their waists that Roberts had warned them about back at the goat farm. They were all hurrying in the same direction. Danny and Spud kept to the shadows and followed. The central square of Hadda was not large, perhaps 35 meters by 35. As they entered it from the southwest corner and lurked in the shadow of a deep overhanging balcony, they saw the mosque on the far side. Night was becoming dawn now, and in the steel-grey light Danny saw that the mosque's tower, a good 20 metres higher than the surrounding buildings, resembled nothing so much as a small lighthouse. The sound of the muezzin, his reedy drone still calling the faithful, rang out from the tower. At ground level, a large wooden door was open, and an inviting glow emanated from inside. Men were hurrying into the mosque, paying little attention to each other at this early hour, and not even seeing Danny and Spud, who had melted into the shadows and were staying very still and unassuming. The rest of the square was unwelcoming. There was nothing that resembled a shop or even a dwelling. Just randomly spaced and rather rickety-looking wooden doors, a little higher than a man, leading into the buildings on 4 sides, all of them closed. The ground was strewn with dust and chunks of stone the size of Danny's fist. Danny recalled Hammond's words at the briefing back at Heathrow about Hamza, their contact. "He'll meet you outside the central mosque in Hadda when the call to prayer starts at dawn tomorrow." He looked around for their contact, but saw nobody who looked like they were waiting for an RV. Perhaps they were too late. If so, they were fucked. They didn't know what this Hamza character looked like or where he lived, and even if Hamza was his real name, the chances of the locals responding well to the inquiries of 2 British men, or even understanding them, were vanishingly small. They would have no option but to abort the mission, leave town, hide up, and call for a pickup. The wailing voice of the muezzin suddenly stopped. 2 stragglers hurried inside the mosque, and the doors creaked shut. The glow from inside the mosque escaped through the gaps round the door, and almost immediately a muffled chanting came from behind it. Danny and Spud continued to survey the square. It was deserted. Their contact was a no-show. Danny felt a spike of suspicion. Had they been lured here? Was it a trap? He tucked one hand into his dish-dash and pulled his cig. Spud next to him did the same. Danny peered up to the windows of the buildings looking over the square. He saw nothing, but it was, he realized, very easy for anyone to hide in those gloomy holes. Walking across the square would make him too exposed. If they were going to search the vicinity, they'd need to stick to the edge of the square, to the shadows. One of them needed to go alone, while the other kept watch, weapon ready, alert for any threats. "Cover me," Danny breathed. A gentle click as Spud quietly cocked his weapon. Danny trod very quietly, moving lightly on the balls of his feet as he traversed the side of the square opposite the mosque. At the far corner, he looked back. Spud was only just visible in the shadows, but he was there, and that was all Danny needed to know. Still gripping his weapon, he turned 90 degrees and started heading up along the eastern side of the square towards the mosque. Danny had covered 10 meters when he saw a man. He was directly diagonal from Danny's position, hiding in the northwestern corner of the square, about 5 meters from the entrance to the mosque, a dark figure in the shadows pacing nervously. He'd been invisible from their original positions. Danny was almost definite that the guy hadn't seen him. He remained absolutely motionless for a second, then made a quick gesture to Spud, pointing first to his eyes and then in the direction of the figure. Then he continued to skirt around the edge of the square. When he reached the front wall of the mosque, he didn't turn left towards the contact. Instead, he took a right, his plan being to edge round the back of the mosque and approach him from the other side. As soon as he was clear of the square, he sprinted, intent on getting to his target before he wandered off. 20 meters north, before taking a left and boxing round the back of the mosque. There was a dog here, a lean, dark-haired mongrel with a white patch round its left eye, ribs visible under its meagre body. It chased him for a few meters before losing interest and scampering back towards where it had been. Danny took another left and hurried down the western side of the mosque. When he reached the front corner, he stopped and listened. The contact was still pacing, nervous footsteps up and down, just a few meters away by the sound of it.